The headlights flickered once and twice, then died completely. As my car sputtered to a stop on the side of the desolate highway, I realized I was in trouble. Little did I know, my real nightmare was about to begin. I leaned my forehead against the steering wheel, taking deep breaths to calm my racing heart. The dashboard clock glowed 11:47 p.m., its red numbers a stark reminder of how late, and alone, I was. I fumbled for my phone, praying for at least one bar of signal. Nothing. Come on, I muttered, stepping out of the car. The night air hit me like a slap, cold and damp. I held my phone up to the star-studded sky, turning in slow circles. Still nothing. A set of headlights appeared in the distance, growing larger as they approached. Hope surged through me. Maybe they'd stop and help, or at least let me use their phone. But the car zoomed past without slowing, leaving me in a swirl of dust and disappointment. I hugged my arms around myself, suddenly aware of how exposed I was. The highway stretched endlessly in both directions, bordered by dense forest. The only sounds were the chirping of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves. Another set of headlights appeared, this time coming from the opposite direction. As they drew closer, I could make out the shape of a large truck. It was moving slowly, almost cautiously. My heart leaped. Surely a trucker would stop to help a stranded motorist. But the truck crawled past, brake lights never flashing. I watched it disappear into the distance, a knot forming in my stomach. Something about the way it had slowed down. It felt like I was being watched. I shook off the feeling, chiding myself for being paranoid. I popped the hood of my car, though I knew next to nothing about engines. The maze of pipes and wires meant nothing to me, but I poked around anyway, hoping for some obvious sign of the problem. The rumble of an engine made me look up. The same truck was approaching again, this time from behind me. It slowed as it neared, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. The truck passed me once more, continuing down the highway at that same, unnaturally slow pace. I slammed the hood shut and practically dove back into my car, locking the doors. My hands shook as I tried the ignition again. The engine wheezed and coughed but refused to turn over. "Please," I whispered. "Please start." Headlights appeared in my rearview mirror. The truck was coming back. This time, it pulled onto the shoulder behind me, its engine idling. I sat frozen, knuckles white on the steering wheel, as I watched the driver's door open in my side mirror. A man stepped out, tall and burly, wearing a trucker cap and a flannel shirt. He approached my car with slow, deliberate steps. I could see his face now, weathered and unsmiling. There was something in his eyes that made my skin crawl. He knocked on my window, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. "You need some help, miss." His voice was gruff, with an accent I couldn't place. I cracked the window just enough to respond. No, thank you. I've got help on the way." The lie tumbled out before I could stop it. He cocked his head, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It didn't reach his eyes. Now, we both know that ain't true. Ain't no signal out here for miles. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. "I'm fine, really. My husband will be here any minute to pick me up." The man's smile widened, showing yellowed teeth. "Funny, I didn't see no one else broke down when I passed by earlier, and I've been up and down this stretch 3 times now." Ice flooded my veins. He admitted to circling back, watching me. This wasn't a good Samaritan. This was a predator, and I was his prey. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I appreciate your concern, but I really am okay. You can go now." He leaned closer to the window, his breath fogging the glass. "Why don't you come on out, darling? I've got some tools in my truck. We'll have you fixed up in no time." I shook my head frantically. No, that's okay. I'd rather stay in the car." His expression darkened. "I'm trying to help you here, girl. Don't make this difficult." He reached for the door handle, and panic exploded in my chest. I lunged for the lock, but he was faster. The door flew open, and his hand clamped around my arm, yanking me out of the car. I screamed, the sound echoing in the empty night. He clamped a hand over my mouth, muffling my cries. "Shut up," he growled, dragging me towards his truck. "You're coming with me, whether you like it or not." I fought with everything I had, kicking and clawing. My nails raked across his face, drawing blood. He cursed, loosening his grip just enough for me to wrench free. I ran, not towards the road, but into the forest bordering it. Branches whipped at my face as I plunged into the darkness, the man's angry shouts spurring me on. I had no plan, no direction, just the primal need to get away. I could hear him crashing through the underbrush behind me, gaining ground with every step. My lungs burned, my legs felt like lead, but terror kept me moving. Suddenly, the ground disappeared beneath my feet. I tumbled down a steep embankment, rolling and bouncing painfully before coming to a stop at the bottom. For a moment, I lay there, dazed and winded. The sound of approaching footsteps snapped me back to reality. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain radiating through my body. I was in some kind of ravine, a small stream trickling through its center. I looked around wildly, searching for a place to hide. There, a fallen tree, its roots creating a small cavity. I dove into the space, pressing myself as far back as I could. The man's heavy breathing grew closer. I could see his boots through a gap in the roots, mere feet from my hiding spot. He muttered curses, kicking at the underbrush. Come out, wherever you are," he called, his sing-song tone chilling me to the bone. "You're only making this worse for yourself, darling." I held my breath, not daring to move a muscle. He paced back and forth, so close I could have reached out and touched him. Minutes stretched into an eternity as I waited, praying he would give up and leave. Finally, with a frustrated growl, he stomped away. I listened as his footsteps faded, but I didn't dare emerge from my hiding place. This could be a trick, an attempt to lure me out. I don't know how long I stayed there, curled up in that damp, cramped space. Every sound made me flinch. A twig snapping, leaves rustling, the hoot of an owl. My body ached, and I was shivering uncontrollably, but fear kept me rooted in place. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I finally allowed myself to move. Slowly, cautiously, I crawled out from under the fallen tree. The ravine was silent, no sign of the man who had chased me. I climbed the embankment, my muscles screaming in protest. When I reached the top, I oriented myself towards the highway. It was time to get out of these woods, to find help, to get as far away from here as possible. The trek back seemed to take hours. Every shadow looked like a threat, every sound a potential attacker. When I finally broke through the tree line and saw the highway, I almost wept with relief. My car was still there, driver's door hanging open. The man's truck was gone. I approached cautiously, half expecting him to jump out at me. But there was no one. I slid into the driver's seat, my whole body trembling, and there, on the passenger seat, was my phone. The screen lit up as I grabbed it, showing full bars of signal. With shaking fingers, I dialed 911. As I waited for the operator to answer, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, tucked under the windshield wiper, was a piece of paper. I reached out and snatched it, unfolding it with dread. In messy handwriting were the words, "See you again soon, darling. You can't hide forever." As I relayed my location to the 911 operator, I knew one thing for certain. I would never drive this highway again. Some roads, once traveled, leave scars that never fully heal, and some nightmares don't end when the sun comes up. They just pause, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. The first sign of trouble was the unnatural mound of earth, barely visible through the underbrush. As I approached, the acrid smell of decay hit me like a punch to the gut. In that moment, I realized I had stumbled upon something far more sinister than anything I could have imagined on my peaceful hiking trip. My name's Alex, and I've always been an avid hiker. There's something about losing myself in nature that helps clear my head and puts life into perspective. So when I had a few days off work, I decided to tackle a new trail in the Cascade Mountains, one that promised solitude and breathtaking views. The first day of my hike was everything I'd hoped for. The trail was challenging but rewarding, winding through dense forests and opening up to stunning vistas of snow-capped peaks. I set up camp that night feeling accomplished and at peace, looking forward to what the next day would bring. I broke camp early the next morning, eager to cover more ground. The trail became less defined as I pushed deeper into the wilderness, but I wasn't worried. I had my GPS and plenty of experience navigating rough terrain. It was late afternoon when things took a turn. I had veered slightly off the main trail, following what looked like a game path in search of a good spot to set up camp for the night. That's when I saw it, a patch of ground that looked wrong. The earth was mounded up in an unnatural way, and there were withered flowers scattered on top. My curiosity overrode my caution. I approached the mound, my heart racing as I got closer. I noticed other details. A piece of fabric poking through the dirt, what looked horribly like strands of hair. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. This wasn't just a strange formation of earth. This was a grave, a fresh one, and it wasn't alone. As I looked around with new eyes, I could see other mounds scattered throughout the area, some older and more overgrown than others. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I had stumbled upon a dumping ground, a killer's graveyard. Panic surged through me. I needed to get out of there, to contact the authorities. But as I turned to leave, a twig snapped somewhere behind me. I froze, straining my ears. It could have been an animal, I told myself. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Moving as quietly as I could, I crept towards a large boulder, hoping to use it as cover. I had just ducked behind it when I heard footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps coming closer. "I know you're out there," a voice called out. It was a man's voice, deceptively calm and almost friendly. "No use hiding. Why don't you come out so we can talk?" I held my breath, pressing myself against the cold stone of the boulder. My mind was racing. Should I make a run for it? Try to reason with him? I had no weapon, nothing to defend myself with except my wits. "Come on now," the voice continued. "Closer now. I promise I won't hurt you. I just want to explain." Yeah, right. I'd seen enough crime shows to know how this would go. He'd try to lure me out to get me to trust him, and then I'd end up in one of those shallow graves. I peered around the edge of the boulder, trying to get a glimpse of my stalker. What I saw made my blood run cold. He was tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in hunting gear, and he was carrying a rifle. In that moment, I made a decision. I couldn't outrun a bullet, but maybe I could outsmart him. I grabbed a rock from the ground and threw it as hard as I could in the opposite direction. The sound of it crashing through the underbrush had the desired effect. The man whirled towards the noise, his rifle raised. "I see you," he shouted, starting to move away from me. I took my chance. I burst from my hiding spot and ran, not caring about the noise I was making. I could hear him cursing behind me, then the sound of pursuit. I ran like I'd never run before, crashing through undergrowth, leaping over fallen logs. Branches whipped at my face, leaving stinging cuts. But I didn't slow down. I could hear him behind me, getting closer. My lungs were burning. My legs felt like lead, but terror kept me going. I had no idea where I was running to, only that I needed to get away. Suddenly, the ground disappeared from under my feet. I tumbled down a steep embankment, rolling and bouncing painfully before coming to a stop at the bottom. For a moment, I lay there, dazed and winded. The sound of sliding rocks above me snapped me back to reality. He was coming down after me. Ignoring the pain radiating through my body, I forced myself to my feet and started running again. The forest was denser here, the undergrowth thicker. It slowed me down, but it would slow him down too. I pushed through, ignoring the thorns that tore at my clothes and skin. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning. But eventually, I burst out of the tree line and found myself on a road, an actual paved road. Hope surged through me. Where there was a road, there had to be people, civilization, safety. I turned in what I hoped was the direction of the nearest town and started running again. Every few seconds, I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see my pursuer emerging from the trees. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I saw headlights approaching. I waved my arms frantically, praying the driver would stop. The car, an old pickup truck, slowed to a stop beside me. An elderly man peered out at me, his face creased with concern. "You all right, miss?" he asked. "Hey, please," I gasped, fighting to catch my breath. "I need help. There's a man. He's after me. Please, can you take me to the police?" The old man's eyes widened, but he nodded, reaching over to unlock the passenger door. "Get in," he said. As we drove away, I kept looking back, half expecting to see the killer standing in the middle of the road, watching us drive away. But there was nothing but empty asphalt stretching behind us. The rest of the night was a blur of police statements and medical checks. I told them everything, about the graves, the chase, the terror of thinking I was going to die out there in the wilderness. They found the site I described, uncovering multiple bodies in various states of decomposition. It was Yaum, they told me, the work of a serial killer who had been active in the area for years. They never caught him, though. He vanished into the vast wilderness, leaving behind only his grisly handiwork and the nightmares of those who encountered him. I don't go hiking alone anymore. Can't bring myself to, not after what happened. The forest, once a place of peace and solitude for me, now feels full of hidden dangers. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the undergrowth sets my heart racing. But I haven't given up on nature entirely. These days, I stick to popular trails, always with a group, and I've become an advocate for hiker safety, sharing my story as a cautionary tale. Because the truth is, the wilderness can be dangerous in ways we don't always consider. It's not just the terrain or the wildlife we need to be wary of. Sometimes, the most dangerous predators out there are the ones that walk on two legs. I often think about that day, about how close I came to becoming just another victim, another body in a shallow grave. It's a sobering thought, but also a reminder of my own strength and resilience. I survived. I outsmarted a killer and lived to tell the tale. And while the experience left its scars, both physical and emotional, it also taught me something important. Life is precious, and every moment is a gift. I don't take anything for granted anymore. Each sunrise, each breath, each step on a trail, they're all reminders that I'm alive, that I made it out of those woods when others didn't. So I keep walking, keep exploring, always with one eye on the path ahead and the other watching my back, because you never know what's lurking just beyond the next bend in the trail. And sometimes, the most important survival skill isn't strength or speed, but the ability to trust your instincts and never, ever give up. As I finish telling my story to yet another group of wide-eyed hikers, I see the mix of fear and fascination in their faces. They'll be more careful now, more aware. And maybe, just maybe, that awareness will save a life someday. Because out there in the wilderness, where the beauty of nature meets the darkness of human nature, the line between life and death can be as thin as a snapped twig or a footprint in the dirt. And the difference between becoming a victim or a survivor often comes down to one thing: the will to keep fighting, no matter how dark the forest gets. The first time I heard the scratching in the walls, I dismissed it as mice. But as I reviewed the security footage that night, I realized we weren't dealing with rodents. Something much larger, and far more sinister, was living within the very bones of Oak Ridge Mall. My name's Carlos, and I've been the night security guard at Oak Ridge for the past 5 years. It's not a glamorous job, but it pays the bills and lets me work on my novels during the quiet hours. I know every nook and cranny of this place, from the CEO's corner office on the top floor to the musty supply closets in the basement, or at least, I thought I did. It was a Tuesday night, typically the quietest night of the week. I'd just finished my first round of the mall, making sure all the shops were locked up tight and no stragglers were hiding out, hoping to stage an after-hours heist. As I settled into my chair in the security office, a flicker of movement on one of the monitors caught my eye. I leaned in, squinting at the grainy black and white image. It showed the corridor outside the food court, normally deserted at this hour, but there, just at the edge of the frame, I saw something dart across the screen. It was too quick to make out clearly, but it seemed too big to be a rat. Frowning, I rewound the footage. There it was again, a dark shape, moving with unnatural speed. A chill ran down my spine as I realized it seemed to be emerging from a vent in the wall. I grabbed my flashlight and radio, heading out to investigate. The mall was eerily quiet, my footsteps echoing off the polished floors. As I approached the food court, I heard it, a soft scratching sound coming from inside the walls. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the vast space. "Is someone there?" The scratching stopped abruptly. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then, I heard something that made my blood run cold. A low, guttural growl, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding. Whatever was in there, it wasn't human. As I turned to hurry back to the security office, I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. Something was crawling along the ceiling, using the pipes and ducts for support. I ran. Back in the office, I locked the door behind me, my hands shaking as I picked up the phone to call the police. But as the dial tone hummed in my ear, I hesitated. What would I tell them? That I heard weird noises and saw shadows. They'd think I was crazy or drunk on the job. I spent the rest of the night glued to the security monitors, watching for any sign of the intruder. But aside from that one sighting, the mall remained still and quiet. When morning came and the first employees started trickling in, I was relieved to hand over my shift to the day guard. I didn't mention what I'd seen. After all, in the harsh light of day, it seemed absurd. I must have been imagining things, letting my writer's imagination run wild in the quiet of the night. But the next night, it happened again. This time, I caught clearer footage of the creature. It moved like a man, but there was something off about its proportions. Its arms seemed too long, its movements too fluid and quick. Over the next week, the sightings increased. I found evidence of its presence scattered throughout the mall. Claw marks on walls, strange stains that looked disturbingly like blood, personal items of employees gone missing. I tried to report it to my supervisor, but he brushed me off. "Probably just some homeless guy who found a way in," he said. "We'll beef up security, do some extra sweeps. Nothing to worry about." But I knew it was something more, something worse. I started doing research, spending my days off at the local library, digging through old newspapers and city records. What I found chilled me to the bone. Oak Ridge Mall was built on the site of an old asylum, one with a dark history of unethical experiments and patient abuse. The asylum had burned down in the 1960s, but rumors persisted that not all the patients had been accounted for. Armed with this knowledge, I approached my night shifts with a new sense of dread. I began to notice things I'd overlooked before, how certain walls seemed to vibrate slightly, as if something was moving within them, how the temperature would drop suddenly in specific areas of the mall. One night, about 2 weeks after my first sighting, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I armed myself with a crowbar from the maintenance closet and set out to explore the areas where I'd seen the most activity. The basement was my first stop. As I descended the stairs, the air grew thick and musty. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, illuminating rows of shelves stocked with cleaning supplies and old decorations. I moved slowly, every sense on high alert. The scratching sound was louder here, seeming to come from all around me. As I rounded a corner, my light fell on something that made my heart stop. There, In the far corner of the room was a hole in the wall. It looked like something had clawed its way through the drywall, leaving ragged edges and debris scattered on the floor. And leading away from the hole was a trail of dark azo viscous fluid. I approached cautiously, my grip tightening on the crowbar. The hole was bigger than I'd initially thought, easily large enough for a person to crawl through. As I peered inside, my flashlight revealed a network of tunnels stretching off into darkness. Suddenly, a face appeared in the hole, pale, gaunt, with eyes that reflected the light like an animal's. I stumbled back with a yell, swinging the crowbar wildly. The face disappeared as quickly as it had come, accompanied by a high-pitched shriek that set my teeth on edge. I ran, not stopping until I was back in the security office, the door locked firmly behind me. My hands shook as I picked up the phone, no longer caring if the police thought I was crazy. This had gone beyond strange noises and unexplained shadows. There was something living in the walls of Oak Ridge Mall, something that shouldn't exist. The police arrived within minutes, a whole squad of them with dogs and heavy-duty flashlights. They searched the mall from top to bottom, paying special attention to the basement and the network of tunnels I'd discovered. What they found was beyond anyone's worst nightmares. The tunnels extended far beyond the mall's foundation, creating a vast underground labyrinth. And living within this maze were people, or what used to be people. They were the descendants of patients from the old asylum, generations of them living and breeding in the darkness. Years of isolation and inbreeding had turned them into something no longer fully human. They were pale, malformed creatures with oversized eyes and elongated limbs, perfectly adapted to life in the tunnels. The story exploded in the media. Oak Ridge Mall was shut down indefinitely, becoming the center of a massive investigation. Experts from all fields, anthropologists, biologists, psychologists, were brought in to study the tunnel dwellers. As for me, I gave countless interviews, retelling my experiences to wide-eyed reporters. My novel, based on the events at Oak Ridge, became an overnight bestseller. I never worked as a security guard again. Years have passed, but I still have nightmares about those nights at Oak Ridge. The scratching in the walls, the reflecting eyes in the darkness, the face in the hole. These images are burned into my memory. The tunnel dwellers were relocated, given medical treatment and attempts at rehabilitation. The mall was eventually demolished, the ground salted and sanctified by no less than 3 different religious leaders. But sometimes, late at night, I lie awake wondering, did they find all of the tunnel dwellers? Or are there still some out there, burrowing through the walls of other buildings, watching and waiting in the darkness? And I realize that sometimes the most terrifying monsters aren't the ones in our imagination, but the ones created by human cruelty and neglect, the ones that live in the shadows of our society, in the spaces we forget to look. So the next time you're alone in a big and empty building, and you hear a strange noise echoing through the walls, remember my story. And whatever you do, don't investigate. Some things are better left in the dark. The moment I saw the message on Timmy's tablet, my blood ran cold. Remember, Timmy, this is our secret. Don't tell your parents or your babysitter. I can't wait to meet you in person. It'll be so much fun. I'll be coming to see you very soon, maybe even tonight. In that instant, I realized this ordinary suburban home had become the stage for a terrifying game of cat and mouse. My name's Amy, and I've been babysitting for the Johnsons for about 6 months now. They're good people with a sweet kid, and the gig helps pay for my college textbooks. It was supposed to be just another Friday night job, but it turned into the most horrifying experience of my life. The evening had started normally enough. I arrived at 7 p.m., just as Mr. and Mrs. Johnson were heading out for their date night. Timmy, their 8-year-old son, was already in his pajamas, eager to show me his latest Lego creation. "Now, Amy," Mrs. Johnson said as she put on her earrings. "Timmy's allowed 1 hour of tablet time before bed. The parental controls are on, so he should only be able to access his games and approved websites." I nodded, having heard this spiel before. No worries, Mrs. Johnson. We'll be fine. If only I'd known how wrong I was. After the Johnsons left, Timmy and I had dinner. He chatted excitedly about school and his friends, and I listened with half an ear, smiling and nodding at the right moments. Around 8 p.m., I handed him his tablet for his allotted screen time. "Remember, just 1 hour, buddy," I said. "Then it's bedtime." Timmy nodded, already engrossed in whatever game he was playing. I settled onto the couch with my own phone, scrolling through social media and texting friends. At 9 p.m., I told Timmy it was time for bed. He grumbled a bit but handed over the tablet without too much fuss. As I tucked him in, he seemed a little quieter than usual. "Everything okay, Timmy?" I asked. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Amy, is it okay to have secret friends?" Something about the way he said it made me uneasy. "What do you mean by secret friends, Timmy?" He shrugged, not meeting my eyes. "Just someone I talk to sometimes, but it's a secret." Alarm bells started ringing in my head. "Timmy, who is this secret friend? How do you talk to them?" But Timmy had clammed up. He rolled over, pulling the covers up to his chin. "Never mind. Good night, Amy." I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. Should I press him for more information? Call his parents? In the end, I decided to check the tablet first. Maybe I was overreacting. Back in the living room, I unlocked the tablet. At first glance, everything seemed normal, just the usual games and child-friendly apps. But then I noticed an app I didn't recognize. It looked like a harmless puzzle game, with a colorful icon of interlocking blocks. When I opened it, my heart dropped. It wasn't a game at all, but a messaging app. And there, in the chat history, was the conversation that made my skin crawl. The messages were from someone calling themselves Game Master Mike. At first, they seemed innocent enough, talking about games in school. But as I scrolled, the tone changed. And then I saw it. The message about meeting in person. Tonight. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped the tablet. This wasn't just some online predator grooming a child from afar. This, Mike, was planning to come here tonight. I grabbed my phone, ready to call the police, when a message popped up on the screen. It was from an unknown number. "Hello, Amy. Timmy's asleep now, isn't he? Why don't you let me in so we can surprise him?" Terror washed over me in an icy wave. He was here, outside the house, watching. I ran to the windows, making sure they were all locked. I could see nothing but darkness outside, but I felt exposed, vulnerable. I quickly drew all the curtains. My mind was racing. I needed to call the police, but what if he heard me? What if he decided to break in before help could arrive? Another message pinged on my phone. "Come on, Amy, don't be rude, I've come all this way." I muted my phone, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I had to protect Timmy. I had to think. I crept upstairs, wincing at every creak of the floorboards. Timmy was still asleep, blissfully unaware of the danger. I gently shook him awake. "Timmy," I whispered, trying to keep my voice calm. "We need to play a game. It's called hide and seek, but we have to be very, very quiet, okay?" Timmy nodded, still half asleep. I led him to his parents' room, to the walk-in closet I knew was there. "You hide in here," I said, pushing aside hanging clothes to reveal a small space at the back. "Don't come out until I come get you, no matter what you hear, okay? It's very important." Timmy nodded again, his eyes wide. He could sense my fear, I think, even if he didn't understand it. I closed the closet door, then the bedroom door, hoping it would be enough to keep him safe. Back downstairs, I grabbed the largest knife from the kitchen. It felt awkward and heavy in my hand, but it was better than nothing. Another message on my phone. "I'm getting impatient, Amy. Maybe I'll just let myself in." I heard a noise from the back of the house, the sound of the patio door sliding open. He was inside. I pressed myself against the wall next to the kitchen doorway, knife raised, barely daring to breathe. I could hear footsteps. slow and deliberate, moving through the house. "Timmy," a man's voice called softly. "It's me, Game Master Mike. I've come to play." The footsteps were getting closer. I could see a shadow approaching the kitchen doorway. In that moment, time seemed to slow down. I saw a hand appear around the door frame, then an arm, then a shoulder. Without thinking, I swung the knife. There was a yell of pain and surprise. The man stumbled back, clutching his arm where I'd slashed him. He was tall, heavy-set, with a scraggly beard and wild eyes, nothing like the friendly persona he'd created online. "You little," he snarled, lunging at me. I dodged, but he was faster than I expected. He grabbed my wrist, squeezing until I dropped the knife. It clattered to the floor. We grappled, his strength overwhelming me. He slammed me against the wall, knocking the wind out of me. His hand found my throat, squeezing. "Where is he?" he growled. "Where's Timmy?" I clawed at his hand, gasping for air. Black spots were dancing at the edges of my vision. This was it, I thought. I was going to die. Then, through the roaring in my ears, I heard the most beautiful sound in the world, police sirens. The man's grip loosened in surprise, and I took my chance. I brought my knee up hard, catching him in the groin. He doubled over with a grunt of pain, and I shoved past him. I ran for the front door, yanking it open just as a police car screeched to a halt in the driveway. "Help!" I screamed. "He's inside!" The next few minutes were a blur. Police officers swarmed the house. The man, whose real name I later learned was Gerald Hoffman, was tackled trying to escape through the back door. Timmy was found safe in the closet, scared but unharmed. As I sat in the back of an ambulance, answering a detective's questions, I watched them lead Hoffman away in handcuffs. He caught my eye as they put him in the police car, and the look he gave me was pure hatred. I shuddered, knowing that if the police hadn't arrived when they did, things could have ended very differently. It turned out that one of the neighbors had seen a strange man lurking around the house and called the police. I've never been so grateful for nosy neighbors in my life. The Johnsons arrived home to a scene of chaos, police cars, an ambulance, their house a crime scene. They were horrified by what had almost happened, and incredibly grateful that I had protected Timmy. In the days that followed, as the story hit the local news, I was hailed as a hero, but I didn't feel like one. I felt scared, violated, and angry. Angry at Hoffman for preying on an innocent child. Angry at myself for not realizing sooner what was happening. Angry at the world for being a place where such monsters exist. I don't babysit anymore. The trauma of that night left scars that are still healing. But I did start volunteering for an organization that teaches kids about online safety. If I can prevent even one child from going through what Timmy almost did, maybe some good can come from that terrifying night. Every time I pass the Johnsons' outhouse, I remember the fear, the adrenaline, the moment I thought it was all over. But I also remember that I survived, that I protected Timmy. And I know that no matter how dark the world can be, there's always hope as long as there are people willing to stand up to the darkness. So if you're ever in a situation where something feels off, where your instincts are screaming that something's wrong, listen to them. Don't be afraid to ask questions, to dig deeper, to call for help. Because sometimes, you might be the only thing standing between a predator and their prey. And in those moments, your courage could save a life. The crack of a twig snapping underfoot echoed through the forest, freezing us in our tracks. We'd come to these woods for a peaceful camping trip, but in that moment, I realized we'd stumbled into a deadly game of cat and mouse. The hunters had become the hunted, and our fight for survival was about to begin. My name's Sarah, and I've always loved the great outdoors. So when my boyfriend Tom suggested a weekend camping trip deep in the Ozark National Forest, I jumped at the chance. We'd been planning this getaway for months, poring over maps and plotting the perfect route to take us far from the usual tourist trails. We set out early on a crisp Friday morning. our backpacks loaded with supplies and our hearts full of excitement. The first day was everything we'd hoped for: challenging hikes through pristine wilderness, breathtaking views, and the kind of solitude you can only find miles away from civilization. As the sun began to set, we found the perfect spot to make camp, a small clearing near a babbling brook, sheltered by towering pines. We set up our tent, built a fire, and sat down to enjoy a simple dinner of trail mix and dehydrated camping meals. "This is perfect," Tom said, his face glowing in the firelight. "Just us and nature. No cell phones, no internet, no distractions." I nodded, taking in the peacefulness of our surroundings. The stars were starting to come out, brighter than I'd ever seen them in the city. It was magical. We were just about to turn in for the night when we heard it, voices carried on the wind. At first, I thought it might be other campers, but something about the tone made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Tom must have sensed it too. "Stay here," he whispered, grabbing our flashlight. "I'm going to check it out." I wanted to protest, to tell him we should both go or neither of us should, but before I could say anything, he disappeared into the darkness. Minutes ticked by, each one feeling like an eternity. The voices grew louder, then suddenly cut off. The silence that followed was deafening. Just as I was about to go looking for Tom, he burst back into our campsite, his face pale with fear. "We need to go," he said, already starting to break down the tent. "Now." "What? Why? What did you see?" I asked, my heart racing. Tom's hands were shaking as he stuffed our sleeping bags into their sacks. "Poachers," he said. "At least 3 of them. They've got guns, Sarah, big ones. And they didn't look like the type to ask questions first." My blood ran cold. Poaching was a problem in these parts, but I'd never thought we'd actually run into any. "Did they see you?" I asked, helping Tom pack up our gear as quietly as possible. He shook his head. "I don't think so, but they're close. Too close. We need to get out of here." We doused our fire and shouldered our packs. Tom took one last look at our GPS before stowing it away. "There's a ranger station about 10 miles north of here," he said. "If we push hard, we can make it by morning." With only the dim light of the moon to guide us, we set off into the forest. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every rustle of leaves a potential enemy. We moved as quickly and quietly as we could, but in the darkness, it was slow going. We'd been walking for maybe an hour when we heard it, the unmistakable sound of voices and heavy footsteps behind us. The poachers had found our campsite, and now they were on our trail. "Run," Tom whispered, grabbing my hand. We took off, no longer caring about stealth. Branches whipped at our faces as we crashed through the underbrush. I could hear the men behind us, their voices angry and getting closer. Suddenly, the ground disappeared from under my feet. Tom and I tumbled down a steep embankment, landing hard at the bottom. Pain shot through my ankle as I tried to stand. "I think it's sprained," I gasped, leaning heavily on Tom. He looked back up the slope, his face grim. "We can't outrun them now. We need to hide." Tom helped me limp to a dense thicket of bushes. We crawled inside, pulling our dark-colored packs in after us. I bit my lip to keep from crying out as Tom gently examined my ankle in the dim light. "It's swollen," he whispered, "but I don't think it's broken. We'll need to wrap it once we're safe." The voices were getting closer. I held my breath as flashlight beams swept the area where we'd fallen. "They've got to be around here somewhere," one of the men growled. "Find them. We can't let them report us." My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they'd hear it. Tom's arm tightened around me, and I buried my face in his chest, afraid even my breath might give us away. The poachers searched for what felt like hours, their lights probing every shadow, their voices growing more frustrated by the minute. Finally, they moved on, the sound of their footsteps fading into the distance. We waited until we couldn't hear them at all before daring to move. Tom helped me out of the thicket, his face etched with worry in the pre-dawn light. "We need to keep moving," he said. "They'll be back once the sun's up." Using a branch as a makeshift crutch, I hobbled along as Tom led the way. We stuck to the densest parts of the forest, using every bit of cover we could find. Every snapping twig, every bird call made us freeze, certain we were about to be discovered. As the sun rose, painting the forest in shades of gold and green, we heard the poachers again. They were spread out now, sweeping the area in a systematic search. We were running out of places to hide. "There," Tom whispered, pointing to a rocky outcropping ahead. "If we can make it up there, we might be able to see the ranger station." It was a difficult climb, made worse by my injured ankle. Tom practically carried me the last few yards, but when we reached the top, the view took my breath away. Miles of unbroken forest stretched out before us, and there, in the distance, was a plume of smoke rising above the trees. "That has to be it," I said, hope surging through me for the first time since this nightmare began. But our elation was short-lived. A shout from below told us we'd been spotted. The poachers were coming, and we were trapped. "We'll have to climb down the other side," Tom said, his voice tight with tension. "It's steep, but it's our only chance." The descent was terrifying. Loose rocks slid under our feet, and more than once I thought we were going to fall. But somehow, we made it to the bottom. We could hear the poachers cursing as they tried to follow us down. It bought us precious time, but we knew it wouldn't be long before they caught up. The ranger station seemed to get no closer no matter how fast we moved. My ankle was on fire, each step sending jolts of pain up my leg, but the sound of pursuit kept me going. We burst out of the tree line into a small clearing. The ranger station stood before us, a simple wooden structure that looked like salvation. "Help!" Tom shouted, pounding on the door. "Please, someone help us!" For a heart-stopping moment, there was no response. Then the door flew open, revealing a startled-looking ranger. "What in the world?" he began, but Tom cut him off. "Poachers," he gasped. "They're right behind us. They've got guns." The ranger's expression hardened. He ushered us inside and locked the door, then grabbed a rifle from a rack on the wall. "Stay here," he said, moving to the window. "I've called for backup, but it'll take time for them to get here." The next few minutes were tense. We could hear the poachers approaching, their voices raised in anger as they realized where we'd gone. The ranger stood his ground, ordering them to drop their weapons. For a moment, I thought there would be a shootout. But faced with an armed official, the poachers' nerve broke. They fled back into the forest, just as the sound of approaching vehicles echoed through the trees. The aftermath was a blur of police statements and medical attention for my ankle. The poachers were caught a few days later, trying to flee the state. Tom and I never did finish our camping trip, but in a way, we got more adventure than we'd bargained for. We saw firsthand the dark side of nature, not the animals or the elements, but the human predators who exploit the wilderness for their own gain. We still go camping, but now we're more cautious. We know that even in the most beautiful places, danger can lurk. But we also know that we're stronger together, that we can face whatever comes our way. And sometimes, when we're sitting around a campfire under the stars, we remember that night, not with fear, but with a sense of pride. We survived. We protected each other. And in doing so, we found a strength in ourselves we never knew we had. So if you ever find yourself in the wilderness, remember, the beauty of nature is awe-inspiring, but it's also unforgiving. Be prepared, be aware, and above all, trust your instincts. Because sometimes, the line between a peaceful retreat and a fight for survival is as thin as a snapped twig in the forest. The first sign of trouble was the sputtering of my car's engine, a sound that sent a chill down my spine on that desolate stretch of highway. As the vehicle lurched to a stop, I had no idea that this breakdown would be the beginning of a nightmarish encounter that would test my will to survive. Sometimes the most terrifying monsters aren't the ones in our imagination. but the ones masquerading as good Samaritans. My name is Emily, and I've always prided myself on being independent and resourceful. But on that fateful night, those qualities would be pushed to their limits. I was on my way back from a job interview in the next state over. It was a long drive, but I was riding the high of what I felt was a successful meeting. The sun had set hours ago, and the highway had thinned out to just the occasional passing truck. I was tired, but determined to make it home. That's when my trusty old sedan decided it had had enough. The engine made a horrible grinding noise, and despite my pleading and cajoling, the car rolled to a stop on the shoulder of the road. No, 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 I muttered, turning the key in the ignition repeatedly. Nothing. Not even a sputter. I sat there for a moment, trying to calm my racing heart. I was in the middle of nowhere, my cell phone showing no bars of service. The moonless night seemed to press in on all sides. The darkness beyond my headlights, absolute. Taking a deep breath, I popped the hood and got out of the car. I didn't know much about engines, but I hoped it might be something simple, something I could fix. As soon as I lifted the hood, I knew it was hopeless. The engine was a maze of pipes and wires that meant nothing to me. I was just about to close the hood when I saw headlights approaching in the distance. Relief washed over me. Maybe they would stop and help, or at least let me use their phone. The vehicle, an old pickup truck, slowed as it neared me. It pulled over and a man got out. In the glow of my headlights, I could see he was middle-aged, with a weathered face and calloused hands. He wore worn jeans and a flannel shirt, looking every bit the part of a local farmer or rancher. "Car trouble," he called out, walking towards me. "Yeah," I replied, trying to keep the nervousness out of my voice. It just died on me. "I don't suppose you know anything about engines?" He chuckled. "I might know a thing or two. Mind if I take a look?" I stepped aside, allowing him to peer into the engine compartment. He poked around for a few minutes, making thoughtful noises. "Well, looks like your timing belt's shot," he finally said. "Not something we can fix out here, I'm afraid." My heart sank. "I don't suppose you have a cell phone I could borrow? Mine's not getting any service out here." He shook his head. "Sorry, don't believe in those things. But tell you what, I can give you a ride to the nearest town. There's a mechanic there who could help you out." I hesitated. Every instinct was screaming at me not to get into a car with a stranger, especially out here in the middle of nowhere. But what choice did I have? I couldn't stay here all night. And who knew when another car might come along? "That would be great," I heard myself say. "Thank you." He smiled. But something about it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Happy to help. Name's Tom, by the way." "Emily," I replied, grabbing my purse from my car. As we drove, Tom kept up a steady stream of small talk. He asked about where I was from, where I was headed. I answered vaguely, not wanting to give away too much information. Something about him was making me increasingly uneasy, though I couldn't put my finger on why. We had been driving for about 20 minutes when I realized something was wrong. We should have reached a town by now, or at least seen some signs of civilization, but there was nothing but darkness outside the windows. How much further is it to town?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. Tom glanced at me, and this time there was no mistaking the coldness in his eyes. "Oh, we're not going to town, Emily." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean? Where are we going?" He didn't answer, just pressed down harder on the accelerator. The truck picked up speed, eating up the empty road ahead. Panic surged through me. I reached for the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. Child locks, I realized with horror. "Please," I said, my voice shaking. "Just let me out. I won't tell anyone, I swear." Tom laughed, a harsh sound that made my skin crawl. "Oh, I know you won't tell anyone. No one ever does." The implication of his words hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't the first time he had done this. How many other stranded motorists had he picked up, promising help, only to... I couldn't even finish the thought. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out. I could try to grab the wheel, force us off the road, but at this speed, that would likely kill us both. I could try to reason with him, appeal to his humanity, but the cold gleam in his eyes told me that was a lost cause. As we sped through the night, Tom started talking again, but this time his words chilled me to the bone. "You know, Emily," he said, his tone conversational as if we were discussing the weather, "you really shouldn't trust strangers. Bad things happen to girls who aren't careful. But don't worry, it'll all be over soon." I felt tears welling up in my eyes, but I forced them back. I refused to give him the satisfaction of seeing me cry. Suddenly, an idea struck me. It was risky, potentially fatal, but it was the only chance I had. I started coughing violently, doubling over in my seat. "What the hell?" Tom said, glancing over at me. I continued coughing, making choking noises. "Can't breathe," I gasped out. Tom looked uncertain for the first time. "Hey, cut that out," he said, but I could hear a note of concern in his voice. I slumped in my seat, my coughs turning to wheezes. I closed my eyes, letting my body go limp. Tom muttered a curse. The truck began to slow down. I felt the vehicle pull over to the side of the road. Tom put it in park and leaned over me. "Hey, wake up," he said, shaking my shoulder roughly. This was my chance. My eyes snapped open, and I drove my elbow into his face with all the strength I could muster. I felt his nose crunch under the impact, and he reeled back with a howl of pain. In his moment of distraction, I lunged for the keys in the ignition. I yanked them out and scrambled for the door, my fingers scrabbling at the lock. Tom recovered quickly, grabbing for me. His fingers tangled in my hair, yanking me back. I screamed more in rage than fear and twisted in his grip. My free hand found his eyes, and I dug my fingers in without mercy. He let go with a scream of agony, and I tumbled out of the truck onto the hard ground. Pain shot through my body, but adrenaline kept me moving. I staggered to my feet and ran. I could hear Tom behind me, cursing and stumbling in the darkness, but I had the advantage now. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and I was younger, faster. I ran like I had never run before, my lungs burning, my legs pumping. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away. The keys were still clutched in my hand, cutting into my palm. I don't know how long I ran. It could have been minutes or hours. Eventually, I couldn't hear Tom anymore, but I didn't slow down. The night was alive with noises, the rustle of wind through grass, the hoot of an owl, the scurrying of small animals. But to my terrified mind, every sound was Tom coming to finish what he had started. Just when I thought I couldn't take another step, I saw it. Lights in the distance. A town, or at least a gas station, civilization, safety. With a final burst of energy I didn't know I possessed, I sprinted towards the lights. As I got closer, I could make out the shape of a small gas station, a lone beacon in the darkness. I burst into the fluorescent-lit store, startling the sleepy-looking clerk behind the counter. "Please," I gasped out, "call the police. There's a man. He tried to..." I couldn't finish the sentence. The adrenaline that had kept me going suddenly drained away, leaving me shaky and weak. My legs gave out, and I sank to the floor, the events of the night finally catching up with me. The clerk, to his credit, didn't hesitate. He grabbed the phone and dialed 911 while keeping a wary eye on the door. The police arrived quickly, their flashing lights a welcome sight. I told them everything, describing Tom and his truck in as much detail as I could remember. They found him a few hours later, trying to fix his truck on the side of the road. The keys I had taken were the only copy he had. In his truck, they found evidence linking him to several unsolved disappearances in the area. As for me, I was lucky. Apart from some cuts and bruises, I was physically unharmed. The mental scars took longer to heal. For months after, I couldn't drive at night without breaking into a cold sweat. Every passing truck on the highway made my heart race. But I survived. I outsmarted a predator and lived to tell the tale. And if my story can serve as a warning to others, to trust their instincts and be cautious, then maybe some good can come from that terrifying night. I still drive that stretch of highway sometimes, and every time I pass the spot where my car broke down, I say a silent thank you to whatever force was looking out for me that night, and to the strength I found within myself when I needed it most. The moment I saw the ornate mask, something deep within me screamed danger. But surrounded by the laughter and music of the Halloween party, I pushed the feeling aside. If only I'd listened to that instinct, because as the night wore on, I realized those masks weren't just hiding faces, they were concealing murderous intentions. My name's Alex, and I've always loved Halloween. The costumes, the atmosphere, the way reality seems to bend just a little on that one magical night. So when my friend Jen invited me to an exclusive Halloween bash at some rich guy's mansion, I jumped at the chance. "It's gonna be epic," Jen had gushed over the phone. "This guy goes all out. And get this, it's a masquerade theme. Everyone has to wear a mask the whole night. Isn't that cool?" It did sound cool. Mysterious, even. I spent weeks putting together the perfect costume. A steampunk-inspired outfit complete with a bronze and leather mask that covered the top half of my face. The night of the party, Jen picked me up in her beat-up Corolla. As we drove out of the city, the houses got bigger and farther apart. Finally, we turned down a long, tree-lined driveway. Holy. I breathed as the mansion came into view. It was massive, all Gothic spires and gargoyles, like something out of a horror movie. Jack-o'-lanterns lined the steps, their flickering light casting eerie shadows. "Told you it was epic," Jen grinned, adjusting her feathered mask. Inside, the party was already in full swing. The foyer was packed with people in elaborate costumes, all wearing masks that ranged from simple dominoes to intricate full-face creations. Music pulsed from hidden speakers, and waiters in skeleton makeup circulated with trays of drinks and hors d'oeuvres. "Wow," I said, taking it all in. "Who did you say was throwing this party again?" Jen shrugged. "Friend of a friend. Come on, let's get a drink." We made our way to the bar, squeezing past a group of people in animal masks. As the bartender mixed our drinks, I felt a prickle on the back of my neck. I turned to see a tall figure in a red cloak and a white beaked mask, like something a plague doctor would wear, staring at me. At least, I thought they were staring. It was hard to tell with the mask. "Creepy costume," I muttered to Jen. She followed my gaze. "Oh yeah, I've seen a few of those around. I think they're part of the staff or something. Really adds to the atmosphere, right?" I nodded, but couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. As the night went on, I started to notice more of the red-cloaked figures. They never spoke, never danced. They just watched. Every time I spotted one, that feeling of unease grew stronger. I was just about to suggest to Jen that we leave when the music suddenly cut out. The crowd fell silent as a man in an ornate golden mask stepped onto a small stage at one end of the room. "Welcome, honored guests," he said, his voice smooth and cultured. "I hope you're enjoying the festivities, but now, it's time for the main event." A murmur ran through the crowd. This hadn't been mentioned on the invitation. "As you may have noticed," the man continued, "some of our guests are wearing rather special masks." He gestured to one of the red-cloaked figures. "These individuals have been chosen for a very important role in tonight's entertainment." The man clapped his hands, and suddenly the red-cloaked figures were moving. They converged on the crowd, grabbing people seemingly at random. I watched in horror as they dragged struggling partygoers towards the exits. "What the hell?" Jen gasped beside me. Before I could respond, I felt a hand clamp down on my arm. I turned to see one of the red-cloaked figures looming over me. "No!" I yelled, trying to pull away. But their grip was like iron. All around, chaos had erupted. People were screaming, running, trying to fight off the masked assailants. But there were too many of them, and they moved with a cold efficiency that spoke of planning and practice. I lost sight of Jen in the mayhem. The figure in the red cloak was dragging me towards a door I hadn't noticed before, half hidden behind a tapestry. I fought every step of the way, but it was useless. As we neared the door, I heard the man in the golden mask speak again, his voice cutting through the panic. "Don't be afraid," he said, sounding almost amused. "Think of it as a game, a very high-stakes game of hide-and-seek. If you can evade our hunters until dawn, you win your freedom. If not, well, let's just say the consequences will be rather permanent." My blood ran cold as the implications of his words sank in. This wasn't a party. It was a hunt, and we were the prey. The red-cloaked figure shoved me through the door. I stumbled, nearly falling down a narrow flight of stairs. When I looked back, the door had already slammed shut. I was in some kind of cellar, dimly lit by flickering torches. Other partygoers were there too, all looking as terrified as I felt. Some were crying. Others were pounding on the door we'd come through. "We have to get out of here," someone said, their voice shaking. "But how?" Another responded. "They'll be guarding the exits." As if in answer, a section of the far wall ground open, revealing a dark passageway. "Your hunt begins now," the golden masked man's voice echoed from hidden speakers. "You have until dawn. Good luck." For a moment, no one moved. Then, as if a spell had been broken, everyone rushed for the passage. I hesitated, wondering if it was a trap. But what choice did I have? I plunged into the darkness, the sounds of panicked breathing and hurried footsteps all around me. The passage twisted and turned, sometimes splitting into multiple routes. I tried to keep track of where I was going, but it was hopeless. This place was a maze. After what felt like hours of wandering, I found myself in a large circular room. Passages led off in all directions, and in the center stood a fountain, dry and covered in cobwebs. I wasn't alone. A handful of other partygoers were there, all looking as lost and scared as I felt. One of them, a guy in a wolf mask, was examining the fountain. "I think I figured it out," he said as I approached. "This place, it's not just a basement, it's a whole network of tunnels and rooms, like a mini-city under the mansion." "But why?" A woman in a butterfly mask asked. "Why go to all this trouble?" Before anyone could answer, we heard it. Footsteps coming from one of the passages, and with them, a sound that made my blood run cold. The soft metallic scrape of a blade being drawn. "Run!" someone yelled, and we scattered, each diving for a different passage. I ran blindly, my heart pounding in my ears. Behind me, I could hear screams echoing through the tunnels. I wanted to help, but the instinct for survival overrode everything else. I don't know how long I ran or how many twists and turns I took. Eventually, I found myself in a small dead-end room. There was nowhere else to go. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. I had to think. I looked around the room, desperate for anything that might help. That's when I noticed it. A small grate near the floor, just big enough for a person to squeeze through. I didn't hesitate. I pried the grate open and crawled inside. It was a tight fit, and the metal was cold against my skin, but I didn't care. Anything was better than being caught by those masked killers. I crawled through the duct for what felt like miles, every sound making me freeze in terror. Finally, I saw light ahead. I emerged into what looked like a garage, filled with expensive cars, and there, like a beacon of hope, was a door marked Exit. I ran for it, half expecting it to be locked, but it opened easily. And suddenly I was outside, the cool night air hitting my face. I didn't stop running until I reached the main road. Only then did I allow myself to collapse, gulping in great lungfuls of air. I had escaped. But as police sirens began to wail in the distance, I thought of all those still trapped in that underground maze. How many of them would see the dawn? The aftermath was a blur of police statements and news reports. The man behind it all, a wealthy recluse with a twisted sense of entertainment, was arrested. But many of his hunters were never caught. They never found Jen, or many of the others who went missing that night. The tunnels under the mansion went on for miles, they said. Some bodies might never be recovered. I still have nightmares about that night. About masks hiding in human eyes. About running through endless dark tunnels. But mostly, I dream about the ones I left behind. And I wonder, if I'd been braver, could I have saved them? Halloween isn't fun for me anymore, because now I know that sometimes the monsters aren't just people in costumes. Sometimes, they're all too real, and sometimes, they win. But I also know that survival isn't just about outrunning the monster. It's about outsmarting it, about finding strength you never knew you had. And most importantly, it's about never giving up, even when the odds seem impossible. So if you ever find yourself at a party that seems too good to be true, trust your instincts. And remember, sometimes the scariest monsters are the ones hiding behind the most beautiful masks. The neon sign flickered ominously as I pulled into the parking lot of the Starlight Motel. Little did I know that checking in for the night would be the beginning of a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. Sometimes the most terrifying monsters aren't supernatural beings, but the seemingly ordinary people we encounter in our daily lives. My name's Sarah, and I've always been a bit of a restless soul. I was on a cross-country road trip, trying to find myself or whatever it is that people say they're doing when they don't know what to do with their lives. It was late. I was exhausted, and the Starlight Motel was the first place I'd seen in miles that looked like it might have a vacant room. The parking lot was nearly empty, just a couple of beat-up trucks and my own dusty sedan. As I killed the engine, I noticed a curtain twitching in the office window. Someone had been watching me pull in. The office bell jangled as I pushed open the door. Behind the counter stood a man who looked like he'd been carved from granite, all hard angles and cold eyes. His name tag read, Earl. "Need a room?" I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Earl's eyes roamed over me in a way that made my skin crawl. "Just you?" he asked, his voice raspy like he'd swallowed gravel. I nodded, suddenly wishing I wasn't alone. "Got a single on the end, $30. Cash only." As I counted out the bills, I could feel Earl's eyes on me. When I looked up, he was smiling. It wasn't a pleasant smile. "Enjoy your stay," he said, handing me a key attached to a plastic fob shaped like a star. My room was at the far end of the motel, away from the office and the other occupied rooms. As I unlocked the door, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The room was about what you'd expect for $30 a night. A sagging double bed, a TV that looked older than me, and a bathroom that had seen better days. But it was a place to sleep, and that's all I needed. I was just about to collapse onto the bed when I noticed something odd. There was a small hole in the wall, about eye level, partially hidden behind a tacky landscape painting. I peered closer. It looked like it went right through to the next room. A chill ran down my spine. I quickly covered the hole with the painting, trying to convince myself it was just damage from a previous guest. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Every creak and groan of the old building had me on edge, and I couldn't shake the feeling that there were eyes on me, even though I'd covered the hole. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke with a start in the early hours of the morning. Something had woken me, but I wasn't sure what. Then I heard it. A soft scratching sound coming from the wall. My heart began to race. I lay there, hardly daring to breathe, straining my ears in the darkness. The scratching continued, sometimes stopping for a few seconds before starting again. Suddenly, a shaft of light appeared on the wall. The painting was moving. I watched, paralyzed with fear, as the painting slowly shifted to one side. The hole in the wall was exposed, and pressed against it was an eye. I must have made a sound, a gasp or a whimper, because the eye suddenly widened, then disappeared. I heard hurried footsteps moving away. That got me moving. I leapt out of bed, throwing on my clothes and shoving my belongings into my bag. I had to get out of there. As I burst out of my room, I nearly collided with someone. It was Earl, standing right outside my door. "Everything all right, miss?" he asked, his voice far too calm for someone who'd just been caught peeping. "I'm leaving," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Now." Earl's face hardened. "Now, don't be hasty. It's the middle of the night. Not safe for a young woman to be driving alone." He took a step towards me, and I noticed for the first time how big he was, how he seemed to block out the light from the parking lot. "Stay away from me," I warned, fumbling in my bag for my car keys. That's when I saw the glint of metal in his hand. A knife. "Can't let you leave, miss," Earl said, his voice almost regretful. "You've seen too much." I didn't think. I just reacted. I swung my bag at his face with all my strength. He staggered back, momentarily stunned, and I ran. I could hear him behind me, his heavy footsteps pounding on the concrete. I reached my car, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. Just as I wrenched the door open, a hand grabbed my shoulder, spinning me around. Earl loomed over me, his face twisted with rage. "You shouldn't have done that," he growled. I saw the knife coming towards me and did the only thing I could think of. I brought my knee up hard, right between his legs. Earl doubled over with a grunt of pain, the knife clattering to the ground. I shoved him as hard as I could, sending him sprawling, and dove into my car. The engine roared to life, and I floored it, tires squealing as I peeled out of the parking lot. In my rearview mirror, I could see Earl staggering to his feet, growing smaller as I sped away. I drove for hours, my heart pounding, jumping at every set of headlights I saw. It wasn't until the sun started to rise that I finally felt safe enough to pull over at a busy truck stop. My hands were shaking as I picked up my phone to call the police. I told them everything, about the hole in the wall, Earl's behavior, the knife. They took my statement and assured me they'd investigate. As it turned out, I wasn't the first person to have a terrifying experience at the Starlight Motel. The police investigation uncovered a history of missing persons cases linked to the motel going back years. They found evidence that Earl had been spying on guests through holes in the walls, choosing his victims carefully, those he thought wouldn't be missed. Solo travelers, runaways, people down on their luck. In the end, they arrested Earl and his wife, who had been his accomplice. The full extent of their crimes was never made public, but the rumors were horrifying. I gave more statements, testified at the trial. It was a long and draining process, but I was determined to see justice done, not just for me, but for all of Earl's victims who couldn't speak for themselves. It's been years since that night at the Starlight Motel, but I still have nightmares sometimes. I see Earl's cold eyes, feel the terror of being hunted. I can't stay in motels anymore. The sight of those identical doors, those neon vacancy signs, it all brings it rushing back. But I've grown stronger too. I've learned to trust my instincts, to listen to that little voice that says something isn't right. And I've learned that sometimes the most ordinary looking places and people can hide the darkest secrets. I still travel, still explore. But now I do it with my eyes wide open, always aware that danger can lurk in the most unexpected places. And every time I pass a rundown motel on a lonely stretch of highway, I say a silent prayer for those who might be trapped inside, fighting battles that no one knows about. Because the truth is, you never really know what's happening behind closed doors, or who might be watching from the other side of the wall. The monsters aren't always obvious. Sometimes they're hiding behind a friendly smile and a name tag, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. So if you ever find yourself checking into a motel late at night and something doesn't feel quite right, listen to that feeling. It might just save your life. And remember, the most important thing isn't just surviving. It's making sure that those who prey on the vulnerable are brought to justice. As for me, I've turned my experience into something positive. I work with organizations that help victims of violent crimes, sharing my story and offering support to those who've been through similar ordeals. It's not always easy, reliving that night over and over. But if it helps even one person escape a dangerous situation or find the strength to seek justice, then it's worth it. Because in the end, that's how we defeat the monsters. Not just by running away, but by standing up, speaking out, and shining a light into the darkest corners of our world. And maybe, just maybe, by doing so, we can make those dark places a little less scary for everyone. The first scratch in the wall was so faint I almost missed it, but as I traced my fingers over the rough surface, a chill ran down my spine. Something was in the wall of this old cabin, something alive and moving. And as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the room, I realized with growing horror that I was trapped here with whatever it was. My name's Daniel, and I've always been a bit of a loner. So when I inherited my great-uncle's cabin in the woods, it seemed like the perfect opportunity for some peace and quiet. I'd been feeling burnt out from my job in the city, and the idea of spending a few weeks surrounded by nature was incredibly appealing. The cabin was exactly as I remembered it from childhood visits, a small, rustic structure nestled in a clearing miles from the nearest neighbor. As I pulled up in my rental car, a wave of nostalgia washed over me. I could almost smell Great Uncle Frank's pipe tobacco and hear his deep, rumbling laugh. The first few days were blissful. I hiked during the day, marveling at the lush forest and crystal-clear streams. In the evenings, I'd sit on the porch with a book, listening to the chorus of crickets and watching the fireflies dance in the gathering darkness. It was on the fourth night that I first heard it, a soft, scratching sound coming from inside the walls. At first, I dismissed it as mice. The cabin was old, after all, and it wasn't surprising that some critters might have made their home in it. But as I lay in bed that night, the scratching grew louder, more insistent. It seemed to be moving, traveling from one wall to another. This was no mouse. The next morning, I examined the walls carefully. That's when I found the first scratch marks, long, deep gouges in the wooden panels. They were too big to be from any rodent I knew of. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a raccoon that had somehow gotten into the walls. But deep down, I knew that didn't fit. The scratches were too deliberate, too purposeful. As the day wore on, I found myself jumping at every creak and groan of the old cabin. The scratching had stopped, but the silence felt oppressive, like the calm before a storm. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, every nerve on high alert, waiting for the sound to start again. When it did, it was different. Not just scratching now, but a soft thudding, like something heavy moving through the walls. I got up, grabbing a flashlight from the bedside table. My hands were shaking as I shone the beam along the walls. The scratching seemed to be coming from behind the old fireplace. As I approached, the noise stopped abruptly. I stood there, heart pounding, straining my ears in the silence. Then I heard it, a sound that made my blood run cold, a low, guttural growl coming from inside the wall. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight. This was no animal, at least no animal I'd ever encountered. I spent the rest of the night huddled on the couch, jumping at every sound. As soon as the first light of dawn broke, I was in my car, driving towards town. The local diner was just opening when I arrived. I must have looked a sight, pale, disheveled, with dark circles under my eyes. The waitress, a kindly older woman named Betty, took one look at me and brought over a strong cup of coffee. "You all right, honey?" she asked, concern etched on her face. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I laughed nervously. "Not a ghost," I said, "but something. I'm staying at my uncle's old cabin and there's something in the walls." Betty's expression changed, a flicker of, was that fear, crossing her face? Frank's old place, she asked. Up on Willow Creek Road. I nodded, surprised. You knew my uncle? She sighed, glancing around the empty diner before sliding into the booth across from me. Everyone around here knew Frank, she said. And everyone knows about that cabin. My heart sank. What do you mean? Betty leaned in, lowering her voice. There's always been stories about that place, even before your uncle bought it. People say it's not right, that there's something living in the walls, something that's been there for a long, long time. I felt a chill run down my spine. What kind of something? She shook her head. Nobody knows for sure. Some say it's a spirit, angry at being disturbed. Others think it's some kind of creature, hibernating for years at a time. Your uncle, he never believed the stories, said it was just superstition. I thought about the scratches, the growl I'd heard. It's real, I said. Whatever it is, it's real. Betty reached out, patting my hand. Listen, honey, if I were you, I'd pack up and leave. Some things, it's better not to mess with. But I couldn't just leave. The cabin was mine now, my responsibility, and a part of me, the part that had always been drawn to mysteries and the unknown, wanted to know what was hiding in those walls. I spent the day in town, researching the cabin's history and buying supplies, including a sturdy axe. As the sun began to set, I steeled myself and drove back up to the cabin. The scratching started as soon as night fell, but this time I was prepared. Or so I thought. I approached the wall where the sound was loudest, axe in hand. With a deep breath, I swung the blade, biting into the old wood. The scratching stopped abruptly. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then a roar that shook the very foundations of the cabin. The wall in front of me bulged outward, wood splintering. I stumbled back, raising the axe defensively, but I wasn't prepared for what emerged. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before, vaguely humanoid, but covered in thick, matted fur. Its eyes glowed in the dim light, fixed on me with an intelligence that was terrifyingly unnatural. For a moment, we stared at each other, frozen in mutual shock. Then it lunged. I swung the axe wildly, feeling it connect with something solid. The creature howled, a sound of pain and rage that sent me scrambling towards the door. But it was faster. A clawed hand grabbed my ankle, pulling me down. I kicked out, my foot connecting with its face. It let go, and I scrambled to my feet, running for the car. I could hear it behind me, its heavy breathing and the thud of its footsteps spurring me on. I reached the car, fumbling with the keys. Just as I got the door open, it slammed into me from behind. We went down in a tangle of limbs, rolling across the forest floor. Its face was inches from mine, hot breath reeking of decay. I could see my terrified reflection in its glowing eyes. In desperation, I grabbed a rock from the ground and smashed it against the creature's head. It reared back, momentarily stunned. I took my chance, scrambling into the car and locking the doors. The engine roared to life and I floored it, tires spinning on the dirt road. In the rearview mirror, I could see the creature standing in the middle of the road, watching me drive away. Its howl of frustration followed me all the way down the mountain. I didn't stop driving until I reached the city limits. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. I never went back to the cabin. I sold it at a loss to a developer who planned to tear it down. I didn't tell him about what lived in the walls. Maybe I should have, but who would have believed me? Sometimes, late at night, I still wake up in a cold sweat, the echo of that unearthly howl ringing in my ears. I'll never forget those glowing eyes, that ancient alien intelligence. And I can't help but wonder, if there was one of those creatures, could there be more? How long have they been hiding in the walls of old houses, in the dark places we never think to look? One thing's certain, I'll never look at an old cabin in the woods the same way again, because now I know that sometimes the walls really do have eyes and claws and an appetite for unsuspecting visitors. The experience changed me. I'm more cautious now, more aware of the hidden dangers that might lurk in seemingly peaceful places, but it also awakened something in me, a curiosity about the unknown, a desire to uncover other mysteries that might be hiding just out of sight. I've started researching other local legends, other stories of things that go bump in the night. Not to confront them, I learned that lesson the hard way, but to understand, to maybe find some explanation for what I encountered in that cabin. Because the truth is, our world is full of mysteries, and sometimes those mysteries have teeth and claws, but they also have stories. And maybe, just maybe, by uncovering those stories, we can learn to live alongside the things that terrify us. So the next time you're in an old house and you hear something scratching in the walls, remember my story. It might just be mice, but then again, it might be something else entirely. Something waiting to remind us that we're not alone in this world and that some secrets are better left undisturbed. The flickering fluorescent light above me buzzed like an angry insect, casting an eerie glow over the empty corridors. It was just another quiet night at Oak Ridge Office Complex, or so I thought. Little did I know that in a matter of hours, I'd be fighting for my life, trapped in a place I once considered mundane and safe. My name's Carlos, and I've been the night janitor at Oak Ridge for the past 5 years. It's not a glamorous job, but it pays the bills and lets me work on my novels during the quiet hours. I know every nook and cranny of this place, from the CEO's corner office on the top floor to the musty supply closets in the basement. But on that fateful night, even my intimate knowledge of the building wouldn't be enough to keep me safe. It started like any other shift. I arrived at 10 p.m., just as the last of the workaholics were trudging out to their cars. I nodded to Marjorie from accounting as she passed, her arms full of files she was probably taking home to work on. She gave me a tired smile in return. "Another late night, Marjorie?" I asked, holding the door open for her. "You know how it is during tax season, Carlos." She sighed. "See you tomorrow." If only I'd known those might be the last words we'd ever exchange. I started my rounds on the top floor, working my way down, vacuum the carpets, empty the trash, wipe down the surfaces. It was mindless work, leaving my imagination free to wander. I was deep in thought about the plot of my latest story when I heard it. A crash followed by muffled cursing. I froze, my hand still on the handle of the vacuum cleaner. The sound had come from downstairs, maybe the 3rd or 4th floor. My first thought was that Marjorie had come back for something she'd forgotten, but Marjorie didn't curse like that. Cautiously, I made my way to the stairwell. The emergency lights cast long shadows as I descended, my heart pounding louder with each step. As I reached the 4th floor landing, I heard voices, low, urgent whispers that definitely didn't belong to anyone who should be in the building at this hour. I eased the door open just a crack, peering into the darkened office space. What I saw made my blood run cold. 3 men, dressed all in black, were methodically going through the desks and filing cabinets. They moved with purpose, clearly looking for something specific. One of them held a small flashlight, its beam dancing across the room as they searched. Intruders, thieves, and here I was, alone in the building with them. I let the door close silently, my mind racing. I needed to call the police, but my cell phone was in my locker in the basement. The landlines on this floor would be useless. The phone system automatically shut down after hours to prevent long-distance abuse. I had to get to the security office on the ground floor. It had a separate phone line and direct access to the police. As quietly as I could, I started down the stairs. I had just reached the 3rd floor when I heard the stairwell door above me open. They were coming down. Panic surged through me. I yanked open the 3rd floor door and ducked inside, praying they hadn't seen me. I could hear their footsteps echoing in the stairwell as they descended. "Check this floor," I heard one of them say. "We need to find those files." My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they'd hear it. I looked around frantically for a place to hide. The open office layout left few options, but then I spotted it, the supply closet. I darted across the room, wincing at every footfall that seemed to echo in the silence. I had just closed the closet door behind me when I heard them enter the floor. Pressed against the back wall of the closet, surrounded by the smell of cleaning products and paper, I tried to steady my breathing. Through the slats in the door, I could see flashlight beams sweeping across the office. "Nothing here," one of them growled after what felt like an eternity. "Let's try the next floor." I waited until I couldn't hear their footsteps anymore before allowing myself to breathe normally. But I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to get to that security office. Easing the closet door open, I peered out into the darkness. The floor seemed empty. I crept towards the stairwell, every nerve on high alert. I had just reached the stairs when I heard a shout from above. "Hey, there's someone down there." They'd seen me. I ran, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I flew down towards the ground floor. I could hear them behind me, their heavy footfalls echoing off the concrete walls. I burst out of the stairwell and into the main lobby. The security office was just across the atrium. I was halfway there when a figure stepped out in front of me. I skidded to a stop, nearly falling in my haste to change direction. The man lunged for me, but years of maneuvering around office furniture with my cleaning cart had made me nimble. I ducked under his grasp and sprinted for the elevators. I jabbed the call button repeatedly, knowing it was useless. The elevators were shut down for the night, but next to the elevators was a door marked "Maintenance." Beyond it, a ladder that led to the roof. I yanked the door open and started climbing, my arms burning with the effort. Above me, I could hear the maintenance door slam open again. They were following me up. I reached the roof access hatch and pushed it open, gulping in the cool night air as I pulled myself up onto the gravel-covered roof. Stars twinkled overhead, oblivious to the drama unfolding below them. I ran to the edge of the roof, looking for a way down. There was none. I was trapped. The hatch banged open behind me. I turned to see the 3 men climbing onto the roof, their faces twisted with anger and exertion. "Nowhere to run now," one of them sneered, advancing towards me. I backed up until I felt the low wall at the edge of the roof against my legs. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know who you are or what you want, but I won't say anything. Just let me go." The man in the lead, a tall, broad-shouldered figure with a scar running down his cheek, laughed. "Sorry, pal. Can't take that risk." He lunged at me. In that moment, time seemed to slow down. I saw his hand reaching for me, saw the malice in his eyes, and I made a decision. I vaulted over the low wall. For a heart-stopping moment, I was in free fall. Then my feet hit something solid, the window washing platform, left in place by the crew earlier that day. I heard shouts of surprise from above as I frantically worked the controls. The platform lurched into motion, slowly descending the side of the building, but I wasn't safe yet. I could see one of the men leaning over the edge of the roof, taking aim with what looked like a gun. I pressed myself against the side of the building as the first shot pinged off the metal platform. The second shot shattered one of the support cables. The platform tipped dangerously, and I had to grab onto the railing to keep from falling. I was still 4 stories up, too high to jump. That's when I saw it, a window left open on the 3rd floor. It was a long shot, but it was my only chance. As the platform swung wildly, I timed my move. 1 second, 2, 3. I leapt. For a moment, I thought I'd miscalculated. Then my hands caught the windowsill. Pain shot through my arms as I hauled myself inside, collapsing onto the floor of an empty office. I didn't allow myself a moment to rest. I could hear commotion in the stairwell. They were coming down after me. I ran for the elevators. They were still powered down, but there was an emergency phone inside. I wrenched open the doors and grabbed the phone. 911, what's your emergency? I've never been so glad to hear those words in my life. The next few minutes were a blur. I stayed on the phone with the dispatcher, hidden in the elevator, until I heard the beautiful sound of police sirens approaching. The would-be thieves were caught trying to flee the building. It turned out they were after confidential client information. Information that could have ruined lives if it had fallen into the wrong hands. As I sat in the back of an ambulance, a shock blanket around my shoulders, I watched the men being led away in handcuffs. One of them, the scarred leader, caught my eye as he was put into a police car. The look he gave me sent chills down my spine. I gave my statement to the police, then went home to my worried wife and sleeping kids. As I hugged them tight, I realized how close I'd come to never seeing them again. I don't work nights anymore. The company offered me a day position with better pay, partially out of gratitude, partially out of guilt for the lack of security that had put me in danger. Sometimes, when I'm leaving the office in the evening and I see the night janitor starting his shift, I feel a pang of something. Fear, sympathy. I'm not sure. I want to warn him, to tell him to be careful, to always be on guard. But I don't. I just nod and smile and hope that his nights will be quieter than mine were. And as I drive home, I'm grateful for the mundane, for the ordinary, because I know now how quickly it can all change, how thin the line is between routine and terror, and I never, ever take an uneventful night for granted again. The moment I saw the ornate mask, something deep within me screamed danger. But surrounded by the laughter and music of the Halloween party, I pushed the feeling aside. If only I'd listened to that instinct, because as the night wore on, I realized those masks weren't just hiding faces. They were concealing murderous intentions. My name's Alex, and I've always loved Halloween. The costumes, the atmosphere, the way reality seems to bend just a little on that one magical night. So when my friend Jen invited me to an exclusive Halloween bash at some rich guy's mansion, I jumped at the chance. It's going to be epic, Jen had gushed over the phone. This guy goes all out, and get this, it's a masquerade theme. Everyone has to wear a mask the whole night. Isn't that cool? It did sound cool, mysterious even. I spent weeks putting together the perfect costume, a steampunk-inspired outfit complete with a bronze and leather mask that covered the top half of my face. The night of the party, Jen picked me up in her beat-up Corolla. As we drove out of the city, the houses got bigger and farther apart. Finally, we turned down a long, tree-lined driveway. Holy, I breathed as the mansion came into view. It was massive, all Gothic spires and gargoyles, like something out of a horror movie. Jack-o'-lanterns lined the steps, their flickering light casting eerie shadows. Told you it was epic, Jen grinned, adjusting her feathered mask. Inside, the party was already in full swing. The foyer was packed with people in elaborate costumes, all wearing masks that ranged from simple dominoes to intricate full-face creations. Music pulsed from hidden speakers, and waiters in skeleton makeup circulated with trays of drinks and hors d'oeuvres. Wow, I said, taking it all in. Who did you say was throwing this party again? Jen shrugged. Friend of a friend. Come on, let's get a drink. We made our way to the bar, squeezing past a group of people in animal masks. As the bartender mixed our drinks, I felt a prickle on the back of my neck. I turned to see a tall figure in a red cloak and a white-beaked mask, like something a plague doctor would wear, staring at me. At least, I thought they were staring. It was hard to tell with the mask. Creepy costume, I muttered to Jen. She followed my gaze. Oh yeah, I've seen a few of those around. I think they're part of the staff or something. Really adds to the atmosphere, right? I nodded, but couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. As the night went on, I started to notice more of the red-cloaked figures. They never spoke, never danced. They just watched. Every time I spotted one, that feeling of unease grew stronger. I was just about to suggest to Jen that we leave when the music suddenly cut out. The crowd fell silent as a man in an ornate golden mask stepped onto a small stage at one end of the room. "Welcome, honored guests," he said, his voice smooth and cultured. "I hope you're enjoying the festivities. But now, It's time for the main event. A murmur ran through the crowd. This hadn't been mentioned on the invitation. As you may have noticed, the man continued, some of our guests are wearing rather special masks. He gestured to one of the red-cloaked figures. These individuals have been chosen for a very important role in tonight's entertainment. The man clapped his hands, and suddenly the red-cloaked figures were moving. They converged on the crowd, grabbing people seemingly at random. I watched in horror as they dragged struggling partygoers towards the exits. "What the hell?" Jen gasped beside me. Before I could respond, I felt a hand clamped down on my arm. I turned to see one of the red-cloaked figures looming over me. "No!" I yelled, trying to pull away, but their grip was like iron. All around, chaos had erupted. People were screaming, running, trying to fight off the masked assailants. But there were too many of them, and they moved with a cold efficiency that spoke of planning and practice. I lost sight of Jen in the mayhem. The figure in the red cloak was dragging me towards a door I hadn't noticed before. Half hidden behind a tapestry, I fought every step of the way, but it was useless. As we neared the door, I heard the man in the golden mask speak again, his voice cutting through the panic. "Don't be afraid," he said, sounding almost amused. "Think of it as a game, a very high-stakes game of hide-and-seek. If you can evade our hunters until dawn, you win your freedom. If not, well, let's just say the consequences will be rather permanent." My blood ran cold as the implications of his words sank in. This wasn't a party. It was a hunt, and we were the prey. The red-cloaked figure shoved me through the door. I stumbled, nearly falling down a narrow flight of stairs. When I looked back, the door had already slammed shut. I was in some kind of cellar, dimly lit by flickering torches. Other partygoers were there too, all looking as terrified as I felt. Some were crying. Others were pounding on the door we'd come through. "We have to get out of here," someone said, their voice shaking. "But how?" another responded. "They'll be guarding the exits." As if in answer, a section of the far wall ground open, revealing a dark passageway. "Your hunt begins now," the golden masked man's voice echoed from hidden speakers. "You have until dawn. Good luck." For a moment, no one moved. Then, as if a spell had been broken, everyone rushed for the passage. I hesitated, wondering if it was a trap, but what choice did I have? I plunged into the darkness, the sounds of panicked breathing and hurried footsteps all around me. The passage twisted and turned, sometimes splitting into multiple routes. I tried to keep track of where I was going, but it was hopeless. This place was a maze. After what felt like hours of wandering, I found myself in a large, circular room. Passages led off in all directions, and in the center stood a fountain, dry and covered in cobwebs. I wasn't alone. A handful of other partygoers were there, all looking as lost and scared as I felt. One of them, a guy in a wolf mask, was examining the fountain. "I think I figured it out," he said as I approached. "This place, it's not just a basement. It's a whole network of tunnels and rooms, like a mini-city under the mansion." "But why?" a woman in a butterfly mask asked. "Why go to all this trouble?" Before anyone could answer, we heard it, footsteps coming from one of the passages, and with them, a sound that made my blood run cold, the soft metallic scrape of a blade being drawn. "Run!" someone yelled, and we scattered, each diving for a different passage. I ran blindly, my heart pounding in my ears. Behind me, I could hear screams echoing through the tunnels. I wanted to help, but the instinct for survival overrode everything else. I don't know how long I ran or how many twists and turns I took. Eventually, I found myself in a small dead-end room. There was nowhere else to go. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. I had to think. I looked around the room, desperate for anything that might help. That's when I noticed it, a small grate near the floor, just big enough for a person to squeeze through. I didn't hesitate. I pried the grate open and crawled inside. It was a tight fit, and the metal was cold against my skin, but I didn't care. Anything was better than being caught by those masked killers. I crawled through the duct for what felt like miles, every sound making me freeze in terror. Finally, I saw light ahead. I emerged into what looked like a garage, filled with expensive cars. And there, like a beacon of hope, was a door marked Exit. I ran for it, half expecting it to be locked, but it opened easily. And suddenly, I was outside, the cool night air hitting my face. I didn't stop running until I reached the main road. Only then did I allow myself to collapse, gulping in great lungfuls of air. I had escaped. But as police sirens began to wail in the distance, I thought of all those still trapped in that underground maze. How many of them would see the dawn? The aftermath was a blur of police statements and news reports. The man behind it all, a wealthy recluse with a twisted sense of entertainment, was arrested. But many of his hunters were never caught. They never found Jen, or many of the others who went missing that night. The tunnels under the mansion went on for miles, they said. Some bodies might never be recovered. I still have nightmares about that night, about masks hiding inhuman eyes, about running through endless dark tunnels. But mostly, I dream about the ones I left behind, and I wonder if I'd been braver. Could I have saved them? Halloween isn't fun for me anymore, because now I know that sometimes the monsters aren't just people in costumes. Sometimes they're all too real, and sometimes they win. The mist rolled across the lake, thick and impenetrable. As I cast my line into the inky black water, I'd come out here for solitude, for peace. Instead, I found a nightmare floating in the fog, a ghost ship that would turn my quiet fishing trip into a fight for survival against an unspeakable evil. My name's Mike, and I've been fishing these waters since I was a kid. Lake Erie might not be the most glamorous of the Great Lakes, but it's always been my sanctuary when life gets too hectic, too noisy. I come out here, just me, my little fishing boat, and the vast expanse of water. That night started like any other. I'd pushed off from the dock just as the sun was setting, planning to do some night fishing. The weather report had mentioned fog rolling in, but I wasn't worried. I knew these waters like the back of my hand. As darkness fell, the fog grew thicker than I'd ever seen it. I could barely see the bow of my own boat, but I wasn't concerned. The fish were biting, and the eerie calm of the fog-shrouded lake was soothing in its own way. It was close to midnight when I first heard it, a low, mournful sound echoing across the water. At first, I thought it was just the wind playing tricks, but then I heard it again, louder this time, a ship's horn, but unlike any I'd heard before. It sounded old, rusted, like something that hadn't been used in a very long time. I peered into the fog, straining my eyes. That's when I saw it, a massive shape looming out of the mist. As it drew closer, I could make out more details. It was a ship, all right, but not like any that should have been on Lake Erie. This was an old steamer, the kind they used to use for hauling iron ore back in the early 1900s. Its hull was rusted, its deck empty of any signs of life. My first thought was that it must be some kind of historical recreation, but as it drifted closer, I realized something was very, very wrong. The ship was moving silently, with no sound of engines or sight of crew, and there was something off about it, like I was looking at it through a heat haze, even in the cool night air. Curiosity overrode my growing sense of unease. I started my engine, moving closer to the mysterious ship. As I drew alongside, I could make out the name painted on the hull, Edmund Fitzgerald. My blood ran cold. The Edmund Fitzgerald was infamous in these parts, a massive ore freighter that had sunk in a storm on Lake Superior in 1975, taking all 29 crew members with it. What I was looking at was impossible. I was about to turn my boat around and get the hell out of there when I heard it, a voice calling out from the deck of the ghost ship, "Help us," it cried, weak and desperate. Please help us." Every instinct I had was screaming at me to flee, but I couldn't just leave if there was someone in trouble. Swallowing my fear, I maneuvered my small boat alongside the towering hull of the freighter. There was a rusted ladder hanging down the side. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed hold and started to climb. The metal was ice cold under my hands, covered in a slick layer of algae that made the climb treacherous. As I hauled myself onto the deck, the full weight of my mistake hit me. The deck was empty, devoid of any signs of life. But more than that, it felt wrong. The air was thick, heavy with a scent I couldn't quite place, like rust and seaweed and something else, and something rotten. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and insignificant in the vast emptiness of the ship. "Is anyone here?" I heard a call for help. Silence was my only answer. I took a step forward and nearly fell as the deck seemed to shift under my feet. It wasn't the gentle roll of waves. It was as if the very structure of the ship was unstable, changing. That's when I saw them, shadowy figures moving at the edges of my vision. Every time I turned to look directly at one, it would vanish. But I could feel them watching me, their unseen eyes boring into my back. I knew I needed to get off this ship, and fast. But as I turned back to where I'd climbed aboard, my heart sank. The ladder was gone, the edge of the deck now hanging over empty air, fog swirling below where my boat should have been. Panic started to set in. I was trapped on a ghost ship, surrounded by something, entities I couldn't see but could feel all around me. I had to find another way off. I made my way towards what I hoped was the bridge, figuring there had to be some kind of radio or emergency equipment there. The door was rusted shut, but adrenaline gave me the strength to wrench it open. The bridge was like stepping back in time. Ancient-looking equipment lined the walls, dials and levers that looked like they belonged in a museum. And there, slumped over the ship's wheel, was a figure. Hope surged through me. "Hey," I called out, moving closer. "Are you all right?" The figure didn't move. As I approached, I realized why. What I had thought was a person was nothing but a skeleton, clothed in the tattered remains of a captain's uniform. I stumbled back, a scream caught in my throat. This was madness, impossible. I had to be dreaming. A noise behind me made me whirl around. There, blocking the doorway, stood a man, but not a living man. His flesh was bloated and pale, his eyes milky white. Seaweed clung to his clothes, and water dripped constantly from his form. "Welcome aboard," he said, his voice gurgling as if he were speaking underwater. "We've been waiting for you." I backed away, my mind reeling. What are you?" The thing that had once been a man smiled, revealing rows of sharp, fish-like teeth. "We are the crew of the Edmund Fitzgerald, lost, but not gone, and now you'll join us." More figures appeared behind him, all in various states of decay. They began to advance into the bridge, their hands outstretched towards me. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I grabbed a heavy logbook from a nearby desk and hurled it at the lead figure. It passed right through him, but the action startled them enough for me to make a break for it. I shoved past them, their cold, wet hands grasping at me as I ran. I could hear them behind me, their waterlogged footsteps pounding on the deck. I ran without direction, taking random turns through the labyrinthine interior of the ship. Every door I passed through seemed to lead somewhere different than it should have, as if the internal geography of the vessel was constantly shifting. Finally, I burst out onto the deck again, but it wasn't the same deck I'd first climbed onto. This one was tilted at a sickening angle, water sloshing over one side. With a jolt of horror, I realized the ship was sinking. The ghostly crew was still behind me, getting closer. In desperation, I ran for the railing and, without allowing myself time to think, I jumped. The shock of the cold water drove the air from my lungs. For a moment, I was sure I was going to drown, but then my survival training kicked in. I fought my way to the surface, gasping for air, The ghost ship was gone. There was nothing but fog all around me. I treaded water, trying to get my bearings. That's when I heard it, the distant sound of a motor. I shouted for help, my voice hoarse and desperate. The sound grew closer, and suddenly a beam of light cut through the fog. It was a Coast Guard boat. As they pulled me from the water, I babbled about the ghost ship, the undead crew. The Coast Guard officers exchanged worried glances, clearly thinking I was delirious. It wasn't until later, after I'd been checked out at a hospital and declared physically fine, that I learned the truth. There had been a rash of disappearances on the lake over the past few months, all on foggy nights, all in the same general area where I'd had my encounter. The official report ruled it mass hallucination, possibly caused by some kind of toxic algae bloom. But I know what I saw, what I experienced. I don't go out on Lake Erie anymore. Can't bring myself to set foot on a boat. But sometimes, on foggy nights, I find myself drawn to the shore. And as I stand there, watching the mist roll in, I swear I can hear it. The low, mournful sound of the Edmund Fitzgerald's horn, calling out across the water, calling for new souls to join its damned crew. And I wonder how many more will answer that call before the ghost ship is finally laid to rest. The first scratch in the wall was so faint I almost missed it, but as I traced my fingers over the rough surface, a chill ran down my spine. Something was in the wall of this old cabin, something alive and moving. And as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the room, I realized with growing horror that I was trapped here with whatever it was. My name's Daniel, and I've always been a bit of a loner. So when I inherited my great-uncle's cabin in the woods, it seemed like the perfect opportunity for some peace and quiet. I'd been feeling burnt out from my job in the city, and the idea of spending a few weeks surrounded by nature was incredibly appealing. The cabin was exactly as I remembered it from childhood visits, a small, rustic structure nestled in a clearing miles from the nearest neighbor. As I pulled up in my rental car, a wave of nostalgia washed over me. I could almost smell Great Uncle Frank's pipe tobacco and hear his deep, rumbling laugh. The first few days were blissful. I hiked during the day, marveling at the lush forest and crystal-clear streams. In the evenings, I'd sit on the porch with a book, listening to the chorus of crickets and watching the fireflies dance in the gathering darkness. It was on the fourth night that I first heard it, a soft, scratching sound coming from inside the walls. At first, I dismissed it as mice. The cabin was old after all, and it wasn't surprising that some critters might have made their home in it. But as I lay in bed that night, the scratching grew louder, more insistent. It seemed to be moving, traveling from one wall to another. This was no mouse. The next morning, I examined the walls carefully. That's when I found the first scratch marks, long, deep gouges in the wooden panels. They were too big to be from any rodent I knew of. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a raccoon that had somehow gotten into the walls. But deep down, I knew that didn't fit. The scratches were too deliberate, too purposeful. As the day wore on, I found myself jumping at every creak and groan of the old cabin. The scratching had stopped, but the silence felt oppressive, like the calm before a storm. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, every nerve on high alert, waiting for the sound to start again. When it did, it was different. Not just scratching now, but a soft thudding, like something heavy moving through the walls. I got up, grabbing a flashlight from the bedside table. My hands were shaking as I shone the beam along the walls. The scratching seemed to be coming from behind the old fireplace. As I approached, the noise stopped abruptly. I stood there, heart pounding, straining my ears in the silence. Then I heard it, a sound that made my blood run cold, a low guttural growl coming from inside the wall. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight. This was no animal, at least no animal I'd ever encountered. I spent the rest of the night huddled on the couch, jumping at every sound. As soon as the first light of dawn broke, I was in my car, driving towards town. The local diner was just opening when I arrived. I must have looked a sight, pale, disheveled, with dark circles under my eyes. The waitress, a kindly older woman named Betty, took one look at me and brought over a strong cup of coffee. "You all right, honey?" she asked, concern etched on her face. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I laughed nervously. "Not a ghost," I said, "but something. I'm staying at my uncle's old cabin, and there's something in the walls." Betty's expression changed, a flicker of, was that fear, crossing her face. "Frank's old place?" she asked. "Up on Willow Creek Road?" I nodded, surprised. "You knew my uncle?" She sighed, glancing around the empty diner before sliding into the booth across from me. "Everyone around here knew Frank," she said, "and everyone knows about that cabin." My heart sank. "What do you mean?" Betty leaned in, lowering her voice. "There's always been stories about that place, even before your uncle bought it. People say it's not right, that there's something living in the walls, something that's been there for a long, long time." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What kind of something?" She shook her head. "Nobody knows for sure. Some say it's a spirit, angry at being disturbed. Others think it's some kind of creature, hibernating for years at a time. Your uncle, he never believed the stories. Said it was just superstition." I thought about the scratches, the growl I'd heard. "It's real," I said. "Whatever it is, it's real." Betty reached out, patting my hand. "Listen, honey, if I were you, I'd pack up and leave. Some things, it's better not to mess with." But I couldn't just leave. The cabin was mine now, my responsibility, and a part of me, the part that had always been drawn to mysteries and the unknown, wanted to know what was hiding in those walls. I spent the day in town, researching the cabin's history and buying supplies, including a sturdy axe. As the sun began to set, I steeled myself and drove back up to the cabin. The scratching started as soon as night fell, but this time I was prepared, or so I thought. I approached the wall where the sound was loudest, axe in hand. With a deep breath, I swung the blade, biting into the old wood. The scratching stopped abruptly. For a moment, there was complete silence, then a roar that shook the very foundations of the cabin. The wall in front of me bulged outward, wood splintering. I stumbled back, raising the axe defensively, but I wasn't prepared for what emerged. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before, vaguely humanoid, but covered in thick, matted fur. Its eyes glowed in the dim light, fixed on me with an intelligence that was terrifyingly unnatural. For a moment, we stared at each other, frozen in mutual shock. Then it lunged. I swung the axe wildly, feeling it connect with something solid. The creature howled, a sound of pain and rage that sent me scrambling towards the door. But it was faster. A clawed hand grabbed my ankle, pulling me down. I kicked out, my foot connecting with its face. It let go, and I scrambled to my feet, running for the car. I could hear it behind me, its heavy breathing and the thud of its footsteps spurring me on. I reached the car, fumbling with the keys. Just as I got the door open, it slammed into me from behind. We went down in a tangle of limbs, rolling across the forest floor. Its face was inches from mine, hot breath reeking of decay. I could see my terrified reflection in its glowing eyes. In desperation, I grabbed a rock from the ground and smashed it against the creature's head. It reared back, momentarily stunned. I took my chance, scrambling into the car and locking the doors. The engine roared to life, and I floored it, tires spinning on the dirt road. In the rearview mirror, I could see the creature standing in the middle of the road, watching me drive away. Its howl of frustration followed me all the way down the mountain. I didn't stop driving until I reached the city limits. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. I never went back to the cabin. I sold it at a loss to a developer who planned to tear it down. I didn't tell him about what lived in the walls. Maybe I should have, but who would have believed me? Sometimes, late at night, I still wake up in a cold sweat, the echo of that unearthly howl ringing in my ears. I'll never forget those glowing eyes, that ancient, alien intelligence. And I can't help but wonder, if there was one of those creatures, could there be more? How long have they been hiding in the walls of old houses, in the dark places we never think to look? One thing's certain. I'll never look at an old cabin in the woods the same way again, because now I know that sometimes the walls really do have eyes, and claws, and an appetite for unsuspecting visitors. The moment I saw the ornate mask, something deep within me screamed danger. But surrounded by the laughter and music of the Halloween party, I pushed the feeling aside. If only I'd listened to that instinct. Because as the night wore on, I realized those masks weren't just hiding faces, they were concealing murderous intentions. My name's Alex, and I've always loved Halloween. The costumes, the atmosphere, the way reality seems to bend just a little on that one magical night. So when my friend Jen invited me to an exclusive Halloween bash at some rich guy's mansion, I jumped at the chance. It's going to be epic, Jen had gushed over the phone. This guy goes all out. And get this, it's a masquerade theme. Everyone has to wear a mask the whole night. Isn't that cool? It did sound cool, mysterious even. I spent weeks putting together the perfect costume, a steampunk-inspired outfit complete with a bronze and leather mask that covered the top half of my face. The night of the party, Jen picked me up in her beat-up Corolla. As we drove out of the city, the houses got bigger and farther apart. Finally, we turned down a long, tree-lined driveway. Holy, I breathed as the mansion came into view. It was massive, all Gothic spires and gargoyles, like something out of a horror movie. Jack-o'-lanterns lined the steps, their flickering light casting eerie shadows. "I told you it was epic," Jen grinned, adjusting her feathered mask. Inside, the party was already in full swing. The foyer was packed with people in elaborate costumes, all wearing masks that ranged from simple dominoes to intricate full-face creations. Music pulsed from hidden speakers, and waiters in skeleton makeup circulated with trays of drinks and hors d'oeuvres. "Wow," I said, taking it all in. "Who did you say was throwing this party again?" Jen shrugged. "Friend of a friend. Come on, let's get a drink." We made our way to the bar, squeezing past a group of people in animal masks. As the bartender mixed our drinks, I felt a prickle on the back of my neck. I turned to see a tall figure in a red cloak and a white beaked mask, like something a plague doctor would wear, staring at me. At least I thought they were staring. It was hard to tell with the mask. "Creepy costume," I muttered to Jen. She followed my gaze. "Oh yeah, I've seen a few of those around. I think they're part of the staff or something. Really adds to the atmosphere, right?" I nodded, but couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. As the night went on, I started to notice more of the red-cloaked figures. They never spoke, never danced. They just watched. Every time I spotted one, that feeling of unease grew stronger. I was just about to suggest to Jen that we leave when the music suddenly cut out. The crowd fell silent as a man in an ornate golden mask stepped onto a small stage at one end of the room. "Welcome, honored guests," he said, his voice smooth and cultured. "I hope you're enjoying the festivities. But now, it's time for the main event." A murmur ran through the crowd. This hadn't been mentioned on the invitation. "As you may have noticed," the man continued, "some of our guests are wearing rather special masks." He gestured to one of the red-cloaked figures. "These individuals have been chosen for a very important role in tonight's entertainment." The man clapped his hands, and suddenly the red-cloaked figures were moving. They converged on the crowd, grabbing people seemingly at random. I watched in horror as they dragged struggling partygoers towards the exits. What the hell? Jen gasped beside me. Before I could respond, I felt a hand clamp down on my arm. I turned to see one of the red-cloaked figures looming over me. No, I yelled, trying to pull away, but their grip was like iron. All around, chaos had erupted. People were screaming, running, trying to fight off the masked assailants. But there were too many of them, and they moved with a cold efficiency that spoke of planning and practice. I lost sight of Jen in the mayhem. The figure in the red cloak was dragging me towards a door I hadn't noticed before, half hidden behind a tapestry. I fought every step of the way, but it was useless. As we neared the door, I heard the man in the golden mask speak again, his voice cutting through the panic. "Don't be afraid," he said, sounding almost amused. "Think of it as a game, a very high-stakes game of hide-and-seek. If you can evade our hunters until dawn, you win your freedom. If not, well, let's just say the consequences will be rather permanent." My blood ran cold as the implications of his words sank in. This wasn't a party. It was a hunt, and we were the prey. The red-cloaked figure shoved me through the door. I stumbled, nearly falling down a narrow flight of stairs. When I looked back, the door had already slammed shut. I was in some kind of cellar, dimly lit by flickering torches. Other partygoers were there too, all looking as terrified as I felt. Some were crying, others were pounding on the door we'd come through. "We have to get out of here," someone said, their voice shaking. "But how?" another responded. "They'll be guarding the exits." As if in answer, a section of the far wall ground open, revealing a dark passageway. "Your hunt begins now," the golden masked man's voice echoed from hidden speakers. "You have until dawn. Good luck." For a moment, no one moved. Then, as if a spell had been broken, everyone rushed for the passage. I hesitated, wondering if it was a trap. But what choice did I have? I plunged into the darkness, the sounds of panicked breathing and hurried footsteps all around me. The passage twisted and turned, sometimes splitting into multiple routes. I tried to keep track of where I was going, but it was hopeless. This place was a maze. After what felt like hours of wandering, I found myself in a large circular room. Passages led off in all directions, and in the center stood a fountain, dry and covered in cobwebs. I wasn't alone. A handful of other partygoers were there, all looking as lost and scared as I felt. One of them, a guy in a wolf mask, was examining the fountain. "I think I figured it out," he said as I approached. "This place, it's not just a basement. It's a whole network of tunnels and rooms, like a mini city under the mansion." "But why?" a woman in a butterfly mask asked. "Why go to all this trouble?" Before anyone could answer, we heard it. Footsteps coming from one of the passages, and with them, a sound that made my blood run cold. The soft metallic scrape of a blade being drawn. "Run!" someone yelled, and we scattered, each diving for a different passage. I ran blindly, my heart pounding in my ears. Behind me, I could hear screams echoing through the tunnels. I wanted to help, but the instinct for survival overrode everything else. I don't know how long I ran or how many twists and turns I took. Eventually, I found myself in a small dead-end room. There was nowhere else to go. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. I had to think. I looked around the room, desperate for anything that might help. That's when I noticed it, a small grate near the floor, just big enough for a person to squeeze through. I didn't hesitate. I pried the grate open and crawled inside. It was a tight fit, and the metal was cold against my skin. But I didn't care. Anything was better than being caught by those masked killers. I crawled through the duct for what felt like miles, every sound making me freeze in terror. Finally, I saw light ahead. I emerged into what looked like a garage, filled with expensive cars. And there, like a beacon of hope, was a door marked "Exit." I ran for it, half expecting it to be locked, but it opened easily. And suddenly, I was outside, the cool night air hitting my face. I didn't stop running until I reached the main road. Only then did I allow myself to collapse, gulping in great lungfuls of air. I had escaped. But as police sirens began to wail in the distance, I thought of all those still trapped in that underground maze. How many of them would see the dawn? The aftermath was a blur of police statements and news reports. The man behind it all, a wealthy recluse with a twisted sense of entertainment, was arrested. But many of his hunters were never caught. They never found Jen, or many of the others who went missing that night. The tunnels under the mansion went on for miles, they said. Some bodies might never be recovered. I still have nightmares about that night. About masks hiding inhuman eyes. About running through endless dark tunnels. But mostly, I dream about the ones I left behind. And I wonder, if I'd been braver, could I have saved them? Halloween isn't fun for me anymore. Because now I know that sometimes the monsters aren't just people in costumes. Sometimes, they're all too real. And sometimes, they win. The golden light of sunset painted the forest in warm hues, but a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. As I peered through my camera's viewfinder, I caught a glimpse of something that shouldn't be there. A pair of gleaming eyes watching me from the shadows. In that moment, I realized I had become the prey, and the hunter was unlike anything I had ever encountered before. My name is Jack, and I'm a wildlife photographer. I've spent years tracking and photographing some of the most elusive creatures on the planet, from the snow leopards of the Himalayas to the jaguars of the Amazon. I thought I'd seen it all, but nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to face in the remote wilderness of the Pacific Northwest. I'd come to this particular stretch of old-growth forest following rumors of an undocumented species. Local tribes spoke of a creature that walked on two legs but was covered in fur, with eyes that glowed in the dark. Most dismissed it as folklore. But I've learned over the years that legends often have a kernel of truth. For days, I'd been setting up camera traps and staking out promising locations. I'd seen nothing but the usual wildlife, deer, elk, the occasional black bear. But as the sun began to set on my 5th day in the forest, everything changed. I was perched in a tree blind, my camera ready, watching a small clearing where I'd noticed unusual tracks earlier. The light was fading fast, and I was considering packing up for the night when I heard it, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. My heart rate spiked, but years of experience kept me still. I raised my camera, scanning the tree line through my telephoto lens. That's when I saw them. Two eyes reflecting the last rays of sunlight, set in a face that was almost but not quite human. I snapped a series of shots instinctively, the camera's shutter sounding unnaturally loud in the hushed forest. As soon as I lowered the camera, the eyes were gone, but I could still feel its presence watching, waiting. With trembling hands, I checked the photos I'd just taken. Most were blurry, useless, but one, the last one, was crystal clear. What I saw made my blood run cold. The face was ape-like, but with an intelligence in its eyes that was undeniably sentient. This was no known animal. This was something else entirely. As darkness fell, I knew I had to get out of there. Whatever this creature was, it was clearly aware of me, and I didn't want to find out if it was as curious about me as I was about it. I began to pack up my gear as quietly as possible, all too aware of the rustling sounds coming from the underbrush around me. Just as I was about to descend from my perch, a blood-curdling screech pierced the night. It was close, too close. I froze, one hand on the tree trunk, the other clutching my camera bag. The forest had gone deathly quiet, as if every living thing was holding its breath. Then I heard it, the sound of something large moving through the forest, heading straight for my tree. Panic surged through me. I'd dealt with charging elephants and stalking tigers, but always from a safe distance or with guides nearby. Here, I was alone, and whatever was coming was unlike anything in my experience. I scrambled down the tree, no longer caring about stealth. As soon as my feet hit the ground, I ran. I had no plan, no direction in mind. Pure instinct drove me forward, crashing through undergrowth, leaping over fallen logs. Behind me, I could hear it pursuing. The creature moved with an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional snap of a branch or rustle of leaves. It was toying with me, I realized with growing horror. It could have caught me at any time, but it was drawing out the chase. My lungs burned and my legs felt like lead, but terror kept me moving. In the darkness, I could barely see where I was going. Branches whipped at my face, roots threatened to trip me with every step, but I didn't dare slow down. Suddenly, the ground disappeared from beneath my feet. I plunged forward, tumbling down a steep embankment. Pain shot through my body as I rolled, unable to stop my descent. When I finally came to a stop, I lay there for a moment, dazed and winded. The sound of rushing water filled my ears. I had landed near a river. As I struggled to my feet, wincing at the pain in my ankle, an idea struck me. The creature, whatever it was, seemed to rely heavily on scent. If I could cross the river, I might be able to throw it off my trail. I limped towards the sound of water, my eyes slowly adjusting to the darkness. The river loomed before me, a black ribbon cutting through the forest. It was wide and fast-moving, far more dangerous than I had hoped. But I could hear movement in the forest behind me. I was out of options. Taking a deep breath, I waded in. The icy water took my breath away, but I pushed forward. The current tugged at my legs, threatening to sweep me away. By the time I reached the middle, the water was up to my chest. My camera bag felt like it weighed a ton, dragging me down. Just as I thought I wouldn't make it, my feet found purchase on the other side. I dragged myself onto the bank, soaked and shivering, but I couldn't rest yet. I had to put more distance between myself and whatever was chasing me. I stumbled through the forest, my wet clothes clinging to me, my teeth chattering. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every sound a potential pursuer. But gradually, I realized I couldn't hear anything following me anymore. As the adrenaline began to wear off, exhaustion set in. I needed to find shelter, to rest and try to figure out where I was. In the dim pre-dawn light, I spotted a large hollow log. It wasn't ideal, but it would have to do. I crawled inside, curling up as best I could. As I lay there, shivering and aching, I thought about the photos in my camera. If I had managed to capture what I thought I had, it would change everything. But at what cost? I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the gaps in the log. For a moment, I was disoriented. Then the memories of the night before came flooding back. Cautiously, I peeked out of my hiding place. The forest looked different in the daylight, less menacing, more familiar. But I knew appearances could be deceiving. Whatever had chased me last night could still be out there. I checked my GPS unit, relieved to find it had survived the river crossing. I was about 5 miles from my campsite. It would be a tough hike with my injured ankle, but I had no choice. I needed to get back to civilization, to show someone the photos I had taken. The journey back was a blur of pain and paranoia. Every snapping twig made me flinch. Every rustling leaf had me looking over my shoulder. But nothing appeared. No glowing eyes, no inhuman shrieks. Just the normal sounds of a forest going about its day. When I finally stumbled into my campsite, I almost wept with relief. My tent was still there, untouched. I quickly packed up, my hands shaking with exhaustion and lingering fear. I needed to get out of these woods, back to my car, back to safety. The hike to the trailhead was the longest 2 miles of my life. When I finally saw my beat-up Land Rover, I could have kissed it. I threw my gear in the back and peeled out of there, not caring about the dust cloud I was kicking up. It wasn't until I was miles away, the forest nothing but a green smudge in my rearview mirror, that I allowed myself to relax. I had made it. I had survived. But as the fear faded, Excitement began to take its place. I had seen something extraordinary, something that could rewrite our understanding of the natural world, and I had proof. As soon as I had cell service, I called my editor. "Mark," I said, my voice hoarse from exhaustion and emotion, "you're not going to believe what I've got." The photos caused a sensation soon, of course. Scientists, cryptozoologists, and curiosity seekers descended on the forest. But despite extensive searches, no one ever found concrete evidence of the creature I encountered. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I still wake up in a cold sweat, the echo of that unearthly shriek ringing in my ears. I've never gone back to those woods, and I never will. Some mysteries, I've learned, are better left unsolved. But I'll never forget the night I became the quarry, hunted by something that shouldn't exist. It changed me, reminded me that in the grand scheme of things, humans are not always the apex predator. And somewhere out there, in the depths of the forest, something is watching, waiting, reminding us that there are still wild places in the world where we are not in control. The moment I noticed the group of regulars who only came in during the darkest hours, I knew something was off. Their strange behavior and cryptic conversations sent chills down my spine. Little did I know, my night shift at this 24-hour diner was about to thrust me into a world I never knew existed, one where the line between human and monster blurred in the fluorescent glow of the midnight hour. My name's Sarah, and I've been working the graveyard shift at Mel's Diner for about 6 months now. It's not glamorous, but it pays the bills and gives me time to work on my art during the slow hours. Plus, I've always been a night owl, so the hours suit me just fine. At first, the job was pretty much what you'd expect. Truckers stopping in for coffee, the occasional drunk needing a greasy meal to sober up, and insomniacs seeking company in the wee hours. But then I started noticing them. They always came in as a group, usually around 2 a.m. when the diner was at its emptiest. There were 5 of them, 3 men and 2 women, all looking to be in their 30s, though something about them made it hard to pinpoint their ages. They'd slide into the same booth every time, and the one in the far corner with the flickering light above it that I could never seem to fix. I remember the first time I really paid attention to them. It was a particularly slow night, and I found myself eavesdropping as I wiped down nearby tables. "The hunger's getting worse," one of the women whispered, her pale fingers drumming an odd rhythm on the tabletop. "We need to find a new feeding ground soon." I nearly dropped my rag. Feeding ground? What the hell were they talking about? "Patience, Lilith," one of the men replied, his voice low and gravelly. "We can't risk exposure. Not after what happened in Millbrook." I must have made a noise because suddenly, all 5 heads swiveled towards me. Their eyes. There was something wrong with their eyes. Too bright, too focused. I mumbled an apology and scurried back to the counter, my heart pounding. From that night on, I paid closer attention to our midnight regulars. They never ordered food, only black coffee which they never seemed to drink. Their conversations were always hushed, but I caught snippets here and there. Talk of the others, of hunting grounds, and once, chillingly, of disposing of the evidence. I told myself I was imagining things, that lack of sleep and too much caffeine were making me paranoid. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. About a month after I first noticed them, a new customer started coming in during their usual hours. He was young, probably early 20s, with a mop of curly hair and kind eyes. He'd order a slice of pie and sit at the counter, often striking up conversations with me. His name was Mike, and he was working nights at the gas station down the road. I found myself looking forward to Mike's visits. He was funny and sweet, a breath of fresh air in the stagnant midnight atmosphere. But I noticed the way the group in the corner watched him, their eyes tracking his movements with an intensity that made my skin crawl. One night, Mike didn't show up at his usual time. I tried not to worry. Maybe he'd switched shifts or was feeling under the weather. But as the hours ticked by and he didn't appear, a knot of unease grew in my stomach. It was nearly 4 a.m. when the bell above the door chimed. I looked up, hoping to see Mike's familiar grin, but instead, it was them, the 5 regulars. But something was different. They seemed energized. Their pale skin had a flush to it, their movements more fluid than usual. They slid into their booth, and I reluctantly approached to take their order. As I got closer, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The man on the end, the one they called Victor, had a smear of what looked like blood on his collar. "The usual?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Victor smiled, revealing teeth that seemed sharper than I remembered. "Yes, my dear. And we're celebrating tonight. Perhaps you'd like to join us." The way he said it made it clear it wasn't really a question. I glanced towards the door, wondering if I could make a run for it. As if reading my thoughts, one of the women reached out and grabbed my wrist. Her grip was like iron, her skin ice cold. Now, she purred. "Don't be rude. Sit with us a while." I found myself being pulled into the booth, sandwiched between Victor and another of the men. Up close, the wrongness of them was even more apparent. Their skin had an almost translucent quality, and I could see veins pulsing beneath the surface. "What do you want?" I stammered, hating the tremor in my voice. Victor leaned in close, his breath cold against my ear. "We've been watching you, Sarah. You're observant, curious. We appreciate those qualities." "I don't understand," I said, though a part of me was beginning to put the pieces together, as impossible as they seemed. The woman across from me, Lilith, smiled. "Of course you do. You've suspected for a while now, haven't you? What we are, what we do." I shook my head, unwilling to give voice to the insane thoughts swirling in my mind. Vampires. They were talking about vampires. But that was impossible, wasn't it? "Your friend Mike," Victor said casually. "He was delicious, so full of life. But don't worry, we didn't kill him. We never kill them. That would draw too much attention." A sob caught in my throat. "What did you do to him?" "We fed," Lilith said simply. "As we must, as we've done for centuries. And now, my dear, we have a proposition for you." I looked at each of them in turn, these monsters wearing human faces. "What kind of proposition?" Victor's hand came to rest on my shoulder, his touch sending icy tendrils down my spine. "Join us, Sarah. Become one of us. You've seen how we live, moving through the night, taking what we need, never aging, never dying. It's a gift we don't offer lightly." For a moment, I was tempted. The artist in me imagined the things I could create with eternity stretching before me. But then I thought of Mike, of the other victims these creatures must have fed on over the years. "And if I refuse?" I asked, already knowing the answer. Lilith's smile turned predatory. "Then you become our next meal. And trust me, we won't be as gentle as we were with your friend." Time seemed to slow down. I knew I had only seconds to make a decision that would change my life forever. Be turned into a monster, or die at their hands. In that moment, my eyes fell on the coffee pot sitting on the burner behind the counter. It had been there for hours, kept scalding hot by the ancient machine. A plan formed in my mind, desperate and probably futile, but it was all I had. "Okay," I said, forcing my voice to remain calm. "I'll do it. I'll join you. But can I at least get a last cup of coffee as a human? One final taste?" Victor and Lilith exchanged glances, then nodded. "Of course," Victor said. "We're not monsters after all." The irony of his statement was not lost on me. I slid out of the booth on shaky legs and made my way behind the counter. With trembling hands, I grasped the handle of the coffee pot. I turned, and in one fluid motion, flung the scalding liquid at my captors. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. Where the coffee touched their skin, it sizzled and burned, far worse than it would have on human flesh. They screamed, an inhuman, piercing shriek that made me want to cover my ears. I didn't wait to see more. I ran, bursting out of the diner and into the cool night air. My car was parked just a few feet away, and I fumbled with my keys, praying I could get it started before they recovered. The engine roared to life just as I saw them emerge from the diner, their faces twisted in rage, skin still smoking from the coffee burns. I floored it, tires squealing as I peeled out of the parking lot. I drove for hours, not daring to stop, jumping at every shadow. When the sun finally rose, I allowed myself to breathe a sigh of relief. I was safe, at least for now. I never went back to Mel's diner. I moved to a new city, took a day job, and tried to convince myself that what had happened that night was some kind of shared hallucination, a waking nightmare. But sometimes, when I'm up late working on a painting, I'll catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. A shadow that seems too solid, eyes gleaming in the darkness. And I know that they're out there, waiting, watching. And I wonder how long it will be before they find me again. Because now I know the truth. The night belongs to them, and we humans are just guests in their world, tolerated only as long as we remain ignorant or useful. And once you've seen behind the veil, there's no going back. The darkness calls, and sooner or later, we all must answer. The headlights flickered once, twice, then died completely. As my car sputtered to a stop on the side of the desolate highway, I realized I was in trouble. Little did I know, my real nightmare was about to begin. I leaned my forehead against the steering wheel, taking deep breaths to calm my racing heart. The dashboard clock glowed 11:47 p.m., its red numbers a stark reminder of how late and alone I was. I fumbled for my phone, praying for at least one bar of signal. Nothing. Come on, I muttered, stepping out of the car. The night air hit me like a slap, cold and damp. I held my phone up to the star-studded sky, turning in slow circles. Still nothing. A set of headlights appeared in the distance, growing larger as they approached. Hope surged through me. Maybe they'd stop and help, or at least let me use their phone. But the car zoomed past without slowing, leaving me in a swirl of dust and disappointment. I hugged my arms around myself, suddenly aware of how exposed I was. The highway stretched endlessly in both directions, bordered by dense forest. The only sounds were the chirping of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves. Another set of headlights appeared, this time coming from the opposite direction. As they drew closer, I could make out the shape of a large truck. It was moving slowly, almost cautiously. My heart leaped. Surely a trucker would stop to help a stranded motorist. But the truck crawled past, brake lights never flashing. I watched it disappear into the distance, a knot forming in my stomach. Something about the way it had slowed down. It felt like I was being watched. I shook off the feeling, chiding myself for being paranoid. I popped the hood of my car, though I knew next to nothing about engines. The maze of pipes and wires meant nothing to me, but I poked around anyway, hoping for some obvious sign of the problem. The rumble of an engine made me look up. The same truck was approaching again, this time from behind me. It slowed as it neared, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. The truck passed me once more, continuing down the highway at that same unnaturally slow pace. I slammed the hood shut and practically dove back into my car, locking the doors. My hands shook as I tried the ignition again. The engine wheezed and coughed but refused to turn over. "Please," I whispered, "please start." Headlights appeared in my rearview mirror. The truck was coming back. This time, it pulled onto the shoulder behind me, its engine idling. I sat frozen, knuckles white on the steering wheel, as I watched the driver's door open in my side mirror. A man stepped out, tall and burly, wearing a trucker cap and a flannel shirt. He approached my car with slow, deliberate steps. I could see his face now, weathered and unsmiling. There was something in his eyes that made my skin crawl. He knocked on my window, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. "You need some help, miss." His voice was gruff, with an accent I couldn't place. I cracked the window just enough to respond. No, thank you. I've got help on the way." The lie tumbled out before I could stop it. He cocked his head, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It didn't reach his eyes. Now, we both know that ain't true. Ain't no signal out here for miles. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. "I'm fine, really. My husband will be here any minute to pick me up." The man's smile widened, showing yellowed teeth. "Funny, I didn't see no one else broke down when I passed by earlier, and I've been up and down this stretch 3 times now." Ice flooded my veins. He admitted to circling back and watching me. This wasn't a good Samaritan, this was a predator, and I was his prey. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "I appreciate your concern, but I really am okay. You can go now." He leaned closer to the window, his breath fogging the glass. "Why don't you come on out, darlin'? I've got some tools in my truck. We'll have you fixed up in no time." I shook my head frantically. No, that's okay. I'd rather stay in the car." His expression darkened. "I'm trying to help you here, girl. Don't make this difficult." He reached for the door handle, and panic exploded in my chest. I lunged for the lock, but he was faster. The door flew open, and his hand clamped around my arm, yanking me out of the car. I screamed, the sound echoing in the empty night. He clamped a hand over my mouth, muffling my cries. "Shut up," he growled, dragging me towards his truck. "You're coming with me, whether you like it or not." I fought with everything I had, kicking and clawing. My nails raked across his face, drawing blood. He cursed, loosening his grip just enough for me to wrench free. I ran, not towards the road, but into the forest bordering it. Branches whipped at my face as I plunged into the darkness, the man's angry shouts spurring me on. I had no plan, no direction, just the primal need to get away. I could hear him crashing through the underbrush behind me, gaining ground with every step. My lungs burned, my legs felt like lead, but terror kept me moving. Suddenly, the ground disappeared beneath my feet. I tumbled down a steep embankment, rolling and bouncing painfully before coming to a stop at the bottom. For a moment, I lay there, dazed and winded. The sound of approaching footsteps snapped me back to reality. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain radiating through my body. I was in some kind of ravine, a small stream trickling through its center. I looked around wildly, searching for a place to hide. There, a fallen tree, its roots creating a small cavity. I dove into the space, pressing myself as far back as I could. The man's heavy breathing grew closer. I could see his boots through a gap in the roots, mere feet from my hiding spot. He muttered curses, kicking at the underbrush. Come out, wherever you are," he called, his sing-song tone chilling me to the bone. "You're only making this worse for yourself, darlin'." I held my breath, not daring to move a muscle. He paced back and forth, so close I could have reached out and touched him. Minutes stretched into an eternity as I waited, praying he would give up and leave. Finally, with a frustrated growl, he stomped away. I listened as his footsteps faded, but I didn't dare emerge from my hiding place. This could be a trick, an attempt to lure me out. I don't know how long I stayed there, curled up in that damp, cramped space. Every sound made me flinch, a twig snapping, leaves rustling, the hoot of an owl. My body ached, and I was shivering uncontrollably, but fear kept me rooted in place. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I finally allowed myself to move. Slowly, cautiously, I crawled out from under the fallen tree. The ravine was silent, no sign of the man who had chased me. I climbed the embankment, my muscles screaming in protest. When I reached the top, I oriented myself towards the highway. It was time to get out of these woods, to find help, to get as far away from here as possible. The trek back seemed to take hours. Every shadow looked like a threat, every sound a potential attacker. When I finally broke through the tree line and saw the highway, I almost wept with relief. My car was still there, driver's door hanging open. The man's truck was gone. I approached cautiously, half expecting him to jump out at me, but there was no one. I slid into the driver's seat, my whole body trembling, and there, on the passenger seat, was my phone. The screen lit up as I grabbed it, showing full bars of signal. With shaking fingers, I dialed 911. As I waited for the operator to answer, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, tucked under the windshield wiper, was a piece of paper. I reached out and snatched it, unfolding it with dread. In messy handwriting were the words, "See you again soon, darlin'. You can't hide forever." As I relayed my location to the 911 operator, I knew one thing for certain. I would never drive this highway again. Some roads, once traveled, leave scars that never fully heal. And some nightmares don't end when the sun comes up. They just pause, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. The howling wind drowned out the sputtering of my car's engine as it finally gave up the ghost. Surrounded by a whiteout of swirling snow, I realized I was stranded in the middle of nowhere. Little did I know my desperate search for shelter would lead me into the clutches of a madman, and the cozy cabin I thought was my salvation would become a prison of terror. My name's Claire, and I've always prided myself on being prepared. But nothing could have prepared me for that night. I was driving back from a work conferencing, taking the scenic route through the mountains. It was supposed to be a peaceful drive, a chance to decompress before diving back into the chaos of city life. The storm came out of nowhere. One minute I was admiring the snow-capped peaks. The next I could barely see 2 feet in front of me. I slowed to a crawl, my knuckles white on the steering wheel as I struggled to keep the car on the road. That's when I heard it, a sickening clunk from under the hood. The car shuddered, coughed, and died. I coasted to a stop on the shoulder, if you could call it that. On one side was a sheer rock face, on the other, a steep drop-off into darkness. I tried to restart the engine, but it was no use. The battery was dead, and even if it wasn't, I suspected the problem was much worse. I was stuck. I reached for my phone, already knowing it was futile. No signal, of course, not out here in the middle of nowhere. The temperature was dropping rapidly. I could see my breath fogging up the windshield. I knew I couldn't stay in the car in weather like this. That was a death sentence. I had to find shelter. Grabbing my emergency kit, thank God I'd remembered to pack one, I stepped out into the storm. The wind hit me like a physical force, nearly knocking me off my feet. Snow pelted my face, sharp as needles. I picked a direction and started walking, one arm up to shield my eyes from the driving snow. Every step was a battle against the wind. I couldn't feel my fingers or toes, and my face was numb with cold. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I saw it. A faint glow in the distance. A light. My heart leapt. Where there was light, there had to be people. Shelter. I pushed on with renewed energy. As I got closer, I could make out the shape of a cabin, smoke curling from the chimney promising warmth and safety. I stumbled up to the door and pounded on it with frozen fists. "Hello," I shouted, my voice nearly lost in the howling wind. "Please, I need help." For a long moment, there was nothing. Then I heard movement inside. The door creaked open, and I found myself face to face with a man. He was tall and lean, with a wild beard and eyes that seemed to glow in the lamplight. He looked at me with surprise, then concern. "Good Lord, miss," he said, his voice gravelly. "What are you doing out in this storm? Come in, come in." I all but fell through the doorway, the sudden absence of wind making me stumble. The man caught me, his hands strong and sure. "Thank you," I gasped, shivering violently. My car broke down. I didn't know what to do. You poor thing, he said, leading me to a chair by the fireplace. You're half frozen. Here, let me get you something warm to drink. As feeling slowly returned to my extremities, I took in my surroundings. The cabin was cozy, if a bit cluttered. Books and papers were strewn everywhere, and the walls were covered in maps and diagrams I couldn't make sense of. The man returned with a steaming mug. It's just tea, he said, handing it to me, but it'll warm you up. I took a grateful sip. I'm Claire, I said. Thank you so much for helping me. I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't found your cabin. He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Jack, he said, and think nothing of it. I couldn't very well leave you out there to freeze, could I? As we talked, I began to relax. Jack seemed nice enough, if a bit odd. He told me he was a researcher, studying weather patterns in the mountains. That explained all the maps and equipment I could see scattered around. Storm's not likely to let up until morning, he said, glancing out the window. You're welcome to stay here for the night. I'm afraid I don't have a guest room, but the couch is comfortable enough. I hesitated. Staying the night in a stranger's cabin wasn't ideal, but what choice did I have? That's very kind of you, I said. If you're sure it's no trouble. No trouble at all, Jack said, that strange smile back on his face. As the night wore on, my unease grew. There was something off about Jack, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. The way his eyes would linger on me when he thought I wasn't looking. The way he'd sometimes pause mid-sentence, as if listening for something. I tried to shake it off. He'd saved my life, after all. I was just being paranoid. It wasn't until I got up to use the bathroom that I realized how wrong I was. As I walked down the narrow hallway, I noticed a door that was slightly ajar. I wouldn't have thought anything of it, except I heard a sound coming from inside, a muffled thump, like someone moving around. My curiosity got the better of me. I pushed the door open a little wider and peered inside. What I saw made my blood run cold. The room was some kind of workshop, filled with strange equipment and jars of unidentifiable substances. But that wasn't what caught my attention. There, strapped to a table in the center of the room, was a person. They were gagged and bound, their eyes wide with terror as they struggled against their restraints. I must have made a sound, because suddenly Jack was there, his hand clamping down on my shoulder. Now, he said, his voice eerily calm. You shouldn't go poking around in other people's business, Claire. I tried to run, but his grip was like iron. He dragged me into the room, ignoring my struggles. I really wish you hadn't seen this, he said, forcing me into a chair. Things could have been so much simpler. As he tied me up, he kept talking, his voice taking on a manic edge. You don't understand. None of you understand. The storms, they're not natural. There's something out there, something in the mountains. I'm trying to stop it. Don't you see? I didn't see. All I saw was a madman, a monster wearing the face of my rescuer. Please, I begged, tears streaming down my face. Let us go. We won't tell anyone. I swear. Jack just shook his head. I'm afraid I can't do that. You're part of it now, part of the experiment. The next few hours were a blur of terror. Jack moved between us, injecting us with something that made the room spin and our minds fog. He muttered constantly, scribbling notes and adjusting equipment. Through the haze, I tried to think of a way out. The ropes were tight, but maybe if I could work them loose. I don't know how long it took, but finally I felt the ropes give. Jack was focused on his other victim, his back to me. It was now or never. I lunged from the chair, grabbing the nearest object, a heavy glass jar, and brought it down on Jack's head with all my strength. He went down hard, crumpling to the floor. I didn't wait to see if he was out cold. I untied the other person, a hiker, I learned later, who'd gone missing weeks ago, and we ran. The storm had passed, the world outside blanketed in pristine white snow. We stumbled through drifts, the cold biting at our skin, but fear kept us moving. It wasn't until we reached the main road and flagged down a passing truck that I finally allowed myself to believe we were safe. The aftermath was a blur of police statements and hospital visits. They found Jack's cabin, but he was long gone. The things they discovered there, I try not to think about it. They never caught him. Sometimes, when the wind howls outside my window, I imagine I can hear his voice, whispering about experiments and things in the mountains. I don't drive those back roads anymore. I don't go anywhere remote if I can help it, because now I know that sometimes the real monsters aren't in the storm outside. Sometimes they're waiting behind a friendly smile, ready to turn your salvation into a nightmare.
And in those moments when you're most vulnerable, most in need of help, that's when they strike. So be careful who you trust in the dark and the cold. You never know what's really waiting behind that cabin door.
The first strange symbol carved into a tree sent a chill down my spine. By the time we realized we were being herded deeper into the woods, it was too late. What started as a peaceful camping trip had turned into a deadly game of cat and mouse, and we were the prey. My name's Alex, and I've always loved the outdoors. So when my three best friends, Mike, Sarah, and Jess, suggested a weekend camping trip in the Cascade Mountains, I jumped at the chance. We'd been planning this getaway for months, poring over maps and plotting the perfect route to take us far from the usual tourist trails. We set out early on a crisp Friday morning, our backpacks loaded with supplies and our hearts full of excitement. The first day was everything we'd hoped for: challenging hikes through pristine wilderness, breathtaking views, and the kind of solitude you can only find miles away from civilization. As the sun began to set, we found the perfect spot to make camp, a small clearing near a babbling brook, sheltered by towering pines. We set up our tents, built a fire, and sat down to enjoy a simple dinner of trail mix and dehydrated camping meals. "This is perfect," Mike said, his face glowing in the firelight. "Just us and nature, no cell phones, no internet, no distractions." We all nodded in agreement, taking in the peacefulness of our surroundings. The stars were starting to come out, brighter than I'd ever seen them in the city. It was magical. We were just about to turn in for the night when Sarah noticed it, a strange symbol carved into the trunk of a nearby tree. It looked like a series of interlocking triangles, cut deep into the bark. "Hey guys, check this out," she called, shining her flashlight on the marking. "Any of you ever seen anything like this before?" We gathered around, examining the symbol. None of us recognized it, but something about it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Probably just some other hikers marking the trail," Mike suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. "Let's get some sleep," I said, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. We've got a long hike ahead of us tomorrow. But sleep didn't come easily. I tossed and turned, unable to get the image of that symbol out of my head. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were filled with shadowy figures moving through the trees, always just out of sight. We woke at first light, eager to break camp and continue our journey. That's when we noticed the second symbol, carved into a tree on the opposite side of the clearing. This one was different, a spiral with what looked like an eye in the center. "Okay, this is getting weird," Jess said, voicing what we were all thinking. We packed up quickly, an unspoken urgency driving our movements. As we hit the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Our planned route took us deeper into the wilderness, but now every step felt wrong. We kept finding more symbols, on trees, rocks, even scratched into the dirt of the trail. Some we recognized from our campsite, others were new and even more unsettling. "Guys," Sarah said, her voice tight with fear, "I think these symbols are marking a path. Look, they're leading us this way." She was right. The symbols were becoming more frequent, all pointing in the same direction, deeper into the forest, away from our planned route and any hope of easy rescue. "We need to turn back," I said, but even as the words left my mouth, I knew it wasn't that simple. We'd been hiking for hours, and in our growing panic, we'd lost track of our original path. "Do you hear that?" Mike whispered suddenly. We all fell silent, straining our ears. At first I heard nothing but the rustle of leaves in the wind. Then I caught it, a faint rhythmic sound, like drums beating in the distance. "It's coming from the same direction as the cymbals," Jess said, her face pale. We stood there, frozen in indecision. Go towards the sound and whatever was making those cymbals, or try to find our way back through miles of wilderness. A twig snapped behind us, loud in the unnatural silence that had fallen over the forest. We whirled around, but there was nothing there, just shadows and trees. "Run," I said, and no one argued. We took off in the opposite direction of the cymbals and the drumming, crashing through underbrush, heedless of the noise we were making. Branches whipped at our faces. Roots threatened to trip us, but terror kept us moving. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that endless green maze. But gradually, I realized the cymbals were back. We'd somehow looped around, and now they surrounded us on all sides. "Stop," Sarah cried out suddenly. We skidded to a halt at the edge of a small ravine. The drop wasn't far, maybe 10 feet, but the bottom was littered with sharp rocks. One wrong step, and we'd be in serious trouble. "Oh God," Jess whimpered. "What do we do now?" The drumming was louder now, and mixed with it was a new sound, chanting in a language I didn't recognize. It was getting closer. "We have to cross," Mike said, pointing to a fallen log that spanned the ravine. "It's our only chance." The log looked old and rotted, barely wide enough for one person to cross at a time. But we had no choice. The chanting was growing louder by the second. "I'll go first," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Test it out." I stepped onto the log, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it would shake me right off my precarious perch. The wood creaked ominously under my weight, but held. Slowly, carefully, I inched my way across. I was about halfway when I saw them, figures emerging from the trees on the far side of the ravine. They were human-shaped, but something about their movements was off, too fluid, almost inhuman. And their faces, I couldn't make out any features, just darkness where eyes and mouths should be. "Hurry," I hissed back to my friends. "They're coming." Mike started across next, then Sarah, then Jess. The log swayed dangerously under our combined weight. A sharp crack made us all freeze. "It's breaking," Sarah cried. We were only a few feet from the other side when the log gave way. We leaped, desperate to reach solid ground. I felt the earth crumble under my feet as I landed, scrabbling for purchase on the rocky soil. A hand grabbed my wrist, pulling me to safety. It was Mike. We hauled Sarah up next, but Jess hadn't made it. She clung to the edge of the ravine, her feet dangling over the drop. "Help me!" she screamed. I lunged for her, catching her hand just as her grip failed. For a moment, I thought I'd lose her. But then Mike and Sarah were there, adding their strength to mine. Together, we pulled Jess to safety. We lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, but we couldn't rest. The chanting was all around us now, and those dark figures were closing in. "There," Sarah pointed to a gap in the trees, a faint path leading away from the ravine. "Come on." We ran again, our muscles screaming in protest. The path twisted and turned, leading us deeper into the heart of the forest. The trees seemed to close in around us, branches reaching out like grasping hands. And then suddenly, we burst out of the tree line into a large clearing. In the center stood a circle of standing stones, each one carved with the same symbols we'd been following. The chanting reached a fever pitch, and dark figures began to emerge from between the stones. We were surrounded, trapped. As the figures closed in, their features began to shift and change, becoming something inhuman, something ancient and terrifying. I closed my eyes, certain that this was the end. But then, a new sound cut through the chanting, the whump 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 of helicopter blades. Light flooded the clearing, and a voice boomed out over a loudspeaker. "This is the Forest Service. Remain where you are." The dark figures scattered, melting back into the shadows as if they'd never been. And just like that, it was over. The authorities found us huddled in that clearing, babbling about symbols and dark figures. They put it down to shared hallucination, maybe caused by some kind of toxic mushroom we'd accidentally ingested. But we know what we saw, what we experienced. We never went camping again after that. How could we, knowing what's really out there in the wilderness? Sometimes, when I catch a glimpse of an odd symbol or hear a distant drumbeat, I'm right back in those woods, running for my life. Because now I know that there are things in this world that defy explanation. Ancient things that still lurk in the dark places, waiting for unsuspecting prey to wander into their domain. So if you're ever hiking in the mountains and you see a strange symbol carved into a tree, turn back. Don't follow where it leads. Because some paths, once taken, can never be uncrossed. And some things, once seen, can never be unseen. The flickering fluorescent light above me buzzed like an angry insect, casting an eerie glow over the empty corridors. It was just another quiet night at Oak Ridge office complex, or so I thought. Little did I know that in a matter of hours, I'd be fighting for my life, trapped in a place I once considered mundane and safe. My name's Carlos, and I've been the night janitor at Oak Ridge for the past 5 years. It's not a glamorous job, but it pays the bills and lets me work on my novels during the quiet hours. I know every nook and cranny of this place, from the CEO's corner office on the top floor to the musty supply closets in the basement. But on that fateful night, even my intimate knowledge of the building wouldn't be enough to keep me safe. It started like any other shift. I arrived at 10 p.m., just as the last of the workaholics were trudging out to their cars. I nodded to Marjorie from accounting as she passed, her arms full of files she was probably taking home to work on. She gave me a tired smile in return. "Another late night, Marjorie?" I asked, holding the door open for her. "You know how it is during tax season, Carlos." She sighed. "See you tomorrow." If only I'd known those might be the last words we'd ever exchange. I started my rounds on the top floor, working my way down. Vacuum the carpets, empty the trash, wipe down the surfaces. It was mindless work, leaving my imagination free to wander. I was deep in thought about the plot of my latest story when I noticed something odd. The elevator indicator showed it had stopped on the 13th floor. That was strange. Oak Ridge only had 12 floors. I'd always assumed the number was skipped due to superstition, like in many tall buildings. Curiosity piqued. I decided to investigate. I took the stairs to the 12th floor and looked around. Everything seemed normal, but as I was about to head back down, I noticed a faint line in the wall where there shouldn't be one. Heart pounding, I pushed against it. To my amazement, a hidden door swung open, revealing a dimly lit corridor. Cautiously, I stepped inside. The air was stale, as if this place hadn't been touched in years. The walls were lined with old filing cabinets, and dust-covered computers sat on desks that looked like they belonged in another decade. As I moved deeper into the hidden floor, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. Footsteps, coming from around the corner. I ducked behind a desk just as 2 men in suits walked past, deep in conversation. "The project is nearly complete," one was saying. "Soon, we'll be able to control them all." "And what about the test subjects?" the other asked. "Disposed of. No loose ends." My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they'd hear it. What had I stumbled upon? Some kind of secret corporate experiment? I waited until their footsteps faded before emerging from my hiding spot. I needed to get out of here, to call the police. But as I turned to leave, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. Through a window in one of the doors, I could see a room filled with people. They were seated at desks, staring blankly at computer screens, their movements robotic and synchronized. It was like looking at a hive of human drones. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the implications. Whatever was happening here, it involved controlling people's minds. And judging by what I'd overheard, they were willing to kill to keep it secret. I had to do something. But first, I needed evidence. I pulled out my phone and started taking pictures, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. Just as I finished, an alarm blared through the hidden floor. A robotic voice announced, "Intruder alert, lockdown initiated." Panic surged through me. I ran for the hidden door, but it had sealed shut. I was trapped. The sound of running footsteps echoed through the corridors. I looked around frantically for somewhere to hide, finally ducking into a supply closet just as a group of security guards rushed past. I held my breath, pressing myself against the back wall of the closet. Through a crack in the door, I could see more guards searching the area, their flashlight beams cutting through the darkness. "Find the intruder," I heard one of them say. "Use whatever force necessary. No one can know about this floor." My mind raced. I needed to find a way out, and fast. But how? The elevators would be locked down, and the stairs were surely guarded. Then I remembered something. The old dumbwaiter shaft that ran from the top floor to the basement. It had been out of use for years, but the shaft was still there, hidden behind a panel in the wall. If I could reach it, I might be able to climb down to safety. I waited until the guards moved to another area, then slipped out of the closet. Keeping low, I made my way through the maze of desks and filing cabinets, my heart pounding with every step. I had almost reached the panel when a voice behind me shouted, "Stop right there." I turned to see a guard pointing a gun at me. In that moment, time seemed to slow down. I saw his finger tightening on the trigger, saw the muzzle flash before I heard the bang. I dove to the side, feeling the bullet whiz past my ear. In desperation, I grabbed a nearby fire extinguisher and sprayed it at the guard's face. He stumbled back, coughing and spluttering, and I used the moment to wrench open the panel and squeeze into the dumbwaiter shaft. The space was tight, the metal walls cold against my skin. I could hear shouts and more gunshots above me as I started to climb down, my hands slick with sweat on the old cables. I had descended maybe 2 floors when I heard a grinding noise above me. Looking up, I saw the dumbwaiter car start to move, plummeting down the shaft towards me. They were trying to crush me. With no time to think, I kicked out at the wall, swinging myself towards a vent opening I'd spotted. I barely managed to grab the edge, hauling myself inside just as the dumbwaiter car rushed past, missing me by inches. I crawled through the ventilation system, trying to orient myself. I could hear alarms blaring throughout the building now, and the sound of heavy boots on metal told me they were searching the vents. Finally, I saw light ahead. I emerged onto the roof, the cool night air hitting me like a slap after the stuffiness of the vents. But my relief was short-lived. The door to the stairwell burst open, and guards poured onto the roof. I was cornered, trapped between armed men and a 12-story drop. As they advanced, weapons raised, I closed my eyes, certain this was the end. Then I heard it, the whump 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 of helicopter blades. A spotlight bathed the roof in harsh white light, and a voice boomed out over a loudspeaker. "This is the FBI. Everyone on the roof, put your hands in the air." The guards hesitated, then slowly lowered their weapons. As FBI agents rappelled down from the helicopter, I sank to my knees, overwhelmed with relief. The aftermath was a blur of police statements and news reports. The hidden floor was exposed. The mind control experiment shut down. The company's top executives were arrested, along with the scientists involved in the project. As for me, I was hailed as a hero. My quick thinking and bravery had brought down a massive conspiracy. But I didn't feel like a hero. I felt scared, violated, and angry. Angry that such evil could exist right under our noses, hiding behind the facade of a normal office building. I don't work at Oak Ridge anymore. Couldn't stand to be there after everything that happened. But I didn't give up on my dream of being a writer. In fact, I found my story. I'm writing about what happened, about the hidden floor, about the darkness that can lurk in the most ordinary places. Because people need to know. They need to understand that sometimes the most dangerous secrets aren't hiding in shadowy government facilities or underground bunkers. Sometimes they're right there in plain sight, behind the walls we pass every day without a second thought. And it's up to us, the ordinary people, the ones who are supposed to stay blind and obedient, to expose them. So the next time you're in an office building late at night and you hear the elevator stop on a floor that shouldn't exist, ask yourself, what might be hiding behind those doors? Because in a world where such things are possible, the only defense we have is our curiosity, our courage, and our unwillingness to look the other way. And remember, even the most mundane job, on the most ordinary night, can turn into the adventure or nightmare of a lifetime. All it takes is one wrong turn, one moment of curiosity, to pull back the curtain and see what's really going on behind the scenes of our supposedly safe, normal world. The sound of shattering glass jolted me awake. For a moment, I lay frozen in the unfamiliar bed, my heart pounding as I tried to convince myself it was just a dream. But then, I heard it again. A soft thud, followed by the creak of floorboards overhead. Someone was in the house. I'd only been babysitting for the Johnsons for a few hours. They'd seemed like such a nice couple when they'd hired me last week, eager for a night out while their two young kids slept peacefully upstairs. Now, as I lay in the dark guest room, I cursed myself for taking this job in a neighborhood I barely knew. My trembling fingers fumbled for my phone on the nightstand. The screen's harsh glow made me squint as I pulled up the number for emergency services. Just as I was about to hit call, I hesitated. What if it was nothing? What if Mr. Johnson had forgotten something and come back? I'd feel like an idiot if I called the police over nothing. Swallowing hard, I swung my legs over the side of the bed. The hardwood floor was cold against my bare feet as I crept towards the door. I pressed my ear against the smooth wood, straining to hear any sound from the hallway beyond. Nothing. Maybe I had imagined it after all. I was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when I heard it. The unmistakable sound of a door slowly creaking open upstairs. My blood ran cold. The kids' rooms were up there. Without thinking, I yanked open the guest room door and darted into the hallway. The house was pitch black, but I'd done a thorough tour earlier in the evening. I knew the stairs were just to my right. I took them two at a time, my hand sliding along the smooth banister as I ascended. At the top, I paused, listening intently. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the rapid thrumming of my own pulse in my ears. "Hello," I called out softly, my voice barely above a whisper. "Mr. Johnson, is that you?" No response. I inched down the hallway, squinting in the darkness. The first door on my left was open, little Sarah's room. I distinctly remembered closing it after tucking her in hours ago. Steeling myself, I peeked inside. Moonlight filtered through the gauzy curtains, illuminating Sarah's small form huddled under her pink comforter. She appeared to be sleeping peacefully, her chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. I was about to turn away when something caught my eye. There, on the far side of the room, a shadow seemed to move. My breath caught in my throat. I blinked hard, willing my eyes to adjust to the gloom. Slowly, the shadow took shape. A tall, broad-shouldered figure standing perfectly still in the corner. This was no child. This was no parent checking on their sleeping daughter. This was an intruder. I must have made a sound, a gasp, a whimper, I'm not sure, because suddenly, the figure's head snapped towards me. In the dim light, I caught a glimpse of eyes glinting beneath a dark hood. Time seemed to stand still for a heartbeat. Then, with shocking speed, the figure lunged towards me. I didn't think. I just ran. I flew down the hallway, my bare feet slapping against the hardwood. Behind me, I could hear heavy footsteps in pursuit. I reached the stairs and practically threw myself down them, gripping the banister to keep from tumbling head over heels. My mind raced as I hit the first floor. Where to go? The front door was locked. I'd checked it myself before settling in for the night. The kitchen? There had to be a knife or something I could use to defend myself. I veered left, sprinting through the living room. In my haste, my hip caught the corner of the coffee table. Pain exploded through my side, but adrenaline kept me moving. I burst into the kitchen, my eyes darting wildly around the room. There, on the counter, a wooden block full of knives. I lunged for it, yanking out the largest one just as my pursuer appeared in the doorway. "Stay back!" I screamed, brandishing the knife in front of me. "I've called the police. They're on their way." It was a lie, but I prayed he wouldn't call my bluff. The intruder paused, seemingly assessing the situation. In the faint light streaming through the kitchen window, I could make out more details. Male, probably in his 30s, wearing dark clothes and a ski mask that obscured most of his face. "Easy now," he said, his voice surprisingly calm. "No need for anyone to get hurt. Just give me what I want, and I'll be on my way." "What do you want?" I asked, hating how my voice trembled. He took a step closer, and I tightened my grip on the knife. "You know what I'm here for. Where do they keep the valuables?" I shook my head frantically. "I don't know. I'm just the babysitter. Please, just leave. The kids are upstairs." "I know about the kids," he cut me off, his tone hardening. "And if you don't want anything to happen to them, you'll stop wasting my time and show me where the good stuff is." My blood ran cold at the threat. Sarah and little Tommy were sleeping peacefully upstairs, blissfully unaware of the danger. I had to protect them. "Okay," I said, lowering the knife slightly. "Okay, I'll show you. Just don't hurt anyone." The intruder nodded, gesturing for me to lead the way. With shaking legs, I moved towards the hallway, my mind racing. I had no idea where the Johnsons kept their valuables, if they even had any. I was just buying time, hoping against hope that someone, anyone, would realize something was wrong and come to our rescue. As we reached the foot of the stairs, an idea struck me. It was risky, but it was the only plan I had. "It's up here," I said, starting to climb. "In the master bedroom." I could feel the intruder close behind me as we ascended. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he must be able to hear it. As we reached the top of the stairs, I paused, pretending to get my bearings. "Which way?" he growled, impatient. I pointed to the door at the end of the hall, the master bedroom. As he started to move past me, I acted. With all my strength, I shoved him. Caught off guard, he stumbled, his foot catching on the area rug. For a moment, he teetered at the edge of the top step. Then, with a look of surprise that would have been comical under different circumstances, he fell backward. I watched in horror as he tumbled down the stairs, a series of thuds and grunts marking his descent. When he finally came to rest at the bottom, he didn't move. For a long moment, I stood frozen, unable to believe what had just happened. Then, the reality of the situation came crashing down on me. I had to act fast. I rushed down the stairs, carefully stepping over the prone figure of the intruder. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip my phone, but somehow, I managed to dial 911. 911, what's your emergency? Please help, I gasped. There's been a break-in. I'm babysitting, and a man broke into the house. He fell down the stairs. I don't know if he's breathing. Please hurry. The next hour passed in a blur. Police cars and an ambulance arrived, their flashing lights illuminating the quiet suburban street. Officers swarmed the house while paramedics tended to the unconscious intruder. I sat on the front porch, a scratchy blanket draped over my shoulders, answering questions in a daze. Yes, I was alone with the children. No, I didn't know the man. Yes, I was certain he had broken in. It wasn't until I saw the Johnsons' car pull into the driveway that the full weight of what had happened hit me. As Mrs. Johnson rushed towards me, her face pale with worry, I burst into tears. "Oh, sweetheart," she murmured, wrapping me in a tight hug. "You're all right. You're safe now." Over her shoulder, I watched as the paramedics wheeled out a stretcher. The intruder was strapped to it, an oxygen mask obscuring most of his face. He was alive, then. The realization brought a mix of relief and renewed fear. "The children?" I managed to choke out between sobs. "Are they?" "They're fine," Mr. Johnson assured me, having just come from checking on them. "They slept through the whole thing, thanks to you." As the adrenaline began to fade, exhaustion set in. The Johnsons insisted on driving me home, profuse in their gratitude and concern. Before I left, a kindly police officer informed me that the intruder was a known burglar, wanted for a string of break-ins in the area. Thanks to me, he would be off the streets for a long time. I should have felt proud, relieved, maybe even a little heroic. Instead, as I climbed into bed in my own room, all I felt was a bone-deep weariness and lingering fear. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside my window, made me flinch. I knew, with a certainty that settled heavy in my gut, that it would be a long time before I felt truly safe again. The shadows in the corners of my room seemed darker, more menacing, and as I finally drifted off into an uneasy sleep, one thought echoed in my mind. Sometimes, the monsters in the dark are all too real. The crack of a distant gunshot froze me in my tracks. In the dense, misty forest of the Pacific Northwest, that sound didn't belong. My solo hiking trip, meant to be a peaceful escape into nature, had just taken a sinister turn. I stood motionless, my breath caught in my throat, straining my ears for any follow-up sounds. The forest had gone eerily quiet, as if all the wildlife sensed the intrusion too. My heart pounded against my ribs, each beat echoing in the stillness. After what felt like an eternity, I heard voices. Gruff, angry voices, too far away to make out words but close enough to send a chill down my spine. This was bear country, sure, but something told me these weren't just hunters out for game. I shouldered my backpack, its familiar weight oddly comforting, and crept forward. The sensible part of my brain screamed at me to turn back, to get as far away from those voices as possible. But curiosity, that damned human trait, propelled me forward. The mist clung to the moss-covered trees, limiting visibility and muffling sound. I picked my way carefully over gnarled roots and damp leaves, thankful for the soft soles of my hiking boots. As I drew closer, the voices became clearer. "Told you to aim for the head, you idiot," one man snarled. "Now we've got a wounded one on our hands." "It ain't my fault," another voice protested. The damn thing moved at the last second. I crouched behind a massive fallen log, its decaying trunk providing perfect cover. Peering over it, I saw them. 3 men, dressed in camo, carrying high-powered rifles. But it wasn't their guns that made my blood run cold. It was what lay at their feet. A tiger. A goddamn tiger. Its orange and black coat stark against the forest floor. Its chest heaved with labored breaths, a pool of blood spreading beneath it. My mind reeled. Tigers weren't native to these woods. Hell, they weren't native to this continent. The pieces clicked into place with sickening clarity. These weren't hunters. They were poachers, and I'd just stumbled onto their illegal exotic animal hunt. I must have made a sound, a gasp, a rustle of leaves, I'm not sure. But suddenly, one of the men whipped around, his rifle raised. "Who's there?" he barked. "Show yourself." I flattened myself against the damp earth, heart thundering so loud I was sure they could hear it. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool air. I held my breath, praying they'd think it was just an animal. "Probably just a deer," one of the others said after a moment. "Come on, we need to finish this and get out of here." I heard the sickening sound of a knife being unsheathed. Squeezing my eyes shut, I tried to block out the tiger's final, Pitiful growl. When I opened them again, the poachers were dragging the carcass away, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. I waited until their voices faded before I dared to move. My legs shook as I stood, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I needed to get out of here, to alert the authorities. But as I turned to retrace my steps, a twig snapped behind me. Well, well, what do we have here? I spun around to find myself face to face with a fourth poacher, his rifle aimed squarely at my chest. His weathered face split into a yellowed grin. "Looks like we got ourselves a little spy, boys," he called out. The other three materialized from the mist, their expressions a mix of anger and cruel amusement. I raised my hand slowly, my mouth dry as sawdust. I didn't see anything," I stammered. "I'm just a hiker. I got lost." The leader, a burly man with a scar running down his cheek, stepped forward. "Oh, I think you saw plenty," he growled. "Question is, what are we going to do about it?" The others muttered among themselves, casting sideways glances at me. I caught fragments of their debate, whether to kill me outright or use me for something else. My mind raced, searching for a way out of this nightmare. "Look," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "I don't want any trouble. Just let me go and I swear I won't say a word to anyone." The scarred man laughed, a harsh sound that echoed through the trees. "Oh, we know you won't say a word, because you're coming with us." Before I could react, two of them grabbed my arms, their grips like iron vices. They dragged me deeper into the forest, away from the trail, away from any hope of rescue. As we walked, the leader explained our operation with a sickening pride. They captured exotic animals from zoos and private collections, brought them to these remote woods, and sold hunts to wealthy clients who wanted to bag rare trophies. "And now," he said, fixing me with a cold stare, "you're going to help us catch our next prize." We arrived at a small clearing where a battered pickup truck was parked. In the truck bed, a cage held a magnificent snow leopard, its eyes wide with fear. The sight made me sick to my stomach. They bound my hands and shoved me into the cab of the truck. As we bounced along overgrown logging roads, my mind raced. I had to find a way to escape, to save myself and somehow stop these monsters. Hours passed. The forest grew darker as evening approached. Finally, we pulled up to a ramshackle cabin. They hauled me out of the truck and into the musty interior. "Get some rest," the scarred man sneered. "Tomorrow, you're going to help us set the traps." They locked me in a tiny room, little more than a closet. Through the thin walls, I could hear them drinking and laughing, celebrating their successful hunt. I slumped to the floor, despair threatening to overwhelm me. But as my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I noticed something, a small window, high up on the wall. Too small for the poachers to bother boarding up, but just big enough for someone of my size to squeeze through. Hope flickered to life in my chest. I waited, listening as the poachers' voices grew slurred with alcohol. When snores finally replaced their raucous laughter, I made my move. Standing on tiptoe, I could just reach the window. It took all my strength to pry it open, wincing at every creak of the old wood. Finally, it gave way. I pulled myself up, muscles straining as I wriggled through the narrow opening. For one heart-stopping moment, I thought I was stuck. Then, with a final push, I tumbled out into the cool night air. I hit the ground running, not daring to look back. The forest was pitch black, but fear drove me forward. Branches whipped at my face. Roots threatened to trip me, but I didn't slow down. I had no idea which direction I was going. My only goal was to put as much distance between myself and those monsters as possible. The snow leopard's frightened eyes haunted me, spurring me on when my legs felt ready to give out. As the first hints of dawn lightened the sky, I finally allowed myself to stop. Collapsing against a tree, I gulped in air, my lungs burning. In the growing light, I tried to get my bearings. That's when I heard it, the faint sound of rushing water. A river. If I could find it, I could follow it downstream. Rivers meant civilization, meant help. With renewed determination, I pushed on. The sound grew louder, and finally, I broke through the tree line to find a wide, fast-moving river cutting through the forest. Relief washed over me, so powerful it brought tears to my eyes. I followed the riverbank, my pace quickening as the terrain became easier to navigate. Hours later, I stumbled onto a road, an actual paved road. I could have kissed the asphalt. Instead, I stuck out my thumb, praying someone would stop. To my amazement, the very first car that came along pulled over. An elderly couple peered out at me, their eyes widening at my bedraggled appearance. "Are you all right, son?" the man asked, concern etched on his weathered face. I shook my head, the events of the past day catching up to me in a rush. "No," I croaked. "I need help. Please. I need to call the police." They didn't ask questions. Bless them. They just ushered me into their car and drove straight to the nearest police station. The next few days passed in a blur of statements and search parties. They found the cabin, but the poachers were long gone. However, armed with my testimony and the evidence left behind, the authorities launched a full-scale investigation. Weeks later, I received a call. They'd caught them, all four of them, trying to smuggle exotic animals across the Canadian border. The relief I felt was indescribable. As I hung up the phone, I gazed out my window at the city skyline. The forest had always been my sanctuary, a place of peace and solitude. Now, it held a darker edge in my mind, but I knew I'd go back. Those woods, and the creatures that called them home, needed protectors. People willing to stand up to those who would exploit them for profit. Next time, though, I wouldn't be going alone. And I'd be a hell of a lot more prepared for whatever I might find in those shadowy depths. The wilderness had shown me its darkest side, but it had also shown me the strength I had within myself. And that, I realized, was a trophy far more valuable than any poacher could ever comprehend. The first drop of rain hit my windshield like a harbinger of doom. Within seconds, the sky opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour that reduced visibility to mere feet. I squinted through the glass, my knuckles white on the steering wheel as I navigated the winding mountain road. It was then, in the heart of that storm, that my car chose to sputter its last breath. "No, no, no," I muttered, pumping the gas pedal frantically as the engine coughed and died. I coasted to the shoulder, if you could call it that, barely a foot of gravel between my tires and a steep drop-off. I sat there for a moment, listening to the rain hammer against the roof, trying to calm my racing heart. This was not how I'd envisioned my cross-country road trip ending. Miles from anywhere, no cell service, and now, no transportation. A flash of lightning illuminated the desolate landscape, and in that brief moment, I caught sight of something that made my breath catch. A pair of headlights in my rearview mirror, growing larger by the second. Relief washed over me. Another car meant help, a chance to get out of this mess. I watched as the vehicle, a large pickup truck I could now see, slowed and pulled up behind me. I grabbed my rain jacket from the passenger seat and took a deep breath before opening the door. The wind nearly ripped it from my grasp as I stepped out, rain immediately soaking through my jeans. A figure emerged from the truck, hunched against the storm. As they approached, I could make out more details. A man, tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a dark raincoat with the hood pulled low over his face. "Car trouble," he called out over the howling wind. I nodded, wiping rain from my eyes. "Engine just died on me. Don't suppose you know anything about cars?" He chuckled, a low sound that was nearly lost in the storm. "I might know a thing or two. Pop the hood. Let's take a look." Grateful for the help, I ducked back into my car and pulled the lever. By the time I got back out, he was already bent over the engine, his flashlight illuminating the tangle of wires and metal. "Looks like your alternator's shot," he said after a few moments. "Not something we can fix here." My heart sank. Great, I muttered. Any chance you could give me a ride to the nearest town? I can call a tow from there. He straightened up, and for the first time, I got a good look at his face. Something in his eyes made me take an involuntary step back. They were cold, calculating, with none of the warmth his friendly demeanor had suggested. Sure, he said, his tone suddenly different. I can give you a ride. Every instinct in my body screamed danger. I forced a smile, trying to keep my voice steady. On second thought, maybe I'll just wait it out here. The storm's bound to let up eventually, right? His hand shot out, gripping my arm with surprising strength. I insist, he growled. I reacted on pure adrenaline, wrenching my arm free and stumbling backward. My foot slipped on the wet gravel, and I went down hard. The breath knocked from my lungs. He loomed over me, no longer bothering to hide the malice in his expression. Don't make this harder than it needs to be, he said, reaching for me again. I scrambled backward, my hands scrabbling in the mud for something, anything I could use as a weapon. My fingers closed around a rock, and I hurled it at him with all my might. It caught him in the shoulder, eliciting a grunt of pain and anger. I used his momentary distraction to clamber to my feet, my heart pounding in my ears. I ran, not towards my useless car, but down the road, away from him and his truck. The rain lashed at my face, nearly blinding me, but fear propelled me forward. I could hear him behind me, his heavy footsteps splashing through puddles. He was faster, his longer stride eating up the distance between us. Just as his fingers brushed the back of my jacket, I veered off the road. I plunged into the underbrush, branches whipping at my face as I half ran, half slid down the steep embankment. Behind me, I heard him curse as he lost his footing on the slick ground. The woods were pitch black, the storm turning night into an impenetrable wall of darkness. I stumbled forward blindly, one hand stretched out in front of me to avoid running into trees. I had no idea where I was going, no plan beyond putting as much distance between myself and my pursuer as possible. The sound of the rain and my own labored breathing drowned out any noise he might be making. For all I knew, he could be right behind me. As if the universe decided I hadn't faced enough challenges, my foot caught on an exposed root. I went down hard, tumbling head over heels down a steep incline. I came to a stop at the bottom, dazed and aching, the taste of blood in my mouth where I'd bit my tongue. For a moment, I lay there, the cold mud seeping into my clothes. Every part of me hurt, and the temptation to just give up was overwhelming. But then I heard it, a voice calling out, too close for comfort. Come on out. You're only making this worse for yourself. His voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere in the storm-racked forest. I forced myself to my feet, ignoring the protests of my battered body. I needed shelter, somewhere to hide and catch my breath. As if in answer to my desperate thoughts, a flash of lightning illuminated my surroundings. There, not 20 feet away, was the dark mouth of a cave. Without hesitation, I half ran, half crawled towards it. The opening was narrow, forcing me to turn sideways to squeeze through. Inside, it opened up into a space just large enough for me to stand. The relative quiet was almost shocking after the constant roar of the storm. I could still hear the rain and wind, but it was muffled, distant. I slumped against the cold stone wall, trying to quiet my breathing. Minutes passed, each one feeling like an eternity. I strained my ears for any sound of pursuit, but heard nothing beyond the storm. Had I lost him? Or was he out there still, searching methodically through the woods? A scraping sound at the cave entrance made me freeze. A beam of light cut through the darkness, and I pressed myself further back into the shadows. I know you're in here. His voice echoed off the stone walls. Why don't you make this easy on both of us and come on out? I held my breath, my mind racing. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. As his flashlight beam swept closer, I knew I had only one option left, to fight. My hand closed around a fist-sized rock on the cave floor. I hefted it, feeling its weight. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. Just as the light fell on me, I lunged forward with a primal scream. The rock connected with a satisfying crunch, and he went down hard, the flashlight clattering to the ground. I didn't wait to see if he was unconscious. I bolted past him, out of the cave and back into the storm. The rain had lessened somewhat, allowing me to see a bit further ahead. I ran without direction, driven by pure survival instinct. The trees began to thin out, and suddenly, I burst out onto a road. Not the same mountain road I'd broken down on. This one was wider, better maintained. In the distance, I saw something that made my heart leap. Headlights. Not just one pair, but several. A convoy of vehicles was approaching. I waved my arms frantically, praying they would see me. The lead vehicle, a police cruiser, I now saw, slowed to a stop. An officer stepped out, his hand on his holster as he approached me cautiously. "Are you all right, sir?" he called out. The adrenaline that had kept me going suddenly evaporated. I collapsed to my knees, my whole body shaking. "Help!" I managed to croak out. "There's a man. He tried to—" I couldn't finish the sentence, but I didn't need to. The officer's expression hardened, and he quickly ushered me into the back of his cruiser. As I sat there, a blanket draped over my shoulders, I watched as more police cars arrived, their lights painting the wet road in red and blue. They found him, of course, unconscious in the cave where I'd left him. As it turned out, he was wanted in 3 states for a string of abductions and murders. My ill-fated road trip had inadvertently led to the capture of a serial killer. In the days and weeks that followed, as I gave statements and identified him in lineups, the reality of how close I'd come to becoming another of his victims hit me hard. Nightmares plagued my sleep, filled with dark roads and relentless pursuit. But slowly, gradually, I began to heal. The fear gave way to a sense of pride. I had faced the worst and survived. I had fought back when it mattered most. Now, years later, I still take road trips. But I'm more prepared, more aware of my surroundings. And when I pass a broken-down car on a lonely stretch of road, I don't stop to help. Instead, I call it in to the authorities. Because I know all too well that sometimes the real monsters aren't hiding in the darkness. They're the ones offering a helping hand on a stormy night. The cabin was supposed to be my sanctuary, a place to escape the chaos of city life and find inspiration for my next novel. Instead, it became my prison, with danger lurking just beyond the tree line. I never imagined that a peaceful getaway could turn into a fight for survival, but as I huddled in the dark, listening to the footsteps circling outside, I realized how quickly paradise can become a nightmare. It all started 3 days ago. I'd rented this quaint little cabin nestled in the woods, miles from the nearest town. The isolation was exactly what I needed to break through my writer's block. No distractions, no obligations, just me and my laptop surrounded by nature. The first 2 days were blissful. I'd wake up to birdsong, spend my mornings writing on the porch, and take long walks in the afternoon. The words flowed easily here, my characters coming to life in ways they never had back in my cramped apartment. On the 3rd day, things changed. I was deep in a writing session when movement caught my eye. I glanced up, expecting to see a deer or maybe a raccoon. Instead, I locked eyes with a man standing at the edge of the clearing. He was too far away to make out clearly, but something about his posture set me on edge. I raised a hand in greeting, figuring he must be a hiker who'd wandered off the trail. He didn't wave back. He just stood there, staring. After a long, uncomfortable moment, he turned and melted back into the trees. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling and focus on my work, but I couldn't stop glancing at the spot where he'd been. As the day wore on, I caught more glimpses of him. Sometimes at the edge of the clearing, sometimes between the trees, always watching. By evening, my nerves were frayed. I double-checked all the locks and drew the curtains tight. Sleep eluded me that night. Every creak of the old cabin, every rustle of leaves outside had me sitting bolt upright, straining to hear. Dawn broke, and I made a decision. Peaceful retreat or not, I wasn't about to stay another night with a stranger skulking around. I packed my bags and headed out to my car, ready to cut my trip short. That's when I saw it. My tires, slashed to ribbons. My heart sank as I realized the implications. This wasn't just some harmless weirdo in the woods. This was deliberate. I was being hunted. I ran back inside, slamming the door and turning the deadbolt. My mind raced. The cabin had no landline, and my cell phone showed no bars. Not unusual for such a remote location, but now it felt like a death sentence. I paced the small living room, trying to think. I had enough food for a few more days. But what then? Would someone come looking for me when I didn't check out on time? Or would my stalker make his move before then? A knock at the door nearly stopped my heart. "Hello?" A man's voice called out. "Is anyone home? My car broke down up the road. I could use some help." Every instinct screamed at me not to answer. I stayed silent, barely breathing, praying he'd go away. "I can see you in there," the voice continued, a hard edge creeping in. "Why don't you open up so we can have a nice chat?" I backed away from the door, looking for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes fell on the fireplace poker. I grabbed it, the iron cold and heavy in my sweating palms. The man outside began to pound on the door, all pretense of friendliness gone. "Open this goddamn door," he roared. I ran to the bedroom, shoving a dresser in front of the door. The window was small, but it was my only chance. I could hear wood splintering in the living room. The front door wouldn't hold much longer. With trembling hands, I worked to pry the window open. It was stuck, probably from years of disuse. I glanced over my shoulder, hearing heavy footsteps approaching the bedroom. In desperation, I swung the poker at the glass. It shattered with a crash that seemed to echo through the woods. I knocked away the remaining shards and hauled myself through the opening, ignoring the cuts on my hands and arms. I hit the ground running, not daring to look back. The trees whipped past me as I sprinted deeper into the forest, branches scratching my face and pulling at my clothes. I could hear him crashing through the underbrush behind me, gaining ground with every step. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but terror kept me moving. I had no plan, no destination in mind. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and my pursuer as possible. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to stretch and warp, minutes feeling like hours. Eventually, I couldn't go on. I stumbled to a stop, gasping for air, my legs trembling beneath me. The forest was quiet, too quiet. I couldn't hear him anymore, but that didn't mean he wasn't out there. I forced myself to keep moving, albeit at a slower pace. My eyes darted from tree to tree, every shadow seeming to hide a threat. As the adrenaline began to fade, the pain set in. My feet ached, my muscles screamed in protest, and the cuts on my arms stung fiercely. But I couldn't stop. I had to find help, had to get out of these woods. The day wore on, the sun creeping across the sky. I was hopelessly lost, with no idea which direction might lead me to safety. Thirst clawed at my throat, and hunger gnawed at my stomach. I began to wonder if I'd escaped one death only to face another, slower one. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm me, I heard it, the faint sound of running water. A stream or river could lead to civilization, or at the very least, provide much-needed hydration. I changed course, following the sound. The trees thinned out, revealing a swift-moving creek. I fell to my knees at the bank, cupping the cold water in my hands and drinking greedily. As I sat back, wiping my mouth, something caught my eye. A glint of metal through the trees on the other side of the creek. My heart leaped. Could it be a car? A building? I stood, ready to forge across the water, when a twig snapped behind me. I whirled around to find him standing there, barely 10 feet away. He was younger than I'd expected, maybe in his early 30s, with a scraggly beard and wild eyes. In his hand, he clutched a wicked-looking hunting knife. "End of the line," he said, a cruel smile twisting his features. "You've led me on quite a chase." I backed away, my feet slipping on the muddy bank. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice hoarse with fear and exhaustion. He shrugged, twirling the knife casually. "Why does anyone do anything? Because I can. Because it's fun." He took a step closer. "Because girls like you make it so easy, coming out here all alone." I glanced at the creek behind me. It was my only chance, but the current looked strong. Could I make it across before he caught me? As if reading my mind, he lunged forward. I didn't think, I just moved. I threw myself into the icy water, the shock of it nearly taking my breath away. The current grabbed me immediately, spinning me around and dragging me downstream. I could hear him shouting, but the roar of the water drowned out his words. I fought to keep my head above water, gasping for air whenever I could. Rocks battered my body as I was swept along, each impact sending jolts of pain through me. Just when I thought I couldn't hold on any longer, my feet struck bottom. I clawed my way to the shore, coughing and sputtering. As I dragged myself onto dry land, I heard a string of curses from upstream. My pursuer stood on the opposite bank, glaring at me with undisguised hatred. The creek was too wide here for him to cross easily. I had bought myself some time, but I knew he wouldn't give up that easily. I forced myself to my feet, every muscle screaming in protest. The metal I'd seen earlier was closer now, the roof of an old pickup truck partially hidden by undergrowth. I stumbled towards it, praying it wasn't just another dead end. As I broke through the trees, I nearly wept with relief. The truck was parked in front of a small ranger station. I pounded on the door, shouting for help. The door swung open, revealing a startled-looking park ranger. "Miss, are you all right?" I collapsed into his arms, the events of the past day catching up with me all at once. Through my sobs, I managed to gasp out my story. The ranger ushered me inside, locking the door behind us before radioing for backup. The next few hours passed in a blur of blankets, hot coffee, and questions from law enforcement. They caught my attacker trying to cross the creek downstream. As they led him away in handcuffs, I felt a weight lift off my chest. It was over. I was safe. In the days and weeks that followed, as I gave statements and identified him in a lineup, the full impact of what I'd been through hit me. Nightmares plagued my sleep, and every unexpected noise made me jump. But slowly, I began to heal. I found strength in my survival, in the knowledge that I had faced the worst and come out the other side. I finished my novel, pouring my experiences into the pages. It became a bestseller, praised for its raw, authentic portrayal of fear and resilience. I still love nature, still seek out quiet places to write. But now, I go prepared. I carry a satellite phone, I let people know my plans, and I trust my instincts. Because I learned the hard way that sometimes the most dangerous predators aren't the ones with claws and fangs, but the ones that walk on two legs and hide behind a human face. The moment I heard the muffled thud echoing through the empty mall, I knew this night shift was about to become anything but ordinary. As the lone security guard patrolling the vast, darkened corridors, I was used to the occasional strange noise, the settling of the building, the hum of machinery, the skittering of a stray rodent. But this was different. This was human. I'd been working at Westfield Mall for just over 6 months, and the night shift had become a comfortable routine. Clock in at 10 p.m. or make my rounds, watch the security cameras, clock out at 6 a.m., rinse and repeat. It wasn't exciting work, but it paid the bills, and I enjoyed the solitude. Tonight started like any other. I arrived as the last of the cleaning crew was leaving, exchanging nods with Maria, the head custodian, as she hurried out to catch her bus. I made my first round, checking that all the stores were properly locked up. No mannequins had toppled over, it happens more often than you'd think, and no teens had managed to hide out for an after-hours adventure. Everything seemed normal. The massive atrium was eerily quiet, the fountain shut off for the night, leaving only the soft glow of emergency lighting to illuminate the space. I'd just settled into the security office, a cramped room filled with monitors showing feeds from the mall's numerous cameras, when I heard it. At first, I thought I'd imagined it. I muted the small TV I usually kept on for background noise and listened intently. For a long moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, there it was again, a dull thud, followed by what sounded like hushed voices. My heart rate picked up as I scanned the monitors, looking for any sign of movement. The mall had over 100 cameras, but they didn't cover every nook and cranny. Whatever I'd heard must be happening in one of the blind spots. I grabbed my flashlight and radio, double-checking that the panic button on my belt was easily accessible. As much as I hoped this was nothing, years of experience had taught me to always be prepared for the worst. The sound seemed to be coming from the east wing, near the high-end jewelry stores. I moved quietly, my footsteps muffled by the carpeted walkway. As I got closer, the voices became clearer. 2, maybe 3 people, speaking in urgent, hushed tones. I rounded a corner and froze. There, about 50 feet ahead, were 3 figures dressed all in black, huddled around the entrance to Cartier. One was fiddling with the lock while the others kept watch. My mouth went dry. This wasn't a couple of punk kids looking to cause mischief. These were professionals, and they were armed. I could see the outline of a gun holstered at one man's hip. I retreated behind the corner, my mind racing. I needed to call this in, but I knew that even if I radioed for backup now, it would take the police at least 10 minutes to arrive. By then, the thieves could be long gone. Taking a deep breath, I made a decision. I couldn't stop them, but I could slow them down and gather evidence. I unclipped the radio from my belt and turned it off. The last thing I needed was for it to crackle to life at the wrong moment. Moving as quietly as I could, I crept closer, using the large planters and benches for cover. I pulled out my phone and started recording, making sure to capture clear shots of their faces when they turned. The lock finally gave way with a soft click, and the 3 men slipped inside the store. I edged closer to the entrance, straining to hear what was happening inside. The sound of breaking glass made me wince. They were smashing the display cases. I knew I was taking a huge risk, but I needed to see more. I peered around the doorframe, my phone held out in front of me. The sight inside made my blood run cold. The 3 men were methodically emptying the cases, stuffing watches and jewelry into duffel bags. But it was the 4th figure that caught my attention. A security guard, Jerry, who worked the evening shift, was lying motionless on the floor, a pool of blood spreading beneath his head. I must have made a sound, a gasp, a step back. I'm not sure. But suddenly, one of the men looked up and locked eyes with me. For a split second, we both froze. Then, everything happened at once. "We've got company," he shouted, reaching for his gun. I didn't think, I just ran. I could hear them behind me, their heavy footsteps echoing through the empty mall. I sprinted down the corridor, my heart pounding in my ears. I needed to find a place to hide, to buy some time until help could arrive. I ducked into a service corridor, fumbling with my radio as I ran. I switched it on and pressed the panic button, praying that it would alert the police. I didn't dare speak into it, afraid my voice would give away my position. The corridor led to the food court. I burst through the doors and immediately dove behind the counter of a closed pizza place. I could hear the men entering the food court, their voices low and threatening. Come out, wherever you are," one of them called, his tone mockingly sing-song. "We just want to talk." I held my breath, trying to make myself as small as possible. My phone was still clutched in my hand, the video still recording. If nothing else, I thought, at least there would be evidence of what happened here tonight. A crash made me jump. They were overturning tables, methodically searching the area. It was only a matter of time before they found me. I needed a plan. My eyes darted around, looking for anything I could use as a weapon. They landed on the fire extinguisher mounted on the wall behind the counter. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I reached for it, wincing at the slight scrape of metal on metal as I unhooked it from its bracket. The footsteps were getting closer. I gripped the extinguisher tightly, my palms slick with sweat. Just as a shadow fell across the counter, I sprang into action. I leapt up, spraying the foam directly into the face of the nearest thief. He stumbled back, cursing and clawing at his eyes. I vaulted over the counter and ran, not daring to look back. I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit, but the element of surprise had given me a head start. I made for the escalators, taking them two at a time as I raced to the second floor. Up here, I had more options, more stores to hide in, more corridors to lose them in. I ducked into a department store, weaving through racks of clothing and displays of home goods. I could hear them spreading out, searching for me. I needed to find a way out, or at least a secure place to hole up until help arrived. That's when I remembered the security shutters. Every store had them, heavy metal grates that could be lowered to seal off the entrance. If I could get to the control panel, I made my way to the store's main entrance, my eyes scanning for the panel. There, half hidden behind a rack of clearance items. I rushed over, my fingers flying over the keypad as I input the code. With a grinding noise that seemed impossibly loud in the tense silence, the shutter began to lower. I ducked underneath it just as I heard shouts of alarm from the thieves. They'd realized what I was doing, but it was too late. The shutter slammed shut with a resounding clang, sealing me in and them out. I backed away from the entrance, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear them on the other side, arguing about what to do next. But their voices were drowned out by a new sound, sirens, growing louder by the second. The relief that flooded through me was so intense it made my knees weak. I sank to the floor, my back against a display case, as the reality of what had just happened washed over me. Minutes later, I heard the sound of breaking glass, followed by authoritative shouts of, "Police, freeze." The next hour passed in a blur of questions and statements as I recounted my ordeal to the officers. They caught all three men, thanks in large part to the video I'd managed to capture. Jerry, the other security guard, was rushed to the hospital. He'd survive, the paramedics assured me, thanks to my quick action in calling for help. As dawn broke, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, I finally left the mall. The events of the night replayed in my mind, each moment of terror and triumph etched into my memory. I knew that going back to work would be hard. The mall would never feel quite the same. The long, dark corridors now holding shadows of a different kind. But I also knew that I'd face those shadows head on, because tonight, I'd learned something about myself. When faced with danger, I didn't freeze or flee. I fought. And that knowledge was more valuable than anything those thieves could have stolen. The first flash of lightning illuminated the intruder's silhouette for just a split second, but it was enough to turn my blood to ice. There he stood, a dark figure framed in my bedroom doorway, his intentions as murky as the storm-blackened sky outside. In that moment, as thunder crashed overhead, I realized that the power outage wasn't just an inconvenience, it was a death trap. I had always loved thunderstorms, the raw power of nature, the electric charge in the air, the cozy feeling of being safe indoors while chaos reigned outside. When the lights flickered and died earlier that evening, I hadn't been too concerned. I lit some candles, dug out my emergency radio, and settled in with a good book, figuring the power would be back on by morning. The storm intensified as the night wore on. Wind howled around the corners of my apartment building. Rain lashed against the windows, and the gaps between lightning and thunder grew shorter. I was just thinking about calling it a night when I heard it. A sound that didn't belong. A soft scraping, barely audible over the storm, coming from my front door. At first, I tried to rationalize it away. Old buildings make weird noises, especially in bad weather. But then I heard it again, more distinct this time. The unmistakable sound of metal on metal. Someone was picking my lock. My heart began to race. I lived alone on the 5th floor of my building. No one should be at my door at this hour, especially not in the middle of a blackout. I set my book down and moved quietly to the hallway, straining my ears. The scraping stopped, replaced by a soft click. Then, slowly, the doorknob began to turn. Panic surged through me. I retreated to my bedroom, my mind whirling. My phone was dead. I'd forgotten to charge it before the power went out. The landline in the kitchen was useless without electricity. I was cut off, trapped in my own home with an intruder. I closed the bedroom door as quietly as I could, wedging a chair under the knob for good measure. My eyes darted around the room, looking for anything I could use as a weapon. They landed on the heavy flashlight in my nightstand drawer. I grabbed it, the metal cold and reassuring in my sweaty palm. That's when the lightning flashed, revealing the silhouette in my doorway. I stifled a scream, backing away until I hit the wall. How had he gotten through the door so quickly and quietly? The figure took a step forward. "I know you're in here," a man's voice said, low and menacing. "Why don't you make this easy on both of us?" I remained silent, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. My mind raced, trying to formulate a plan. The fire escape was just outside my bedroom window. If I could get to it. Another flash of lightning, closer this time. In its brief illumination, I caught a glimpse of something metallic in the intruder's hand. A knife, a gun. I didn't want to find out. I lunged for the window, dropping the flashlight in my haste. The crash as it hit the floor seemed deafening in the tense silence. I heard the intruder curse, followed by rapid footsteps. My fingers scrabbled at the window latch, slick with sweat and trembling with adrenaline. Just as I managed to push it up, a hand grabbed my arm, yanking me backwards. I lost my balance, falling hard onto the floor. The intruder loomed over me, a dark shape against the faint light from the window. I could smell him, a mix of rain, sweat, and something metallic. Blood. The thought made me want to gag. "Nowhere to run now, sweetheart," he said, his voice dripping with malice. I acted on pure instinct. My hand closed around the fallen flashlight, and I swung it with all my might. There was a satisfying crack as it connected with his knee. He howled in pain, stumbling backwards. I scrambled to my feet, not wasting a second. I dove for the window, ignoring the sting as the rough wood scraped my palms. The fire escape was slick with rain, but I barely noticed as I clambered down it, driven by pure terror. Behind me, I could hear the intruder shouting, his words lost in a particularly loud clap of thunder. I didn't look back, focusing only on the metal steps beneath my bare feet. I reached the alley behind my building, the rain soaking me to the skin in seconds. Which way? The street to my left would be more populated, but also well lit by passing cars. I'd be exposed. To the right was a maze of back alleys and service entrances, darker, but with more places to hide. I chose right, my feet slapping against the wet pavement as I ran. The alley seemed to stretch on forever, each flash of lightning throwing my shadow into sharp relief against the brick walls. I took random turns, not caring where I ended up as long as it was away from him. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I found myself in a small courtyard, surrounded on all sides by the backs of buildings. There was no way out, except the way I'd come in. I was trapped. Panic clawed at my throat as I spun around, looking for any means of escape. That's when I saw it. A basement window set low in one of the building's foundations. It was small, probably too small for the intruder to fit through, but I might just make it. I dropped to my knees, ignoring the sting of gravel through my soaked pajama pants. The window was grimy and stuck, but desperation lent me strength. It finally gave way with a groan of protesting metal. I wriggled through the opening head first, scraping my back and shoulders in the process. I landed hard on a concrete floor, the breath knocked out of me. For a moment, I lay there in total darkness, gasping for air. As my eyes adjusted, I made out shapes in the gloom, shelves stacked with boxes, a hulking form that might have been a furnace, a storage room of some kind. I pulled myself to my feet, wincing at the various aches and pains making themselves known now that the immediate danger had passed. I felt my way along the wall until I found a door. It was locked, but an old-fashioned key hung on a nail beside it. My hands shook as I fitted it into the lock, praying it was the right one. The door opened with a creak that seemed impossibly loud in the silence. I found myself in a hallway, emergency lights casting a faint red glow. Some kind of apartment building, maybe. I didn't care, as long as there were people. I made my way down the hall, my bare feet silent on the carpet. At the end was an elevator and a stairwell. The elevator would be useless in the blackout, so I pushed open the door to the stairs. As I climbed, I strained my ears for any sound of pursuit. Had I lost him? Or was he still out there, searching? I couldn't take the chance. I kept going up, flight after flight, until I reached a door marked Roof Access. The lock on this one was broken, hanging uselessly from the frame. I pushed it open and stepped out into the rain. The storm had lessened somewhat, the wind now a gentle breeze rather than a howling gale. I moved to the edge of the roof, looking out over the city. Lights were starting to come back on in patches, the power grid slowly recovering. In the distance, I could hear sirens. The immediate danger was past, but I knew I couldn't let my guard down yet. I sank down against the low wall surrounding the roof, exhaustion finally catching up with me. As the adrenaline faded, I began to shiver, the cold rain and wind cutting through my thin pajamas. I'm not sure how long I sat there, somewhere between waking and sleeping. The creak of the roof access door jolted me back to full awareness. I tensed, ready to run again, but the figure that emerged was wearing a police uniform. "Miss," the officer called out, shining his flashlight in my direction. "Are you all right? We got a call about a disturbance." Relief washed over me in a wave so powerful it brought tears to my eyes. I was safe. It was over. The next few hours passed in a blur of questions, statements, and medical checks. They never caught the intruder, but they found evidence of his break-in at my apartment. I was lucky, they said. So many things could have gone wrong. As dawn broke, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, I stood at the window of my friend's apartment where I'd be staying for a while. The storm had passed, leaving the city washed clean. But I knew that the real storm, the one in my mind, was just beginning. I had survived, yes, but I also knew that I would never again feel truly safe in the dark. The power would come back on, but some lights, once extinguished, are not so easily relit. Yet as I watched the sun rise on a new day, I made a promise to myself. I would not let fear rule me. I would grow stronger from this, more resilient. Because in those terrifying moments in the darkness, I had discovered a strength I never knew I possessed. And that, I realized, was a light that no storm could ever truly extinguish. The first time I saw it, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. A fleeting shadow at the edge of my vision, gone when I turned to look. But as the sun dipped below the tree line, casting long shadows across the forest floor, I realized with growing horror that the thing stalking me through the wilderness was all too real. I'd always been an avid nature photographer, spending weekends and holidays trekking through remote areas in search of the perfect shot. This particular trip had taken me deep into the heart of the Pacific Northwest, to a stretch of old-growth forest that few humans had ever set foot in. The prospect of capturing images of truly untouched wilderness had been too tempting to resist. The first 2 days had been uneventful, if challenging. The terrain was rough, the undergrowth dense, and I had to constantly watch my step to avoid twisted ankles or worse. But the scenery was breathtaking. Ancient cedars and Douglas firs towered overhead, their branches draped with hanging moss. Shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy, illuminating the forest floor in dappled patterns. I'd gotten some great shots: a family of deer drinking from a crystalline stream, an owl peering down from its perch high in a gnarled oak, even a black bear ambling through a sun-dappled clearing. As the second day drew to a close, I was feeling pretty pleased with myself. I made camp in a small clearing, setting up my tent and getting a fire going. As I sat there, reviewing the day's photos on my camera, I had the strangest feeling of being watched. I glanced up, scanning the tree line, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Still, the feeling persisted, raising the hairs on the back of my neck. I shrugged it off, chalking it up to an overactive imagination fueled by too many hours alone in the wilderness. I turned in early, eager to get an early start the next day. I woke before dawn, the forest still shrouded in pre-dawn gloom. As I emerged from my tent, a movement caught my eye. Something large darted between two trees at the edge of the clearing. My heart rate picked up. A bear, maybe, or a cougar. I reached for my camera, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever it was, but as I raised the viewfinder to my eye, a chill ran down my spine. There, just visible in the dim light, was a shape that defied explanation. It was vaguely humanoid, but too tall, too thin, and its eyes, two pinpricks of reflected light that seemed to bore right through me. I lowered the camera slowly, my mouth dry. The shape was gone, melted back into the shadows of the forest. I stood there for a long moment, my mind racing. What had I just seen? Part of me wanted to pack up right then and there, to hightail it back to civilization and never look back. But the other part, the part that had driven me to become a nature photographer in the first place, was intrigued. If this was some undiscovered species, getting photographic evidence would be the find of a lifetime. So, against my better judgment, I decided to press on. I broke camp quickly, my senses on high alert for any sign of movement in the surrounding forest. As I shouldered my backpack and set off, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Throughout the morning, I caught fleeting glimpses of something, a flash of movement just out of sight, a shadow that seemed to move against the wind. Once, I heard what sounded like heavy breathing, unnervingly close behind me. Each time I whirled around, camera at the ready, but I was never quite fast enough. As the day wore on, my initial curiosity gave way to a growing sense of dread. This was no ordinary animal. Its movements were too deliberate and too calculated. It was toying with me, herding me deeper into the wilderness. By mid-afternoon, I realized with a sinking feeling that I was hopelessly lost. In my efforts to catch sight of the creature, I'd strayed far from my planned route. The trees all looked the same, the landmarks I'd been using to navigate now unfamiliar and disorienting. I tried to use the sun to get my bearings, but the thick canopy overhead made it nearly impossible. My GPS wasn't getting a signal, and my phone had long since lost service. I was on my own. As panic began to set in, I heard it, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I spun around, my heart pounding, and there it was. It stood at the edge of a small clearing, half hidden behind a massive fallen log. In the fading afternoon light, I could finally see it clearly. It was easily 8 feet tall, its body covered in a patchwork of fur and what looked like scales. Its arms were too long, hanging almost to the ground, ending in wickedly curved claws. But it was its face that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. It was almost human, but wrong in a way that made my skin crawl. The eyes were too large, too intelligent. The mouth was filled with row upon row of needle-sharp teeth. For a long moment, we stared at each other. I raised my camera with trembling hands, more out of habit than any real desire to document what I was seeing. The shutter clicked, the sound impossibly loud in the tense silence that seemed to break the spell. The creature let out a roar that shook the trees, cows, and lunged towards me. I didn't think, I just ran. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. I could hear it behind me, moving with a speed that something that size shouldn't possess. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror drove me onward. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to stretch and warp, minutes feeling like hours. Eventually, I burst out of the tree line and found myself at the edge of a steep ravine. Far below, I could hear the rush of water, a river, hidden by the gathering dusk. I skidded to a stop, nearly losing my balance. There was nowhere left to run. I turned, my back to the drop-off, and faced the forest. For a long moment, there was nothing but the sound of my own ragged breathing and the distant rush of water. Then, slowly, it emerged from the trees. It moved with an unnatural grace, its eyes fixed on me with predatory intensity. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that this was it. This was how I was going to die. But as it drew closer, something unexpected happened. It hesitated. Its gaze shifted from me to something behind me, and for the first time I saw something like fear in those alien eyes. I chanced to glance over my shoulder and my breath caught in my throat. The sun had set, and in the gathering darkness, strange lights danced over the water far below. They pulsed and swirled in patterns that hurt my eyes to look at directly. When I turned back, the creature was retreating, backing away into the forest with a wariness that bordered on terror. In moments, it was gone, swallowed up by the shadows between the trees. I stood there for a long time, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. As the adrenaline faded, exhaustion hit me like a physical blow. I sank to the ground, my back against a boulder, and must have passed out. I woke to the sound of helicopter rotors. A search and rescue team had been dispatched when I failed to check in at my designated time. As they lifted me into the chopper, I babbled about the creature, the chase, the strange lights over the river. They exchanged looks that clearly said they thought I was delirious from exposure and exhaustion. In the days that followed, as I recovered in a hospital bed, I began to doubt my own memories. Had it all been some kind of stress-induced hallucination? But then I remembered my camera. With shaking hands, I scrolled through the photos. Most were the usual wilderness shots, trees, streams, wildlife. But there, near the end, was a single image that made my blood run cold. Partially obscured by a tree trunk, but unmistakable, was the creature. Its eyes seemed to glow with an inner light, its mouth open in a silent snarl. I never showed that photo to anyone. I knew they wouldn't believe me, would say it was photoshopped or a man in a costume. But I know what I saw. I know what chased me through that ancient forest. I haven't been back to the woods since that day. My camera gathers dust on a shelf, the memory card with that fateful image locked away in a safe. But sometimes, on dark nights when the wind howls outside my window, I find myself drawn to the old hiking maps. My finger traces the contours of those remote mountains, and I wonder, what else is out there, hiding in the shadows of the wilderness? And what would happen if it decided to venture out of the forests and into our world? The thought keeps me awake at night, staring into the darkness, listening for the sound of something that shouldn't exist. The moment I saw his eyes glinting in the darkness, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. The motel owner's friendly demeanor had been a mask, and now, in the dead of night, his true face was revealed. As he loomed over my bed, I realized with horrifying clarity that this remote pit stop wasn't just a place to rest, it was a trap. It had started innocently enough. I was on a cross-country road trip, trying to clear my head after a messy breakup. The freedom of the open road, the constantly changing scenery. It was exactly what I needed to reset and refocus. I'd been driving for hours, the sun long since set, when I saw the neon vacancy sign glowing like a beacon in the darkness. Pine Grove Motel wasn't much to look at, a single-story building with peeling paint and a gravel parking lot. But at that point, I was so exhausted I would have settled for a barn. I pulled in, the gravel crunching under my tires, and made my way to the office. The bell above the door jingled as I entered, and a man emerged from the back room. He was older, probably in his 60s, with thinning gray hair and a paunch that spoke of too many beers and TV dinners. But his smile was warm, and his eyes crinkled at the corners in a way that immediately put me at ease. "Welcome to Pine Grove," he said, his voice gravelly but kind. "What can I do for you?" "Just need a room for the night," I replied, stifling a yawn. "Nothing fancy." He nodded, reaching for a key hanging on the wall behind him. "Room 7's all yours. It's quiet, away from the road. You'll sleep like a baby." I thanked him, paid in cash. The credit card machine was on the fritz, and headed to my room. It was basic but clean. A double bed with a faded floral comforter, a small TV that probably still had rabbit ears, and a bathroom that had seen better days but appeared hygienic. I was too tired to do much more than kick off my shoes and fall into bed. I must have been out as soon as my head hit the pillow. I'm not sure what woke me. Maybe it was a sound, or just that sixth sense that tells you something's not right. But suddenly, I was wide awake, my heart pounding for reasons I couldn't immediately identify. The room was pitch black. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, but my fingers met empty air. That's when I remembered. I'd left it charging in the car, cursing my own forgetfulness. I fumbled for the lamp switch. Nothing happened. The power must be out. That's when I heard it. The soft creak of floorboards. Somewhere in the room. I froze, hardly daring to breathe. It could be the building settling, I told myself. Old places like this often made strange noises at night. But then I saw them, two pinpricks of light in the darkness, at about the height of a standing person. Eyes, reflecting what little ambient light there was in the room. Someone was in here with me. I opened my mouth to scream, but a hand clamped down over it before I could make a sound. The eyes drew closer, and I could make out the face of the motel owner, his kindly expression replaced by something cold and predatory. Now, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "No need for all that fuss. You just relax, and this'll all be over soon." Panic surged through me. I thrashed, trying to break free, but he was surprisingly strong for his age. With his free hand, he reached for something on the nightstand. A syringe, I realized with growing horror. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I bit down hard on the hand covering my mouth. He yelped in pain and surprise, his grip loosening just enough for me to wrench free. I rolled off the other side of the bed, putting it between us. "You little bitch," he snarled, all pretense of friendliness gone. "You're only making this harder on yourself." I groped in the darkness for anything I could use as a weapon. My hand closed around something smooth and cylindrical, the base of the bedside lamp. I yanked it free from the wall and swung it with all my might. There was a satisfying crack as it connected with his head. He staggered back, cursing. I didn't wait to see if he'd stay down. I bolted for the door, fumbling with the lock in the darkness. Just as I got it open, I felt his hand close around my ankle. I went down hard, my chin connecting painfully with the doorframe. The metallic taste of blood filled my mouth. "You're not going anywhere," he growled, trying to drag me back into the room. I kicked out blindly, my foot connecting with something soft. He let out a pained wheeze, his grip loosening. I scrambled to my feet and ran. The night air was cool on my skin as I burst out of the room. The parking lot was empty save for my car and what I assumed was the owner's beaten-up pickup. I sprinted for my vehicle, praying I'd left it unlocked. The door handle gave way under my grip. Thank God for small mercies. I dove inside, slamming and locking the door just as the motel owner emerged from the room, limping but moving with terrifying speed. My hands shook as I tried to fit the key into the ignition. Come on, I muttered, glancing up to see him getting closer. The engine roared to life just as he reached the car. He pounded on the window, his face contorted with rage. "You can't leave," he shouted. "You're mine." I threw the car into reverse, the tires spitting gravel as I backed out of the parking space. He tried to hold onto the door handle, but lost his grip as I accelerated. I didn't slow down until the motel's neon sign had long since faded from my rearview mirror. My heart was still racing, my breath coming in short gasps. What the hell had just happened? As the adrenaline began to fade, the pain set in. My chin throbbed where I'd hit it on the doorframe, and I could feel bruises forming where he'd grabbed me. But I was alive. I'd escaped. I drove through the night, not daring to stop until the sun began to peek over the horizon. I pulled into a busy truck stop, the sight of other people bringing tears of relief to my eyes. With shaking hands, I dug my phone out of the center console and dialed 911. The dispatcher listened patiently as I recounted my ordeal, assuring me that they'd send officers to investigate the motel immediately. In the days that followed, as I gave statements to detectives and identified the motel owner in a photo lineup, the full horror of what I'd narrowly escaped became clear. Pine Grove Motel had been the hunting ground for a serial killer for years. Women had been disappearing along that stretch of highway, but the cases had never been connected. They found evidence of other victims in a hidden cellar beneath the motel. The detectives told me I was lucky to have gotten away. If I hadn't woken up when I did, it's been months since that night. But I still have nightmares. In them, I'm back in that dark room, those eyes glinting as they draw closer and closer. I wake up gasping, drenched in sweat, reaching for a lamp that's not there. I haven't been on a road trip since. The idea of staying in a motel makes my skin crawl. But slowly, I'm starting to reclaim my life. I'm in therapy, working through the trauma. I've taken self-defense classes, determined never to feel that helpless again. And sometimes, on nights when the memories threaten to overwhelm me, I remind myself of a simple truth. I survived. That monster thought I'd be an easy target, another nameless victim added to his tally. Instead, I became the one who brought his reign of terror to an end. It's not much comfort when the nightmares come, but it's enough to help me face each day, to keep moving forward. Because while that night at Pine Grove Motel changed me forever, I refuse to let it define me. I am a survivor, and that's a title no one can ever take away from me. The moment his hand closed around my steering wheel, I knew I'd made a fatal mistake. The rain-soaked stranger I'd picked up on this lonely stretch of highway wasn't a desperate traveler. He was a predator, and I had just invited him into my car. I've always considered myself a good judge of character. It's a skill I pride myself on, one that served me well in my career as a traveling salesman. But on that stormy night, as I drove through the winding mountain roads of rural Colorado, my usually reliable instincts failed me spectacularly. The day had started normally enough. I'd left Denver early, hoping to make it to Salt Lake City by nightfall. But as I climbed higher into the Rockies, the weather took a turn for the worse. What started as a light drizzle quickly became a downpour, sheets of rain reducing visibility to mere feet in front of my car. I probably should have pulled over, waited it out at one of the small towns I'd passed. But I had a meeting the next morning, one that could make or break my quarter. So I pressed on, my knuckles white on the steering wheel as I navigated the treacherous curves. That's when I saw him. A lone figure on the side of the road, thumb out, drenched to the bone. In the brief flash of my headlights, I caught a glimpse of his face, middle-aged, bearded, with an expression of desperate hope as he saw my car approach. I hesitated for a moment. Picking up hitchhikers was risky, especially in weather like this. But the thought of leaving someone out in this storm didn't sit right with me. Besides, I reasoned, I was a big guy. I could handle myself if things went south. I pulled over, the wet gravel crunching under my tires. The man ran up to the passenger side row, and I leaned over to unlock the door. Thank you, he said as he climbed in, water dripping from his clothes onto my upholstery. I thought I was gonna die out there. No problem, I replied, pulling back onto the road. Where you headed? Just up to the next town, he said, his voice barely audible over the pounding rain. My truck broke down a few miles back. Figured I'd try to find a mechanic. I nodded, keeping my eyes on the winding road ahead. Well, you're in luck. I think there's a place about 20 miles up. I can drop you there. Much appreciated, he said. Then, after a pause, say, you wouldn't happen to have anything to drink, would you? I'm parched. Sure, I said, reaching for the water bottle in my cup holder. Here you go. As I held out the bottle, several things happened in quick succession. His hand shot out, not for the water, but for the steering wheel. At the same time, I felt something cold and hard press against my ribs. A gun. Keep driving, he growled, all pretense of gratitude gone from his voice. And don't try anything stupid. My mind raced, adrenaline surging through my veins. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't happen in real life, only in movies and crime novels. But the pressure of the gun barrel against my side was all too real. Look, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. If it's money you want, I've got cash. My wallet's in my jacket pocket. Just take it and go. He laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. Oh, I'll take your money all right, but that's not all I'm after. My blood ran cold. What else could he want? The possibilities, each more terrifying than the last, flashed through my mind. Take the next right, he ordered, gesturing with the gun towards an approaching turnoff. I complied, guiding the car onto a narrow dirt road that wound deeper into the forest. The trees pressed in on either side, their branches scraping against the windows like skeletal fingers. Stop here, he said after we'd traveled about a mile down the road. I brought the car to a halt, the engine idling. Rain drummed on the roof, and in the distance, thunder rolled ominously. Now, here's what's going to happen, he said, his tone eerily calm. You're going to get out of the car, nice and slow. Then you're going to start walking into those woods. Don't look back. Don't say a word. Just walk. Understand? I nodded, my mouth too dry to speak. As I reached for the door handle, a plan began to form in my mind. It was risky, possibly suicidal, but it was the only chance I had. I opened the door slowly, the rush of cold, wet air making me shiver. As I started to step out, I pretended to stumble, letting my body fall back towards the steering wheel. In that split second of confusion, I made my move. I slammed my hand down on the horn, the sudden blare startling in the quiet forest. At the same time, I grabbed for the gun, trying to wrestle it away from him. We grappled in the confined space of the car, the horn blaring continuously as my weight pressed against the steering wheel. The gun went off, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. I felt a searing pain in my left arm but didn't let go. Somehow, in the chaos, my foot must have hit the gas pedal. The car lurched forward, tires spinning in the mud before finding purchase. We careened down the dirt road, bouncing wildly as I fought for control of both the vehicle and the gun. A sharp turn appeared ahead, the road dropping away into darkness beyond. In a split-second decision, I let go of the gun and grabbed the wheel with both hands, wrenching it to the side. The car fishtailed, sliding sideways in the mud. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought we were going over the edge. But then the tires found traction, and we spun to a stop, mere inches from the precipice. The sudden halt threw my attacker against the passenger door. His head connected with the window with a sickening crack, and he slumped in his seat, the gun falling from his limp fingers. I didn't wait to see if he was conscious. I threw the car into reverse, backing away from the edge, then shifted into drive and sped back the way we'd come. My arm throbbed where the bullet had grazed me, but the adrenaline kept the worst of the pain at bay. As I reached the main road, I saw flashing lights in the distance. Someone must have heard the gunshot and called the police. I pulled over, my legs shaking so badly I could barely work the pedals. The next few hours passed in a blur of questions, statements, and medical treatment. The man in my car, it turned out, was wanted in 3 states for a string of violent carjackings. He'd prey on good Samaritans, using the weather and remote locations to his advantage. As I sat in the back of an ambulance, a shock blanket draped over my shoulders, the full weight of what had happened began to sink in. I'd come face to face with true evil, stared death in the eye, and somehow made it out alive. The detective taking my statement paused, looking at me with a mix of admiration and concern. "You took one hell of a risk," he said. "Most people would have just given up the car." I nodded, wincing as the movement jostled my bandaged arm. Honestly, I don't know what came over me. I couldn't let him win. Couldn't let him hurt anyone else. The detective patted me on the shoulder. "Well, thanks to you, he won't be hurting anyone ever again. You're a hero, whether you feel like one or not." Hero. The word felt strange, ill-fitting. I didn't feel like a hero. I felt tired, sore, and more than a little traumatized. But as I watched them load my attacker into a police car, I felt something else too, a sense of pride, of having faced the worst and come out the other side. In the days and weeks that followed, as I recovered and tried to process what had happened, I found myself reflecting on that night often. The rain, the gun, the terrifying moments when I thought it was all over. But mostly, I thought about that split second when I decided to fight back. I'd always considered myself a cautious person, risk-averse to a fault. But when it mattered most, when my life was on the line, I found a well of courage I never knew I possessed. It was a revelation, one that changed how I saw myself and the world around me. Now, when I drive those lonely highways for work, I keep my doors locked and I don't pick up hitchhikers. But I also drive with a newfound confidence, a certainty that whatever challenges life throws my way, I have the strength to face them head on. Because on that stormy night in the mountains of Colorado, I didn't just survive, I triumphed. And that's a feeling no storm, no gun, no threat can ever take away from me. The acrid smell of chemicals burned my nostrils, a stark contrast to the crisp pine scent that had surrounded us moments ago. As I stared at the makeshift lab hidden in the woods, I realized our peaceful family camping trip had just become a fight for survival. It was supposed to be a weekend of bonding and relaxation. My wife, Sarah, our 2 kids, Emma, 12, and Liam, 9, and I had been planning this camping trip for months. We'd found a secluded spot in the national forest, far from the crowded campgrounds and noisy RVs. Just us, the trees, and the stars. The first day had been perfect. We'd set up our tent, gone hiking, and spent the evening roasting marshmallows over the campfire. The kids were thrilled to be away from their screens, eagerly pointing out constellations as the night sky darkened above us. On the second day, we decided to explore a bit further from our campsite. The forest was dense, sunlight filtering through the canopy in dappled patterns. Emma led the way, her innate sense of direction far better than mine. Liam trailed behind, stopping every few feet to examine interesting rocks or bugs. We'd been walking for about an hour when I first noticed something odd, a faint chemical smell that seemed out of place in the natural surroundings. I exchanged a glance with Sarah, seeing my own confusion mirrored in her eyes. Maybe someone's camping nearby," she suggested, but her tone was uncertain. I nodded, not wanting to alarm the kids. "Let's check it out, but stay close together." As we moved forward, the smell grew stronger. Through the trees ahead, I could see a clearing, and in that clearing, my heart nearly stopped. There, hidden in the woods, was a makeshift meth lab, Tarps were strung between trees, creating a crude shelter. Beneath them, I could see plastic containers, tubing, and other equipment I didn't want to identify. The acrid smell was overwhelming now. I grabbed Emma's shoulder, stopping her from moving any closer. "Kids," I whispered, trying to keep my voice calm. "We need to turn around very quietly and go back to our campsite." But before we could move, a voice rang out. "Well, well, what do we have here?" A man emerged from behind one of the tarps, his eyes wild and suspicious. He was soon joined by two others, all looking just as dangerous and unpredictable. Sarah pulled the kids close to her as I stepped forward, hands raised in what I hoped was a non-threatening gesture. "We're sorry," I said, my mouth dry with fear. "We were just hiking and got lost. We'll be on our way now." The first man, clearly the leader, shook his head. "Can't let you do that, friend. You've seen too much." I felt a chill run down my spine. These men weren't just going to let us walk away. I could see the calculation in their eyes, the weighing of options. None of those options, I was sure, ended well for my family. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "we don't want any trouble. We won't say anything to anyone. Just let us go, and it'll be like we were never here." The leader seemed to consider this for a moment. Then, with a speed that belied his drug-addled appearance, he reached behind his back and pulled out a gun. Sarah gasped, and I heard Liam start to whimper behind me. "Here's what's going to happen," the man said, his voice cold. "You're going to come with us, nice and quiet. No fuss, no screaming, or things are going to get real messy, real quick. Understand?" I nodded, my mind racing. We were outnumbered and outgunned. Our only hope was to play along and look for an opportunity to escape. They herded us towards their camp, the gun never wavering from its aim at my chest. As we got closer, I could see more details of their operation. It was bigger than I'd initially thought, with multiple cooking stations set up. These guys weren't small-time dealers. This was a serious operation. They tied us up with zip ties, tight enough to cut into our wrists. The kids were crying now, quiet sobs that tore at my heart. Sarah met my eyes, her face pale but determined. I tried to convey reassurance with my gaze, even though I felt anything but confident. As the men argued about what to do with us, I took stock of our surroundings. The camp was chaotic, with equipment and supplies strewn about. If we could create a distraction, maybe we could make a run for it. That's when I noticed the propane tanks. They were using them to fuel their portable stoves, but in the wrong hands, or the right hands. In our case, they could be incredibly dangerous. I caught Sarah's eye and flicked my gaze towards the tanks. Her eyes widened slightly as she understood. She gave an almost imperceptible nod. "Please," Sarah said suddenly, her voice quavering. "My son needs his inhaler. It's in my backpack." The men turned to look at her, momentarily distracted. It wasn't much, but it was the opening I needed. I lunged forward, ignoring the burning pain as the zip ties cut deeper into my wrists. I slammed my shoulder into the nearest propane tank, knocking it over. The connection to the stove came loose, and gas began to hiss out. "What the hell?" one of the men shouted, but I was already moving to the next tank. Chaos erupted. The men rushed towards me, but Sarah had sprung into action too. She'd managed to work one hand free and was untying the kids. I kicked over another tank, and the air filled with the noxious smell of propane. One of the men reached me, grabbing my arm. I twisted, using his momentum to throw him off balance. He stumbled, crashing into a table laden with chemicals. The sound of glass shattering filled the air, followed by a worrying hiss as chemicals mixed. "Run!" I shouted to Sarah and the kids. They didn't need to be told twice. I saw them disappear into the trees as I grappled with another of the men. He was stronger than me, fueled by desperation and probably meth. His fist connected with my jaw, sending me reeling. As I stumbled backward, my foot caught on something. I fell, my head striking the ground hard. Stars exploded in my vision. Through the haze, I saw the leader raising his gun. This was it, I thought. At least Sarah and the kids got away. But before he could pull the trigger, a loud whoosh filled the air. One of the overturned propane tanks had found an ignition source. The explosion was deafening. Heat seared my skin as I was thrown backward by the force of the blast. I hit a tree, the impact driving the air from my lungs. For a moment, all I could hear was a high-pitched ringing. Smoke filled the air, acrid and thick. Through watering eyes, I could see flames engulfing the camp. The men were nowhere to be seen. Somehow, I managed to stagger to my feet. Every part of me hurt, but I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to find Sarah and the kids. I stumbled through the woods, coughing and disoriented. How far had they run? In which direction? "Sarah," I called out, my voice hoarse. "Emma, Liam." For a heart-stopping moment, there was no response. Then, faintly, I heard Sarah's voice. "Over here." I followed the sound, pushing through the underbrush. And there they were, huddled behind a fallen log. Sarah's face was streaked with tears and soot, but she was smiling. The kids launched themselves at me, and I hugged them tight, ignoring the pain that shot through my battered body. "We need to go," I said, glancing back towards the burning camp. "The explosion will have been seen for miles. We need to get back to our campsite and get out of here." We made our way back as quickly as we could, gathering our belongings in record time. As we drove away, I could hear sirens in the distance. We gave our statement to the park rangers at the entrance, then to the police at the station in town. It was a long night of questions and explanations, but eventually, we were allowed to go. As we drove home in the early hours of the morning, the kids asleep in the back seat, Sarah reached over and squeezed my hand. "You saved us," she said softly. I shook my head. "We saved us. All of us." She nodded, tears in her eyes. "What do we tell the kids? About what happened? About everything?" I sighed, watching the sunrise painting the sky ahead of us. "We tell them the truth, that sometimes bad things happen, but that we're strong enough to face them together. That family looks out for each other, no matter what." Sarah smiled, a tired but genuine smile. "And maybe we stick to camping in the backyard for a while." I chuckled, wincing as my bruised ribs protested. "Yeah, I think we've had enough adventure for a while." As we drove on towards home, I reflected on how quickly our peaceful trip had turned into a nightmare, but we'd faced it together, and we'd survived. Our family was stronger for it, and that, I realized, was the greatest adventure of all. The whisper was so faint, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. But as I stood frozen in the darkened hallway of the sprawling mansion I was house-sitting, I heard it again, a hushed voice coming from a wing that was supposed to be empty. In that moment, I realized I wasn't as alone as I thought. When my college roommate, Alexis, asked if I'd house-sit for her family while they were on a month-long European vacation, I jumped at the chance. The Harrington estate was legendary in our small town, a massive Victorian mansion set on acres of manicured grounds. For a broke grad student like me, a month in luxury sounded like paradise. The first week was everything I'd dreamed of. I swam in the Olympic-sized pool, binged Netflix on the giant TV in the home theater, and slept in a bed so comfortable I never wanted to leave it. I'd been explicitly told that the East Wing was off-limits, something about ongoing renovations, but the rest of the house was mine to explore. It was on the 8th night that things started to feel off. I was up late, working on my thesis in the library, when I heard what sounded like footsteps overhead. I froze, my fingers hovering over my laptop keyboard. The house was old, I reasoned. Old houses made noises. But as I listened, I could have sworn I heard a door open and close. I shook it off, blaming my overactive imagination fueled by too much caffeine and too little sleep. But over the next few days, the odd occurrences multiplied. Items in the kitchen weren't where I'd left them. I'd find lights on in rooms I was sure I'd turned off. And always, there was that nagging feeling of being watched. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was more forgetful than I thought. Maybe the house had some sort of automated system I didn't know about. But deep down, a part of me knew something wasn't right. It all came to a head on that fateful night. I'd been tossing and turning, unable to shake the feeling of unease that had been building for days. Finally, I decided to get up and make some tea, hoping it would calm my nerves. As I padded down the grand staircase, my bare feet silent on the plush carpet, I heard it, a whisper, so faint I almost missed it, coming from the direction of the east wing. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silent house. No response. Against my better judgment, I found myself moving towards the sound. The entrance to the east wing loomed before me, the hallway beyond shrouded in darkness. I hesitated at the threshold, remembering Alexis's warning to stay out. But curiosity, that damned human trait, propelled me forward. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight app. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a long corridor lined with closed doors. Dust motes danced in the light, suggesting this part of the house hadn't seen activity in some time. I moved slowly, my every sense on high alert. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet, each sound seeming to echo in the oppressive silence. I was about halfway down the hall when I heard it again, a whispered conversation coming from behind one of the doors. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run to the safety of my room and pretend this was all a bad dream. But I had to know. I turned the knob slowly, wincing at the slight squeak of unoiled hinges. As the door swung open, my flashlight beam fell upon a scene that made my blood run cold. The room, which might have once been a bedroom, had been converted into some sort of living space. A mattress lay on the floor, surrounded by empty food containers and discarded clothes. But it was the wall that caught my attention. It was covered in photographs, hundreds of them, and in every single one, I saw myself. There I was, swimming in the pool, eating breakfast in the kitchen, working on my laptop in the library, even sleeping in my bed. Someone had been watching me, documenting my every move for who knows how long. A floorboard creaked behind me. I whirled around, my flashlight beam landing on a figure standing in the doorway. A man, disheveled and wild-eyed, stared back at me. For a moment, we both stood frozen, locked in a tableau of mutual shock. Then he lunged. I reacted on pure instinct, slamming the door in his face. I heard him crash into it as I turned and ran, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I sprinted down the hallway, not daring to look back. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps heavy and fast. As I reached the main part of the house, I veered towards the front door. But as I grabbed the handle, I realized with horror that it was locked, and the key was upstairs in my room. Changing course, I ran for the kitchen. I could hear him getting closer, his ragged breathing echoing in the cavernous foyer. I burst through the kitchen doors, my eyes darting around for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My gaze landed on the knife block. I grabbed the largest one just as he entered the kitchen. In the bright moonlight streaming through the windows, I got my first clear look at him. He was younger than I expected, maybe in his late 20s, with long, unkempt hair and a scraggly beard. His eyes were wide and crazed, fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "You weren't supposed to find me," he said, his voice hoarse. "This isn't how it was supposed to go." "Who are you?" I demanded, brandishing the knife in front of me. "What are you doing here?" He took a step closer, and I retreated, keeping the kitchen island between us. "I live here," he said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "This is my home, my family's home." Realization dawned on me. "You're related to the Harringtons?" He nodded, a twisted smile spreading across his face. "Alexander Harrington, at your service," The black sheep, the embarrassment, the one they tried to erase. My mind raced. Alexis had never mentioned a brother, let alone one living secretly in their house. "Why are you hiding here?" "Hiding?" he scoffed. "I'm not hiding. I'm reclaiming what's rightfully mine. They thought they could lock me away, pretend I didn't exist, but I came back. This is where I belong." He took another step forward, and I tightened my grip on the knife. "Stay back," I warned. "Oh, come now," he said, his tone mockingly gentle. "I'm not going to hurt you. I've been watching you, you know. You're different from the others. You appreciate this house, this legacy. You could stay here with me. We could make this our home." The offer, delivered in that eerily calm voice, sent shivers down my spine. "You're insane," I spat. "I'm calling the police." His face darkened. "I can't let you do that." He lunged across the island, faster than I would have thought possible. I swung the knife, more out of reflex than any real intent to harm. I felt it connect, heard his cry of pain, but I didn't stop to see the damage. I ran. I made it to the study, slamming the door behind me and pushing a heavy bookcase in front of it. I could hear him pounding on the other side, alternating between threats and pleas. My hands shook as I dialed 911 on the landline. The wait for the police felt like an eternity. Alexander's voice grew hoarser, his pounding less intense, but he didn't give up. I huddled in the corner, the knife still clutched in my white-knuckled grip, jumping at every sound. Finally, I heard sirens in the distance. Alexander must have heard them too, because the pounding stopped. There was a moment of silence, then the sound of running footsteps fading away. The police arrived in force, searching the house and grounds. They found evidence of Alexander's long-term squatting in the East Wing, but no sign of the man himself. He had vanished into the night. In the days that followed, as I gave statements and tried to process what had happened, the full story came out. Alexander was indeed Alexis's brother, older by 5 years. He had a history of mental illness and had been institutionalized years ago after becoming violent. The family thought he was still in a facility across the country. No one knew how long he'd been living in the house, hidden away in the wing that everyone avoided. I couldn't stay in the mansion after that night. The thought of how long he had been watching me, how vulnerable I had been without even knowing it, was too much to bear. I moved in with a friend, jumping at shadows and double-checking locks. Months have passed, and Alexander is still at large. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I imagine I can hear whispers in the darkness. I tell myself it's just my imagination, a remnant of that terrifying night. But a part of me wonders, is he out there, watching, waiting? And if so, when will he return to reclaim what he believes is rightfully his? The moment I saw those footprints circling my tent, I knew this solo camping trip had taken a sinister turn. My blood ran cold as I realized someone, or something, had been watching me sleep, and the pristine wilderness I'd sought for solitude had become a hunting ground. I'd always been an avid outdoorsman, but this was my first time venturing out alone for an extended trip. The pressures of my high-stress job in the city had been mounting, and I desperately needed to disconnect. A week in the backcountry of Yellowstone seemed like the perfect remedy. The first few days were blissful. I hiked through sprawling meadows bursting with wildflowers, watched herds of bison graze in the distance, and even caught a glimpse of a grizzly fishing in a crystal-clear stream. At night, I'd fall asleep to the haunting calls of wolves echoing through the valleys. It was everything I'd hoped for and more. On the fourth night, I made camp in a small clearing near a babbling brook. The spot was picturesque, with towering pines providing shelter and a perfect view of the star-strewn sky. I set up my tent, cooked a simple meal over my portable stove, and settled in for the night, feeling more at peace than I had in years. I woke just before dawn, the pre-morning chill seeping through my sleeping bag. Something felt off. though I couldn't immediately place why. The forest was eerily quiet. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Just an oppressive silence that seemed to press in from all sides. Unzipping my tent, I poked my head out, scanning the clearing. That's when I saw them, a set of footprints in the dewy grass, circling my tent. They weren't animal tracks. These were clearly human, and judging by the depth of the impressions, whoever had made them was heavy. My heart began to race as I took in the scene. My backpack, which I'd left propped against a nearby tree, had been opened. Its contents were strewn about, as if someone had rifled through them in a hurry. My first aid kit was missing, as was my spare knife. With shaking hands, I reached for my phone. No signal, of course. I was miles from the nearest ranger station or campground. I was on my own. I quickly packed up my remaining gear, my eyes constantly darting to the tree line, half expecting to see a figure emerge from the shadows. As I rolled up my sleeping bag, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. A single long, dark hair on my pillow. It wasn't mine. Someone had been in my tent while I slept. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. I needed to stay calm, to think rationally. I had to get out of here, find help. But which way? In my fear, I'd lost my bearings. I pulled out my compass, relieved to find it still in my pack. East. I needed to head east to reach the main trail. I shouldered my backpack and set off at a brisk pace, constantly looking over my shoulder. The forest seemed different now, ominous. Shadows danced at the corners of my vision, and every snapping twig made me flinch. I tried to move quietly, but my ragged breathing and pounding heart seemed deafening in the unnatural silence. After about an hour of hiking, I stopped to catch my breath and check my bearings. That's when I heard it, a soft whistle, coming from somewhere behind me. It wasn't a bird call or the wind. It was distinctly human. I broke into a run, no longer caring about stealth. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush, the whistle growing louder and more insistent behind me. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but terror drove me onward. Suddenly, the ground disappeared from beneath my feet. I'd been so focused on what was behind me, I hadn't seen the ravine ahead. I tumbled down the steep incline, bouncing off rocks and roots, before coming to a stop at the bottom. Pain shot through my ankle as I tried to stand. Sprained, possibly broken. I looked up at the top of the ravine, dreading what I might see. A figure stood there, silhouetted against the morning sky. Male, tall and broad-shouldered. He made no move to come down after me, just stood there, watching. "What do you want?" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear and exhaustion. He said nothing, just raised his hand to his mouth and whistled again. That same eerie, two-note call I'd heard before. Then he turned and disappeared from view. I sat there for a long moment, my mind reeling. Who was he? What did he want? And why hadn't he come after me? The sound of running water broke through my panicked thoughts. A stream. Where there's a stream, there might be a trail. It was my best chance. I hobbled along the ravine floor, using a sturdy branch as a makeshift crutch. The going was slow and painful, but the thought of that silent watcher kept me moving. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the heat became oppressive. My water bottle was nearly empty, and my provisions were running low. Most of my food had been in the pack that was ransacked. Hunger and thirst gnawed at me, competing with the constant throb of my injured ankle. Just as despair began to set in, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of voices, human voices, chattering and laughing. A surge of hope gave me renewed energy, and I pushed forward. I burst out of the tree line onto a well-maintained trail. A group of hikers stood there, staring at me in shock. I must have been quite a sight, dirty, bloodied, wild-eyed with fear and relief. "Please," I gasped. "I need help. Someone's been following me." The next few hours passed in a blur. The hikers called for emergency services on their satellite phone. A rescue helicopter was dispatched. I was airlifted to a hospital, where my injuries were treated, and I gave a statement to the park rangers. They took my story seriously, but without concrete evidence, there wasn't much they could do. They increased patrols in the area and put out warnings to other campers, but my mysterious stalker was never found. In the weeks that followed, as I recovered physically, I struggled to process what had happened. The rangers had theories. Maybe it was a drifter or a fugitive hiding out in the park. But none of their explanations could account for the methodical way I'd been stalked, or the almost playful nature of the pursuit. I pored over news reports and online forums, looking for similar incidents. I found a few stories of solo hikers experiencing strange occurrences, feeling watched, finding their camps disturbed. But nothing concrete, nothing that could definitively link to my experience. Nightmares plagued me. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, certain I could hear that whistle outside my window. I installed a security system, started sleeping with a baseball bat next to my bed. My friends worried, suggested therapy. Maybe they were right, but even as I tried to move on, to chalk it up to a terrifying but isolated incident, a part of me knew better. Whoever, or whatever, had stalked me in those woods was still out there. And somehow, I knew this wasn't over. Months passed. I threw myself into work, into therapy, into anything that could keep my mind occupied. Slowly, the nightmares became less frequent. I started to feel like myself again. Then, on a crisp fall morning, I opened my front door to find a small package on my doorstep. No postmark, no return address. With trembling hands, I opened it. Inside was my missing first aid kit and knife, along with a single pine cone. And wrapped around the pine cone was a long, dark hair, identical to the one I'd found on my pillow that terrifying morning. As I stood there, the blood draining from my face, a familiar sound drifted on the breeze. A soft, two-note whistle. The hunt, it seemed, had only just begun. The scream that echoed through the abandoned wing of the psychiatric hospital chilled me to my core. It wasn't the usual cry of a distressed patient. This was primal, feral, and terrifyingly close. In that moment, I realized the night shift I'd covered 100 times before was about to become a battle for survival. I'd been working as a night janitor at Oakwood Psychiatric Hospital for nearly 2 years. The pay wasn't great, but the quiet suited me. Most nights, I could go about my cleaning routine in peace, with only the occasional interaction with the night nurses or the more lucid patients. I'd gotten used to the eerie atmosphere of the old building, the creaks and groans that accompanied my solitary rounds. That night started like any other. I clocked in at 11 p.m., exchanged a few words with the day shift as they headed out, and began my usual routine. Mop the floors, sanitize the bathrooms, empty the trash. Mindless work that allowed my thoughts to wander. It was around 2 a.m. when I made my way to the East Wing. This part of the hospital had been closed for renovations for months, but we were still required to do a quick sweep every night to make sure no patients had wandered in. As I approached the heavy doors that separated the East Wing from the rest of the hospital, I noticed something odd. The padlock that usually secured the entrance was missing. A sense of unease crept over me, but I brushed it off. Probably just maintenance forgetting to lock up after checking on the renovation progress. I pushed the door open, wincing at the loud creak that echoed down the darkened hallway. The East Wing was always creepy, with its peeling paint and abandoned medical equipment casting strange shadows in the beam of my flashlight. But tonight, it felt different. The air was thick, oppressive, carrying a scent I couldn't quite place, but that set my nerves on edge. I was halfway down the main corridor when I heard it, a soft shuffling sound coming from one of the rooms ahead. I froze, my heart pounding. It could be a rat, I told myself. This part of the building was old, prone to pests. But deep down, I knew it was something else. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. "Is someone there?" No response, but the shuffling stopped. Then, after a moment that seemed to stretch for eternity, came a low, guttural growl. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my feet seemed rooted to the spot. I watched, paralyzed with fear, as a figure emerged from one of the doorways ahead. In the dim light, I could make out the form of a man, tall, gaunt, dressed in what looked like tattered hospital scrubs. But as he stepped into the beam of my flashlight, I realized with horror that this was no ordinary man. His face was a mask of madness, eyes wild and unfocused, mouth twisted in a feral snarl. Long, matted hair hung in greasy strands around his face, and his hands, oh God, his hands, were covered in what looked horribly like dried blood. I recognized him then. Patient 37, they called him. A John Doe who'd been brought in months ago, violent and incoherent. He was supposed to have been transferred to a high-security facility weeks ago. Clearly, something had gone very, very wrong. For a moment, we just stared at each other. Then, with a scream that would haunt my nightmares for years to come, he lunged at me. I turned and ran, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I could hear him behind me, his bare feet slapping against the linoleum floor, his ragged breathing getting closer with each passing second. I burst through the doors back into the main part of the hospital, not daring to look back. "Help!" I shouted, my voice echoing through the quiet halls. "Someone, please." But it was the middle of the night, and this floor was mostly administrative offices. The nearest nurse's station was 2 floors up. I was on my own. I rounded a corner and found myself facing a dead end. Panic surged through me as I realized I'd taken a wrong turn in my blind flight. I spun around, looking for an escape route, and saw a supply closet a few feet away. Without thinking, I dove inside, pulling the door shut behind me just as patient 37 came into view. I held my breath, praying he hadn't seen me. For a terrifying moment, all I could hear was his heavy breathing on the other side of the door. Then, slowly, the sound began to fade as he moved away. I slumped to the floor, my legs suddenly unable to support me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. How had patient 37 escaped? How long had he been loose in the abandoned wing? And most pressingly, how was I going to get out of this alive? I reached for my radio with shaking hands, only to find it missing. It must have fallen off during my frantic run. My phone was in my locker, and the landlines were all out in the open. I was cut off, trapped. Minutes ticked by, each one feeling like an eternity. I strained my ears for any sound of movement outside, but the hallway remained eerily silent. Finally, unable to bear the tension any longer, I decided I had to make a move. Slowly, carefully, I eased the door open a crack. The hallway was empty. I slipped out, my eyes darting in every direction, ready to bolt at the slightest movement. I made my way towards the stairs, planning to get to the upper floors where I knew there would be staff. But as I reached the stairwell, I heard something that made my blood run cold. That same animalistic growl, coming from somewhere above me. He was between me and help. I turned back, my mind frantically searching for another option. The elevator, too noisy, and I'd be trapped if he caught me in it. The windows. I was on the 3rd floor. The fall would likely kill me. That's when I remembered the old dumbwaiter in the East Wing. It hadn't been used in years, but it connected to the kitchen on the ground floor. If I could reach it, I might have a chance. I crept back towards the East Wing, every nerve on high alert. As I pushed through the doors, I heard a crash from above, followed by that bone-chilling scream. He was coming. I ran down the hallway, no longer caring about stealth. The dumbwaiter was in the old nurse's station at the end of the corridor. I reached it, yanking on the rusty door with all my strength. For a heart-stopping moment, it refused to budge. Then, with a groan of protesting metal, it opened. The shaft was narrow and dark, cobwebs clinging to the walls. I'd never been claustrophobic, but the thought of squeezing into that space made my skin crawl. But the sound of pounding footsteps on the stairs left me no choice. I contorted myself into the small space, pulling the door shut just as patient 37 burst into the hallway. Through the slats in the door, I watched as he prowled the corridor, his movements jerky and unpredictable. He paused by the dumbwaiter, and I held my breath, certain he could hear my pounding heart. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, he moved on, disappearing into one of the rooms. I allowed myself a small sigh of relief before focusing on my descent. The trip down was slow and terrifying. Twice, the ancient pulleys groaned so loudly I was sure patient 37 would hear. But finally, mercifully, I reached the bottom. I tumbled out into the kitchen, gasping in the fresh air. I could hear movement upstairs. He was still searching. Without wasting another second, I ran for the exit. The cool night air hit me like a physical force as I burst out of the building. I didn't stop running until I reached the security booth at the entrance of the hospital grounds. The guard took one look at my wild eyes and disheveled appearance and immediately called for backup. The next few hours passed in a blur of police statements and medical checkups. They found patient 37 huddled in a corner of the East Wing, incoherent and violent. How he had managed to hide there for weeks, surviving on God knows what, was a mystery. In the days that followed, as the hospital conducted its investigation and I tried to process what had happened, I found myself unable to shake the memory of those wild, desperate eyes. I saw them in my dreams, heard that inhuman scream in every sudden noise. I didn't go back to work at Oakwood, couldn't face those long, dark corridors again. But sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind howls just right, I find myself wondering about patient 37. Is he truly secured this time? Or is he out there somewhere, waiting in the shadows for his next chance at freedom? One thing's for certain, I'll never again assume that an empty room is truly empty, or that a locked door will stay that way. Because now I know that in the darkest corners of the night, in the abandoned places we'd rather forget, terror can take human form. And once you've seen it face to face, you're never quite the same again. The moment I realized I was being stalked through the wilderness, my peaceful hike transformed into a desperate fight for survival. The dense forest that had once seemed so welcoming now felt like a green prison, with danger lurking behind every tree and shadow. I had always been an avid hiker, finding solace in the quiet majesty of nature. This particular trail in the Adirondacks was one I'd been meaning to tackle for years, a challenging 3-day trek through some of the most beautiful and remote terrain in the Northeast. I'd prepared meticulously, packing my gear with the precision of someone who respected the wilderness and its potential dangers. The first day had been glorious. The late summer air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers. I made good time, stopping occasionally to take photos of the breathtaking vistas or to watch a deer bound gracefully through a sun-dappled clearing. As dusk approached, I set up camp near a bubbling stream, feeling pleasantly tired and deeply content. It was during my second day on the trail that I first sensed something was off. The forest seemed quieter than it should have been, the usual chorus of birdsong and rustling small animals noticeably absent. At first, I chalked it up to my imagination, or perhaps a predator passing through the area. But as the day wore on, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. Once or twice, I thought I caught a glimpse of something, a flash of color that didn't belong, the quick movement of a shadow that seemed too large to be an animal. But each time I turned to look directly, there was nothing there. By the time I made camp that evening, my nerves were frayed. I chose a spot with good visibility, my back to a large boulder. As I went through the motions of setting up my tent and preparing a meal, I couldn't shake the feeling of exposed vulnerability. I woke in the pre-dawn darkness to the sound of footsteps circling my tent, my heart pounding. I lay perfectly still, straining my ears. The steps were too heavy, too deliberate to be an animal. Someone was out there. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and scared in the darkness. "Is someone there?" No response, just the sudden cessation of movement, followed by the soft crunch of retreating footsteps. With shaking hands, I unzipped my tent and peered out. The faint light of approaching dawn revealed nothing amiss, but the dew-damp ground around my tent was marked with large boot prints. Someone had indeed been watching me sleep. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. I needed to think clearly if I was going to get out of this. I broke camp quickly, stuffing my gear haphazardly into my pack. My original plan had been to spend one more day on the trail, but that was no longer an option. I needed to get back to civilization, and fast. I set off at a brisk pace, the rising sun at my back. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made me flinch. I found myself constantly looking behind me, searching for any sign of pursuit. It was mid-morning when I saw him for the first time. I had paused to consult my map when movement caught my eye. There, about 100 yards back on the trail, stood a figure. He was tall, dressed in dark clothing that blended with the shadows of the forest. Even at that distance, I could feel the weight of his stare. Our eyes met, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Then, with deliberate slowness, he raised his hand and waved. Terror shot through me like an electric current. I turned and ran, no longer caring about stealth or conserving energy. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps unhurried but relentless. He wasn't chasing me, not yet. He was hurting me. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. When I couldn't run anymore, I walked, pushing myself to keep moving. The trail became steeper, more treacherous. In my haste, I lost my footing more than once, each fall leaving me scraped and bruised. As the day wore on, my situation became increasingly desperate. In my panic, I had veered off the main trail. I was lost. My water was running low, and the temperature was dropping as evening approached. But worse than all of that was the knowledge that he was still out there, watching, waiting. Just as despair began to set in, I heard it, the distant sound of running water, a river. If I could find it, I could follow it downstream. Rivers often led to roads or towns. I pushed through the underbrush, ignoring the sting of branches whipping against my face. The sound grew louder, and suddenly I burst out of the tree line onto the rocky bank of a fast-moving river. Relief flooded through me, quickly followed by a new wave of fear. The opposite bank was a steep cliff, at least 30 feet high. My path downstream was blocked by a series of large boulders. I was trapped. As if on cue, I heard movement in the forest behind me. He was close. In that moment, I made a decision born of desperation. The river was swift, its surface broken by rocks and small rapids. It was dangerous, potentially deadly, but it was my only chance. I waded in, gasping as the icy water soaked through my clothes. The current was stronger than I expected, threatening to sweep me off my feet. But I pressed on, pushing against the flow, trying to angle myself downstream. Just as I reached the deepest part of the river, I heard a shout from the bank. I turned to see my pursuer emerge from the forest. Even from a distance, I could see the anger in his stance. He started towards the water, but hesitated at the edge. Could he swim? Was he afraid of the current? I didn't wait to find out. I let the river take me, using what strength I had left to steer myself towards the opposite bank. The next few minutes were a blur of churning water and blind panic. I was dunked repeatedly, each time fighting my way back to the surface, gasping for air. My body slammed against rocks, the impacts sending shockwaves of pain through me. But somehow, miraculously, I made it to the other side. I dragged myself onto the rocky shore, coughing and shivering. Every part of me hurt, but I was alive. And more importantly, I was separated from my stalker by a raging river. I looked back across the water. He stood on the opposite bank, watching me. Even from this distance, I could feel the frustration radiating off him. For a long moment, we stared at each other. Then, slowly, he turned and melted back into the forest. I didn't allow myself to relax. He might try to find a way across or circle around. I needed to keep moving. I followed the river downstream, my waterlogged boots squelching with every step. As night fell, the temperature dropped further. I was exhausted, soaked to the bone, and in very real danger of hypothermia. But I forced myself to keep going. Each step took me closer to safety, further from the nightmare behind me. It was well past midnight when I saw the lights. At first, I thought I was hallucinating, but as I got closer, I realized it was real. A small town, nestled in a valley beside the river. My legs gave out as soon as I reached the first building. I collapsed onto the steps of what turned out to be the local police station, my ordeal finally catching up with me. The next few days passed in a blur of hospital rooms and police interviews. They never found my stalker. The prevailing theory was that he was a drifter, possibly mentally ill, who had fixated on me by chance. But sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if it was really that random. I've been back on hiking trails since then. I refuse to let fear rob me of something I love. But I'm more cautious now. I carry a satellite phone. I always let someone know my plans, and I trust my instincts, because I learned the hard way that sometimes the most dangerous predators in the wilderness walk on two legs. And once you've been prey, you never quite feel safe in the woods again. The moment I saw the unmarked speedboat pull up to the secluded cove, I knew my peaceful fishing trip had just become a fight for survival. As I watched the men unload mysterious crates under the cover of darkness, I realized I was witnessing something I was never meant to see, and that knowledge could very well get me killed. I'd been looking forward to this solo fishing trip for months. My job as a software developer in the city was rewarding, but the constant noise and pressure had been wearing me down. I needed a break. Just me, my rod, and the tranquil waters of Lake Champlain. I'd found the perfect spot, a small, secluded cove accessible only by boat or a grueling hike through dense forest. It was far from the popular fishing areas, promising solitude and, hopefully, some trophy-sized base. The first 2 days were everything I'd hoped for. I spent my time alternating between casting my line into the crystal-clear water and lounging on the shore with a good book. The only sounds were the lapping of waves, the call of birds, and the occasional splash of a jumping fish. It was paradise. On the third night, everything changed. I was dozing in my tent when a low, rumbling sound jolted me awake. At first, I thought it was thunder, a storm rolling in over the lake. But as I listened, I realized it was the sound of an engine, growing steadily louder. Curiosity got the better of me. I unzipped my tent and peered out. The moon was full, casting a silvery light over the cove. That's when I saw it. A sleek, black speedboat cutting through the water, its running lights off. I ducked back into my tent, heart pounding. Something about this felt wrong. Boats didn't usually run without lights, especially at night, and this cove was well off the normal routes. I watched through a small gap in the tent flap as the boat pulled up to the shore. 4 men disembarked, moving with purposeful efficiency. They were all dressed in dark clothing, their faces obscured by the shadows. What happened next confirmed my worst fears. The men began unloading crates from the boat, speaking in hushed tones. I couldn't make out the words, but the tension in their voices was clear. This was no innocent late-night fishing trip. One of the crates slipped as they were carrying it, falling to the rocky shore with a loud crack. The lid popped open, and even from my vantage point I could see the contents gleaming in the moonlight. Guns. A lot of them. My blood ran cold. I was witnessing an arms smuggling operation, right here in the Vermont wilderness. I knew I should stay hidden, wait for them to leave, and then get the hell out of there. But a reckless impulse took hold. I needed evidence. Slowly, carefully, I reached for my phone. If I could just get a picture. I angled the phone through the tent opening, trying to capture the scene without using the flash. Just as I was about to take the shot, a twig snapped under my foot. The sound seemed deafening in the quiet night. The men froze. Then one of them shouted, "Over there!" Panic surged through me. I scrambled out of the tent, abandoning my gear, and plunged into the forest. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. I ran blindly through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. My lungs burned, and my heart felt like it would explode from my chest, but terror kept me moving. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I paused, gasping for breath. The woods were quiet. Had I lost them? A twig snapped nearby, and I froze. Slowly, I turned my head towards the sound. There, not 10 feet away, stood one of the men. Even in the dim light filtering through the canopy, I could see the cold determination in his eyes and the gun gripped in his hand. "Found him," he yelled, raising his weapon. I didn't think, I just reacted. I threw myself sideways just as the gun went off. The report was deafening, and I felt the bullet whiz past my ear. I scrambled to my feet and took off again, zigzagging between trees. More shots rang out, splintering bark around me. I didn't dare look back, focusing only on putting one foot in front of the other, desperate to find a way out of this nightmare. The ground began to slope upward, the terrain becoming rockier. I was gasping for breath, my legs trembling with exertion, but I forced myself to keep climbing. Maybe if I could reach higher ground, I could get my bearings, find a way back to civilization. As I crested a ridge, my heart sank. Ahead of me was a sheer cliff face, dropping at least 100 feet to the churning waters of the lake below. I was trapped. The sound of pursuit grew closer. I pressed myself against a boulder, trying to quiet my ragged breathing. Maybe they'd pass by. Maybe I still had a chance. But luck wasn't on my side. I heard a triumphant shout, and suddenly they were there. All 4 men, their guns trained on me. Nowhere to run now. One of them growled. "You've seen too much, friend. Can't let you walk away from this." I looked from their cold eyes to the cliff edge behind me. In that moment, I made a decision born of desperation. I'd rather take my chances with the fall than face certain death at their hands. Before they could react, I turned and ran for the cliff edge. I heard shouts of surprise, followed by the crack of gunfire. Pain exploded in my shoulder, but adrenaline kept me moving. I reached the edge and, without hesitation, leaped into the void. For a heart-stopping moment, I was in free fall. The wind rushed past me, the dark water below growing rapidly closer. Then I hit the surface with a tremendous impact that drove the air from my lungs. The cold was shocking, disorienting. For a few terrifying seconds, I didn't know which way was up. But my survival instinct kicked in, and I clawed my way to the surface, gasping and sputtering. Gunshots peppered the water around me. I took a deep breath and dove, swimming underwater for as long as my burning lungs would allow. When I came up for air, I was relieved to see I'd drifted into the shadow of the cliff, out of their line of sight. I don't know how long I swam, pushing through the pain of my wounded shoulder, fighting against the current that threatened to drag me under. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, and I let the water carry me where it would. I must have lost consciousness because the next thing I knew, I was being shaken awake by a concerned fisherman. I'd washed up on a rocky beach, miles from where I'd started. The following days were a blur of hospital rooms and police interviews. I told them everything. The smugglers, the chase, my desperate leap. They found my campsite ransacked. No sign of the mysterious boat or its crew. It's been months since that harrowing night, but I still wake up in a cold sweat, the sound of gunfire echoing in my ears. I haven't been fishing since then. The thought of being alone in the wilderness, once so appealing, now fills me with dread. But I'm trying not to let fear rule my life. I'm in therapy, working through the trauma, and I've taken up a new hobby, one that keeps me firmly on dry land and surrounded by people. Sometimes, When I look out over a lake or river, I remember the peaceful solitude I once found in such places. But then I remember the glint of moonlight on gun barrels, the cold eyes of men who would kill me without hesitation, and I turn away. I survived that night through sheer luck and desperation, but the experience changed me, showed me a darkness in the world I'd been fortunate enough to never encounter before. Now, I cherish the safety of civilization, the comfort of crowds, because I know that sometimes, in the quiet places where nature reigns, humanity's darkest impulses find free rein. And once you've seen that darkness up close, you never quite forget it. The moment I saw the surgical tools laid out on the antique sideboard, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. This quaint bed and breakfast wasn't the charming retreat I'd hoped for. It was a house of horrors, and I was the next victim on the menu. I'd been driving for hours, the monotony of the highway lulling me into a kind of trance. It was supposed to be a quick weekend getaway, a chance to clear my head after a brutal breakup. When I saw the sign for Willow Creek BB off a lonely country road, it seemed like fate. The promise of a home-cooked meal and a soft bed was too tempting to resist. The Victorian mansion that loomed before me as I pulled up the gravel driveway was straight out of a Gothic novel. Paint peeled from the ornate trim, and ivy crawled up the walls, giving the place a forgotten, slightly sinister air. But the warm glow of lights in the windows and the cheery "welcome" sign on the porch pushed away any misgivings. An elderly couple greeted me at the door, all smiles and folksy charm. Martha and Edgar. They introduced themselves, looking every bit the sweet grandparents in their matching sweaters. "Oh, we're so glad you found us, dear," Martha cooed, ushering me inside. "We don't get many visitors this time of year." The interior was a time capsule of Victorian splendor, ornate wallpaper, heavy velvet drapes, and furniture that looked like it belonged in a museum. The air was heavy with the scent of potpourri and something else I couldn't quite place. Medicinal, almost. Edgar took my bag, insisting I join them for tea before settling in. "Martha makes the best scones this side of the Mississippi," he said with a wink. I followed them into a cozy sitting room, sinking into an overstuffed armchair. Martha bustled about, pouring tea from a delicate china pot. As she handed me a cup, I noticed her hands. They were scarred, the fingers slightly gnarled. Arthritis, maybe. The tea was delicious, with a unique flavor I couldn't quite identify. As we chatted, I felt a warmth spreading through me, a pleasant heaviness in my limbs. Must be the exhaustion from the drive catching up with me. "Why don't we show you to your room, dear?" Martha suggested, her voice sounding oddly distant. "You look like you could use some rest." I tried to stand, but the room swayed alarmingly. My vision blurred, Martha and Edgar's kindly faces melting into grotesque masks. As darkness closed in, I saw them exchange a look of satisfaction. I woke with a pounding headache, my mouth dry as cotton. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, panic set in. This wasn't the quaint guest room I'd glimpsed earlier. I was in a basement, strapped to a cold metal table. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant and something coppery. Blood. "Ah, you're awake." Edgar's voice, no longer grandfatherly but cold and clinical. "Excellent. It's always better when they're conscious for the procedure." He stepped into view, no longer the doddering old man, but moving with purposeful efficiency. He was dressed in surgical scrubs, a mask hanging around his neck. Behind him, I could see Martha preparing instruments on a tray. What are you doing?" I croaked, my voice barely above a whisper. Edgar smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Waste not, want not, my dear. The human body is a marvelous machine, full of useful parts, and there are people willing to pay handsomely for those parts." The reality of my situation hit me like a physical blow. They were going to harvest my organs. I struggled against my restraints, but they held firm. Now, Martha chided, approaching with a syringe. There's no need for all that fuss. Just a little something to keep you calm. As the needle slid into my arm, I felt a curious detachment settle over me. I was still terrified, but it was as if the fear was happening to someone else. Edgar began to explain in horrifying detail what they were about to do, how they'd perfected their technique over the years, how they chose their victims carefully, always solo travelers, people who wouldn't be missed right away. You should feel honored, he said, pulling on surgical gloves, or your kidneys will save a life. Your heart will beat in someone else's chest. In a way, you'll live forever. I wanted to scream, to beg, to reason with them, but the drugs made it impossible to form coherent thoughts, let alone words. As Martha wheeled over a tray of gleaming instruments, a sound from upstairs made them both freeze, the crunch of tires on gravel, a car door slamming. "Visitors!" Martha hissed, panic in her eyes. Edgar's face darkened. "Impossible. We haven't had a walk-in in years." He turned to me, suspicion clear on his face. "Did you tell anyone you were coming here?" I shook my head weakly, as confused as they were. The sound of knocking echoed through the house, followed by muffled voices. Martha and Edgar exchanged a look of alarm. "You stay here," Edgar ordered Martha. "I'll deal with this." As his footsteps retreated up the stairs, I felt a surge of hope. Someone was here. Someone might save me. Martha busied herself cleaning instruments, muttering under her breath. I strained to hear what was happening upstairs, but the basement door muffled most of the sound. Suddenly, there was a crash, followed by shouting. Martha's head snapped up, fear plain on her face. She moved to the bottom of the stairs, peering up anxiously. The basement door burst open, and a figure came tumbling down the stairs. It was Edgar, his face bloody, clearly unconscious. Behind him came two police officers, guns drawn. "Freeze!" one of them shouted as Martha reached for something on the tray. "Hands where I can see them." What followed was a blur of activity. More officers poured in, securing Martha and checking on Edgar. Someone released my restraints, asked if I was okay. I mumbled something incoherent, the drug still clouding my mind. As they led me upstairs, I learned the truth. My ex, worried when I hadn't returned his calls, had used a tracking app I'd forgotten to disable on my phone. When he saw I'd stopped at an address with a history of missing person reports, he called the police. The next few days passed in a haze of hospital rooms and police interviews. The full horror of what I'd narrowly escaped became clear as the investigation unfolded. Martha and Edgar had been operating their gruesome business for years, preying on unsuspecting travelers. The basement yielded a trove of grisly evidence, photos of past victims, ledgers detailing organ sales, even preserved specimens. As I recovered, I struggled to process what had happened. The quaint bed and breakfast that had seemed like such a safe haven had turned out to be a place of unimaginable evil. Martha and Edgar, with their grandparently demeanor, had been monsters wearing human skin. Nightmares plagued me. Visions of gleaming scalpels and cold metal tables. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, phantom pain coursing through my body where they'd planned to cut me open. Slowly, with the help of therapy and the support of friends and family, I began to heal. But the experience left its mark. I became warier, less trusting of strangers. Solo trips lost their appeal, the open road now seeming fraught with hidden dangers. Yet as time passed, I refused to let fear rule my life. I started traveling again, but always with friends, always with a solid plan and people who knew my whereabouts. I learned to trust my instincts, to listen to that little voice that says something isn't quite right. Sometimes, when I pass a quaint country inn or see a sign for a bed and breakfast, I feel a chill run down my spine. I remember the taste of that drugged tea, the cold metal of the operating table, the clinical detachment in Edgar's voice as he discussed carving me up like a Christmas turkey. But then I remind myself that I survived. That for every Martha and Edgar in the world, there are good people too. Like the cops who burst in at the last moment. Like my ex who cared enough to check on me. The world can be a dangerous place, full of hidden horrors and people who wear masks of kindness to hide their monstrous nature. But it's also full of beauty, of genuine kindness, of connections that can save your life when you least expect it. I'll never again be the carefree traveler I once was. But I'm alive, and I'm stronger for having faced the darkness and come out the other side. And every day, every trip, every new experience is a victory, a reminder that I didn't let them win, that I reclaimed my life from the jaws of death itself. The moment the power died and plunged the office building into darkness, I knew this night shift was about to become a fight for survival. As the emergency lights flickered to life, casting eerie shadows across the empty hallways, I realized I wasn't alone anymore. The sound of breaking glass echoed from the floor below, and my heart began to race. This was no ordinary blackout. Someone was breaking in. I'd been working as a night security guard at Pinnacle Tower for just over 6 months. It was a cushy job, perfect for a grad student like me who needed time to study. Most nights, I'd make my rounds, check the cameras, and then settle in with my textbooks until dawn. The 50-story office building was always deserted at night, just me and the hum of the air conditioning. But tonight was different. A massive storm had rolled in, the kind that makes the windows rattle and the lights flicker. I'd been keeping an eye on it, watching lightning illuminate the city skyline in brilliant flashes. When the power finally went out around 2 a.m., I wasn't surprised. What did surprise me was how quickly the backup generator failed. That wasn't supposed to happen. I was in the security office on the ground floor when the building went dark. For a moment, I just sat there, waiting for the generators to kick in. But as seconds stretched into minutes and only the dim emergency light sputtered to life, I knew something was wrong. That's when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of shattering glass, followed by hushed voices and footsteps. My blood ran cold. This was no coincidence. Someone had killed the power deliberately, and now they were inside. I reached for the phone to call the police, but the line was dead. My cell phone showed no signal. The storm must have knocked out the nearby tower. I was on my own. Training kicked in, and I moved quickly to the bank of security monitors. Most were dark, but a few battery-powered cameras still functioned. I could see shadowy figures moving through the lobby, their faces obscured by masks. There were at least 4 of them, maybe more, and they were armed. My mind raced. What could they want? The building housed mostly law firms and financial offices. Then it hit me. The 47th floor. It belonged to a high-security data storage company. Whatever was on those servers must be valuable enough to warrant this elaborate break-in. I had a choice to make. I could try to sneak out, save myself, and alert the authorities, or I could stay and try to stop them. The sensible part of my brain screamed at me to run, but a stronger instinct took over. This building was my responsibility. I couldn't just abandon it. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed my flashlight and security keycard. The keycard was crucial. It would allow me to access any part of the building, even with the power out. I hesitated for a moment, then took the small canister of pepper spray from my belt. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I slipped out of the security office, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure the intruders would hear it. The lobby was eerily quiet now. They must have moved deeper into the building. I made my way to the emergency stairwell, knowing the elevators would be useless without power. As I began the long climb up, I tried to formulate a plan. I needed to get to the 47th floor before they did, to secure whatever they were after. But how could I, one unarmed security guard, hope to stop a group of armed criminals? Around the 20th floor, I heard a door open somewhere below me. Voices echoed in the stairwell, getting closer. I froze, pressing myself against the wall, hardly daring to breathe. The voices passed by a few floors below, then faded as a door opened and closed again. They were taking their time, checking each floor methodically. I continued my ascent, my legs burning with the effort. By the 40th floor, I was gasping for breath, sweat soaking through my uniform. But I couldn't stop. I could hear them again. Closer this time. Finally, I reached the 47th floor. I swiped my keycard with trembling hands, relief washing over me as the door clicked open. I slipped inside, finding myself in a maze of server racks. The room hummed with the sound of cooling fans running on battery power. I made my way to the main control terminal, my flashlight beam dancing across rows of blinking lights. I had basic training in the building systems, enough to know how to initiate an emergency shutdown. It would fry the servers, destroying whatever data the intruders were after. But it would also cause millions of dollars in damage and potentially ruin countless businesses. Could I really do that? Before I could decide, I heard the stairwell door open. They were here. I quickly turned off my flashlight and ducked behind a server rack, my heart hammering in my chest. Flashlight beams cut through the darkness as the intruders entered the room. I could hear them talking in low voices, discussing which servers to target. I held my breath, trying to make myself as small as possible. "Hurry up," one of them hissed. "We've got 10 minutes before the cops show up." So someone had managed to alert the authorities. That changed things. If I could just stall them for a few more minutes. Without thinking it through, I stood up. "Stop right there," I shouted, trying to make my voice sound more confident than I felt. "Security. Put your hands where I can see them." For a moment, there was stunned silence. Then a rough voice laughed. "Well, well. Looks like we missed one. Take care of him, boys." 2 flashlight beams swung towards me. I saw the glint of gun barrels and acted on pure instinct. I sprayed the pepper spray in a wide arc, hearing satisfying cries of pain in response. Then I ran. I weaved through the server racks, the sounds of pursuit close behind. A shot rang out, the bullet pinging off metal uncomfortably close to my head. I ducked and changed direction, my mind racing. I needed a plan, fast. That's when I remembered the fire suppression system. Like many data centers, this one used a gas-based system that would suck the oxygen out of the room in case of fire. It was a last resort measure, potentially lethal to anyone caught in it. But right now, it was my only option. I made my way to the control panel, fumbling with my keycard. Behind me, I could hear the intruders recovering, spreading out to search for me. Just as I felt a hand grasp my shoulder, I hit the emergency button. Alarms blared, and a computerized voice announced the imminent release of the suppression gas. The hand on my shoulder suddenly released as panic set in among the intruders. "Abort! Everyone out!" someone shouted. I used the confusion to slip away, sprinting for the stairwell. I could hear them right behind me, all thoughts of their mission forgotten in the face of potential suffocation. We burst into the stairwell together, a chaotic mass of bodies scrambling downwards. I was knocked against the wall several times, but I kept moving, driven by pure adrenaline. Somewhere around the 30th floor, I heard sirens. The cavalry had arrived. The intruders must have heard it too, because their descent became even more frantic. As we neared the ground floor, I made a split-second decision. I let myself fall behind, then ducked into a random floor. I heard the intruders continue down, too focused on escape to notice my absence. Gasping for breath, I leaned against the wall, listening to the chaos unfolding below. Shouts, more sirens, the sound of running feet. After a few minutes, silence fell. Cautiously, I made my way back to the stairwell and down to the lobby. I was met by a sea of flashing lights and police officers, their guns drawn. "Hands up!" someone shouted. I raised my hands slowly. "I'm security," I said, my voice hoarse. "I'm the one who called." The next few hours passed in a blur of questions and statements. The police had caught 3 of the intruders, but at least 2 had escaped. The data center was safe, though it would take days to bring everything back online. As dawn broke, I sat on the steps of an ambulance, a shock blanket draped over my shoulders. An detective approached, a look of grudging respect on his face. That was either the bravest or the stupidest thing I've ever seen, he said. You could have been killed. I nodded, too exhausted to argue. Did I do the right thing? I asked. He was quiet for a moment. You saved millions of dollars worth of data and caught some very dangerous men. Yeah, kid. I'd say you did all right. As I watched the sun rise over the city, I felt a mix of emotions, relief, pride, lingering fear. I knew I'd probably lose my job over this. No security company wants a guard who takes insane risks. But sitting there, knowing I'd faced incredible danger and come out the other side, I couldn't bring myself to regret it. That night changed me. It showed me what I was capable of when pushed to the limit. And though I hope I never have to face anything like that again, I know now that if I do, I'll be ready. The moment his eyes met mine in the rearview mirror, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. The kind stranger I'd picked up on this desolate stretch of highway wasn't a desperate traveler. He was a predator, and I had just invited him into my car. I've always considered myself a good judge of character. It's a skill that served me well in my career as a traveling salesman. But on that stormy night, as I drove through the winding mountain roads of Colorado, my usually reliable instincts failed me spectacularly. The day had started normally enough. I'd left Denver early, hoping to make it to Salt Lake City by nightfall. But as I climbed higher into the Rockies, the weather took a turn for the worse. What started as a light drizzle quickly became a downpour, sheets of rain reducing visibility to mere feet in front of my car. I probably should have pulled over, waited it out at one of the small towns I'd passed. But I had a meeting the next morning, one that could make or break my quarter. So I pressed on, my knuckles white on the steering wheel as I navigated the treacherous curves. That's when I saw him. A lone figure on the side of the road, thumb out, drenched to the bone. In the brief flash of my headlights, I caught a glimpse of his face, middle-aged, bearded, with an expression of desperate hope as he saw my car approach. I hesitated for a moment. Picking up hitchhikers was risky, especially in weather like this. But the thought of leaving someone out in this storm didn't sit right with me. Besides, I reasoned, I was a big guy. I could handle myself if things went south. I pulled over, the wet gravel crunching under my tires. The man ran up to the passenger side, and I leaned over to unlock the door. Thank you, he said as he climbed in, water dripping from his clothes onto my upholstery. I thought I was going to die out there. No problem, I replied, pulling back onto the road. Where you headed? Just up to the next town, he said, his voice barely audible over the pounding rain. My truck broke down a few miles back. Figured I'd try to find a mechanic. I nodded, keeping my eyes on the winding road ahead. Well, you're in luck. I think there's a place about 20 miles up. I can drop you there. Much appreciated, he said, then after a pause. Say, you wouldn't happen to have anything to drink, would you? I'm parched. Sure, I said, reaching for the water bottle in my cup holder. Here you go. As I held out the bottle, several things happened in quick succession. His hand shot out, not for the water, but for the steering wheel. At the same time, I felt something cold and hard press against my ribs. A gun. Keep driving, he growled, all pretense of gratitude gone from his voice. And don't try anything stupid. My mind raced, adrenaline surging through my veins. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't happen in real life, only in movies and crime novels. But the pressure of the gun barrel against my side was all too real. Look, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. If it's money you want, I've got cash. My wallet's in my jacket pocket. Just take it and go. He laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. Oh, I'll take your money all right, but that's not all I'm after. My blood ran cold. What else could he want? The possibilities, each more terrifying than the last, flashed through my mind. Take the next right, he ordered, gesturing with the gun towards an approaching turnoff. I complied, guiding the car onto a narrow dirt road that wound deeper into the forest. The trees pressed in on either side, their branches scraping against the windows like skeletal fingers. "Stop here," he said after we'd traveled about a mile down the road. I brought the car to a halt, the engine idling. Rain drummed on the roof, and in the distance, thunder rolled ominously. "Now, here's what's going to happen," he said, his tone eerily calm. "You're going to get out of the car, nice and slow. Then you're going to start walking into those woods. Don't look back. Don't say a word. Just walk. Understand?" I nodded, my mouth too dry to speak. As I reached for the door handle, a plan began to form in my mind. It was risky, possibly suicidal, but it was the only chance I had. I opened the door slowly, the rush of cold, wet air making me shiver. As I started to step out, I pretended to stumble, letting my body fall back towards the steering wheel. In that split second of confusion, I made my move. I slammed my hand down on the horn, the sudden blare startling in the quiet forest. At the same time, I grabbed for the gun, trying to wrestle it away from him. We grappled in the confined space of the car, the horn blaring continuously as my weight pressed against the steering wheel. The gun went off, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. I felt a searing pain in my left arm but didn't let go. Somehow, in the chaos, my foot must have hit the gas pedal. The car lurched forward, tires spinning in the mud before finding purchase. We careened down the dirt road, bouncing wildly as I fought for control of both the vehicle and the gun. A sharp turn appeared ahead, the road dropping away into darkness beyond. In a split-second decision, I let go of the gun and grabbed the wheel with both hands, wrenching it to the side. The car fishtailed, sliding sideways in the mud. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought we were going over the edge. But then, the tires found traction, and we spun to a stop, mere inches from the precipice. The sudden halt threw my attacker against the passenger door. His head connected with the window with a sickening crack, and he slumped in his seat, the gun falling from his limp fingers. I didn't wait to see if he was conscious. I threw the car into reverse, backing away from the edge, then shifted into drive and sped back the way we'd come. My arm throbbed where the bullet had grazed me, but the adrenaline kept the worst of the pain at bay. As I reached the main road, I saw flashing lights in the distance. Someone must have heard the gunshot and called the police. I pulled over, my legs shaking so badly I could barely work the pedals. The next few hours passed in a blur of questions, statements, and medical treatment. The man in my car, it turned out, was wanted in 3 states for a string of violent carjackings. He'd prey on good Samaritans, using the weather and remote locations to his advantage. As I sat in the back of an ambulance on a shock blanket draped over my shoulders, the full weight of what had happened began to sink in. I'd come face to face with true evil, stared death in the eye, and somehow made it out alive. The detective taking my statement paused, looking at me with a mix of admiration and concern. "You took one hell of a risk," he said. "Most people would have just given up the car." I nodded, wincing as the movement jostled my bandaged arm. Honestly, I don't know what came over me. I couldn't let him win, couldn't let him hurt anyone else. The detective patted me on the shoulder. "Well, thanks to you, he won't be hurting anyone ever again. You're a hero, whether you feel like one or not." Hero. The word felt strange, ill-fitting. I didn't feel like a hero. I felt tired, sore, and more than a little traumatized. But as I watched them load my attacker into a police car, I felt something else too. A sense of pride, of having faced the worst and come out the other side. In the days and weeks that followed, as I recovered and tried to process what had happened, I found myself reflecting on that night often. The rain, the gun, the terrifying moments when I thought it was all over. But mostly, I thought about that split second when I decided to fight back. I'd always considered myself a cautious person, risk-averse to a fault. But when it mattered most, when my life was on the line, I found a well of courage I never knew I possessed. It was a revelation, one that changed how I saw myself and the world around me. Now, when I drive those lonely highways for work, I keep my doors locked and I don't pick up hitchhikers. But I also drive with a newfound confidence, a certainty that whatever challenges life throws my way, I have the strength to face them head on. Because on that stormy night in the mountains of Colorado, I didn't just survive, I triumphed. And that's a feeling no storm, no gun, no threat can ever take away from me. The moment I stepped into that isolated cabin, I knew something was terribly wrong. The fog that had led me there seemed to cling to the weathered wood, and the silence was so complete it felt like a physical presence. But it wasn't until I met the cabin's sole occupant that I realized I'd stumbled into a nightmare from which there might be no escape. I've always been an avid hiker, priding myself on my ability to navigate even the most challenging terrain. But on that fateful day in the Smoky Mountains, my skills were put to the ultimate test. The morning had started clear and bright, perfect conditions for the day-long trek I had planned. I'd told my girlfriend I'd be back by sunset, kissed her goodbye, and set off with a spring in my step. The first few hours were glorious. The autumn colors were at their peak, painting the mountainsides in a riot of reds, golds, and oranges. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine and decaying leaves. I felt alive, connected to the wilderness in a way that city life never allowed. But as the day wore on, the weather began to change. Clouds rolled in, thick and gray, obscuring the sun and dropping the temperature several degrees. I wasn't too concerned at first. I'd hiked in worse conditions, but then the fog began to creep in. It started as wisps curling around the bases of trees, but soon it was a solid wall of white, visibility dropped to mere feet, and the familiar trail markers seemed to vanish into the mist. I pressed on, certain that I could find my way back to the trailhead, but with each step, the fog seemed to thicken, disorienting me further. As dusk approached, panic began to set in. I was lost, my phone had no signal, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. That's when I saw it, a faint glow in the distance, barely visible through the fog. Hope surged through me. Maybe it was a ranger station or another hiker's campsite. I moved towards the light, stumbling over hidden roots and rocks. As I drew closer, I realized it was coming from a small cabin, its windows glowing warmly in the gathering darkness. Relief washed over me. Surely whoever was inside would be able to help me get my bearings. I approached the cabin, my boots crunching on frost-covered leaves. The porch creaked ominously as I stepped onto it, raising my hand to knock on the weathered door. Before my knuckles could make contact, the door swung open. A man stood there, backlit by a flickering fire. He was older, probably in his 60s, with a wild beard and eyes that seemed to glow in the firelight. For a moment, we just stared at each other, the silence broken only by the crackling of the fire and my own ragged breathing. Well, he said finally, his voice rough as if from disuse. You'd better come in. I hesitated for a moment, every instinct screaming at me to turn and run. But the fog pressed in around me, and I could feel the cold seeping into my bones. I had no choice. I stepped inside, the warmth of the cabin enveloping me like a blanket. It was a single room, sparsely furnished but cozy. A fire roared in a stone fireplace, casting dancing shadows on the walls. But it was what hung on those walls that made my blood run cold. Photographs, hundreds of them, covering every available surface. And in every single one, I saw the same thing. Hikers, just like me, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. The man must have seen me staring because he chuckled, a sound devoid of any real humor. Admiring my collection? He asked, moving to stand between me and the door. You'll be joining it soon enough. My heart began to race. I tried to keep my voice steady as I spoke. Look, I'm just lost. If you could point me in the direction of the trail, I'll be on my way. He shook his head slowly, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Oh, I'm afraid it's not that simple. You see, once the fog brings someone to me, they don't leave. At least, not alive. I backed away, my eyes darting around the room for a weapon, an escape route, anything. But he was blocking the only door, and the windows were covered with heavy shutters. I was trapped. Why? I managed to choke out. Why are you doing this? His eyes took on a faraway look, as if he was seeing something beyond the confines of the cabin. The fog, he said, his voice almost reverent. It provides. It brings me what I need. And in return, I feed it. It's a fair exchange, don't you think? I didn't understand what he was talking about, and I didn't want to. All I knew was that I had to get out of there. As he turned to stoke the fire, I made my move. I lunged for the door, my fingers scrambling for the handle. But he was faster than he looked. His hand clamped down on my arm with surprising strength, yanking me back. I stumbled, crashing into a table. Photographs scattered across the floor, faces of past victims staring up at me accusingly. Now, he said, his tone chiding as if I were a misbehaving child. There's no need for all that. Just accept it. It'll be easier that way. I lashed out blindly, my fist connecting with his jaw. He staggered back, momentarily stunned. I used the opportunity to grab the heaviest object within reach, an old cast iron skillet hanging by the fireplace. What followed was a desperate struggle. He was stronger than he looked, driven by a madness I couldn't comprehend. But I had youth on my side and a desperate will to survive. We grappled, crashing into furniture, scattering more photographs. I caught glimpses of terrified faces as they fluttered through the air, spurring me on. I couldn't let myself become one of them. Finally, I managed to break free. I swung the skillet with all my might, connecting with the side of his head. He went down hard, crumpling to the floor like a marionette with its strings cut. For a moment, I just stood there, gasping for breath, the skillet still clutched in my shaking hands. Was he dead? I couldn't bring myself to check. Instead, I turned and ran, bursting out of the cabin and into the fog-shrouded night. I ran blindly, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. I had no idea which direction I was going, but anything was better than staying in that cabin of horrors. The fog seemed to press in around me, thick and cloying, as if trying to herd me back. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that white void. But eventually, mercifully, I broke through. The fog thinned, and suddenly I was standing on the main trail, the lights of the ranger station visible in the distance. I staggered into the station, babbling about the cabin, the photos, the crazed man. The rangers looked at me with a mix of concern and disbelief. They knew of no cabin in that area, they said, but my obvious distress and the bruises forming on my body were enough for them to take me seriously. A search was organized, but they found nothing. No cabin, no photographs, no sign of the old man. It was as if the fog had swallowed it all up, leaving no trace behind. In the days and weeks that followed, as I tried to process what had happened, I pored over maps and historical records of the area. I found whispers of old legends, stories of hikers going missing in the fog, of a cabin that appeared and disappeared at will, but nothing concrete, nothing that could explain what I'd experienced. I've been back to those mountains since then, drawn by a need I can't quite explain. I've never seen the cabin again, never encountered that thick, unnatural fog. But sometimes, when the mist rolls in and the shadows grow long, I swear I can hear a faint whisper on the wind, a voice calling me back. I don't hike alone anymore, and I always check the weather forecast for fog, because I know now that sometimes the real monsters aren't the bears or the mountain lions. Sometimes, they're the ones waiting in the mist, in cabins that shouldn't exist, collecting memories of terror like others collect postcards. And I know that somewhere out there, in a cabin hidden by fog and madness, there's a blank space on a wall, a space waiting for my picture, for the look of terror that would have been on my face if I hadn't fought back. It's a space that will remain empty, as long as I have anything to say about it, because I escaped the cabin in the fog, and no force on earth will ever make me go back. The moment I saw the townspeople's eyes collectively turn towards me, their expressions shifting from forced friendliness to cold hostility, I knew I'd stumbled into something far more sinister than a simple car breakdown. This quaint little town wasn't just hiding a secret, it was the secret, and I was now trapped in its web. It had started as a typical road trip. I was driving cross-country, taking the scenic route from New York to Los Angeles. The back roads of America had always called to me, promising adventure and a glimpse into the heart of the country. I'd been on the road for 3 days, enjoying the changing landscapes and the freedom of the open highway. That's when my car started making an ominous clicking sound. I was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by endless fields of wheat, the horizon broken only by the occasional silo or farmhouse. The GPS on my phone showed a small town about 10 miles ahead, Millbrook. I nursed my ailing vehicle along, praying it would make it that far. As I crested a hill, Millbrook came into view. It looked like something out of a Norman Rockwell painting. White picket fences, a quaint main street, even a town square with a gazebo. Under different circumstances, I might have found it charming. But with my car sputtering and steam starting to rise from under the hood, all I felt was relief. I coasted into town, my car finally giving up the ghost right in front of a small diner. As I stepped out, the heat hit me like a physical force. It was mid-August, and the air shimmered with the kind of heat that makes mirages on the horizon. A small crowd had gathered, curious about the newcomer and his smoking vehicle. An older man in overalls approached, wiping his hands on a greasy rag. "Looks like you've got yourself some car trouble, son," he said, his voice friendly enough but his eyes sharp and assessing. I nodded, grateful for the attention. "Yeah, she just gave out on me. Is there a mechanic in town?" The man, who introduced himself as Earl, nodded. "That'd be me, but I'm afraid I can't get to it until tomorrow. Parts store's closed for the day, you see." My heart sank. I hadn't planned on staying overnight, but it seemed I had little choice. "Is there a motel around here?" I asked. Earl exchanged a look with the others that I couldn't quite interpret. "We've got a boarding house," he said slowly. "Mrs. Clemens runs it. It's just down the street." I thanked him and gathered my overnight bag from the car. As I walked down the main street, I couldn't shake the feeling that every eye in town was on me. Shopkeepers paused in their sweeping to watch me pass. Children stopped their play to stare. Even the birds seemed to have gone silent. Mrs. Clemens was a small, bird-like woman with sharp eyes and a perpetual frown. She showed me to a small, stuffy room on the second floor of her Victorian house. "Dinner's at 6, she said curtly. "Don't be late." Then she was gone, leaving me alone in the oppressive heat of the room. I spent the afternoon exploring the town, trying to shake off my growing unease. Everything looked perfect, too perfect. The lawns were immaculately manicured, the buildings freshly painted. But there was something off about it all, like a movie set rather than a real town. And the people, they were polite enough when I entered their shops or passed them on the street. But their smiles never reached their eyes, and their conversations stopped abruptly when I approached. More than once, I caught them staring at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Dinner at the boarding house was a silent, uncomfortable affair. The other guests, an elderly couple and a middle-aged man, barely acknowledged my presence. Mrs. Clemens served bland, overcooked food without a word, her disapproving gaze never leaving me. As I prepared for bed that night, A commotion outside drew me to the window. A group of townspeople had gathered in the street, their faces illuminated by torchlight. They were talking in hushed, urgent tones, occasionally glancing up at my window. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but the atmosphere was tense, almost electric. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I tossed and turned, the heat and my own unease making rest impossible. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were filled with shadowy figures and whispered conspiracies. I woke early the next morning, eager to get my car fixed and leave this strange town behind. But as I stepped out of the boarding house, I knew immediately that something was wrong. The streets were deserted. Every shop was closed, curtains drawn. Even the birds were silent. I made my way to Earl's garage, my footsteps echoing loudly in the eerie quiet. The garage was locked, no sign of Earl or my car. A movement caught my eye. A curtain twitching in a nearby house, someone quickly ducking out of sight. Panic started to set in. I needed to get out of here, car or no car. I turned to head back to the boarding house, planning to grab my things and start walking if I had to. That's when I saw them. The entire town had gathered at the end of the street. Men, women, children. Every face I'd seen over the past day was there, and every single one of them was staring at me with undisguised hostility. Earl stepped forward, his friendly demeanor from yesterday completely gone. "I'm afraid you can't leave just yet," he said, his voice cold. "You see, you've learned too much." "What are you talking about?" I stammered, backing away slowly. "I haven't seen anything." A woman's voice rang out from the crowd. "He knows. I saw him watching us last night." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering. I saw hands tightening on tools, hammers, wrenches, even a pitchfork. This was rapidly turning into a scene from a horror movie. "Now, folks," Earl said, his tone mockingly reasonable, "let's not jump to conclusions. Maybe our friend here can be persuaded to keep our secret." The crowd began to advance, their faces a mix of determination and something else. Fear. Whatever secret this town was hiding, it was big enough to turn them into a mob. I turned and ran. I had no plan, no destination in mind. I just knew I had to get away. I could hear them behind me, their shouts growing louder as they gave chase. I ducked down an alley, my lungs burning as I gasped for breath in the already stifling morning air. I emerged on another street, identical to the one I'd just left. For a moment, I felt a surge of hope. Maybe I could lose them in the maze of residential streets. But as I ran, a horrifying realization dawned on me. The streets weren't just similar, they were identical. The same houses, the same gardens, even the same cars parked in the driveways. It was as if the town was looping, folding in on itself. I turned a corner and found myself back on Main Street, the mob now in front of me as well as behind. I was surrounded, trapped in this impossible, nightmarish town. As they closed in, their angry shouts filling the air, I felt a hand grab my arm. I turned, ready to fight, but found myself face to face with a young woman. Her eyes were wide with fear, but not directed at me. "Quick," she hissed, pulling me towards a storm cellar I hadn't noticed before. "In here." I didn't have time to question her. I dove into the cellar, the woman following close behind. She pulled the doors shut just as the mob reached us, their footsteps thundering overhead. In the dim light filtering through the cracks, I could see her clearly for the first time. She was pale, with a haunted look that spoke of long-held terror. "What's going on?" I whispered. "What is this place?" She shook her head, her voice barely audible. "It's not a place, it's a thing. A creature. The town. It's alive. And it's hungry." As if in response to her words, I felt a tremor run through the ground. The walls of the cellar seemed to pulse, like the inside of some great beast. "It feeds on people," she continued, her words tumbling out in a rushed whisper. "Traps them, keeps them here. We're all its prisoners. Some of us were born here. Some wandered in like you." But once you're here, you can't leave. Not really. Another tremor, stronger this time. Dust rained down from the ceiling. What do you mean? Not really? I asked, dreading the answer. People have tried to leave before. They drive out, or walk out, but they always end up back here. The town, it twists space somehow. There's no escape. The cellar doors burst open, flooding the small space with light. Earl stood there, flanked by other townspeople, but their anger was gone, replaced by a look of resigned sadness. "I'm sorry," Earl said, and he genuinely sounded it. "But you have to understand. If we don't give it what it wants, it'll take us all." As they dragged me out into the sunlight, I saw the town with new eyes. The two perfect houses, the looping streets, the strange silence. It all made a horrible kind of sense now. The ground began to shake more violently. Cracks appeared in the street. Houses groaned as if under enormous pressure. And in the distance, I saw something that defied belief. The horizon was bending, folding in on itself like a closing mouth. As the townspeople formed a circle around me, their chanting rising above the sound of twisting reality, I realized the truth. I hadn't just stumbled into a town with a dark secret. I'd walked into the belly of the beast, and it had no intention of letting me go. The moment I heard the voices echoing through the abandoned building, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. What started as an innocent urban exploration had suddenly become a fight for survival, and the gang members whose hideout I'd stumbled into weren't about to let me leave with their secret. I've always been drawn to abandoned places. There's something hauntingly beautiful about a building reclaimed by nature, its halls echoing with forgotten stories. As an amateur photographer, I'd made a hobby of documenting these forgotten spaces, sharing their eerie beauty with the world through my blog. The old redstone factory on the outskirts of town had been on my list for months. It was a sprawling complex, abandoned for decades after a tragic industrial accident. Local legends spoke of hauntings, but I knew the real dangers were more mundane. Rotting floorboards, rusty metal, maybe the occasional squatter. Or so I thought. I arrived just before dusk, parking my car a few blocks away to avoid suspicion. The factory loomed before me, its brick walls stained with decades of grime, windows long since shattered. The fading light cast long shadows across the overgrown lot, giving the place an even more ominous air than usual. Slipping through a gap in the chain-link fence, I made my way to a side entrance. The door hung off its hinges, as if inviting me in. I flicked on my flashlight and stepped inside, the beam cutting through the gloom to reveal peeling paint and rusted machinery. For the first hour, it was business as usual. I moved carefully through the building, snapping photos of decaying assembly lines and nature's slow reclamation of the space. The silence was absolute, broken only by the crunch of debris under my feet and the occasional scurry of a startled rat. I was in what must have been an old office area when I heard it. Voices, distant but clear, coming from somewhere below. I froze, my heart suddenly pounding. This part of the building was supposed to be empty. Who else could be here? Curiosity overcame caution. I crept towards the sound, following it down a stairwell to the factory's basement level. The voices grew louder, punctuated by laughter and the occasional clang of metal on metal. I rounded a corner and suddenly found myself looking into a large, open room. What I saw made my blood run cold. The space had been converted into some sort of makeshift workshop. Tables were laden with disassembled firearms, and large crates lined the walls, but it was the people that truly terrified me. At least a dozen men moved about the room, many sporting tattoos and gang colors I recognized from news reports. This wasn't just some small-time operation. I had stumbled into the heart of one of the city's most notorious gangs. I must have made a sound, a gasp, a step back, I'm not sure. But suddenly, every head in the room turned towards me. For a moment, we all froze, locked in a tableau of mutual shock. Then all hell broke loose. "Get him!" Someone shouted, and the spell was broken. I turned and ran, my camera bouncing wildly against my chest. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the pounding of feet as they gave chase. I flew up the stairs, taking them two at a time, my lungs burning with the effort. I had no plan beyond get out, my mind blank with panic. As I reached the ground floor, I realized with horror that I'd lost my bearings in the chaos. Which way was out? A bullet pinged off the wall near my head, sending fragments of brick flying. They were shooting at me now. The reality of my situation hit me like a physical blow. These men wouldn't just rough me up if they caught me. They would kill me. I ducked into a side room, frantically searching for another exit. The windows were too high, covered in metal grates. No way out there. The shouts were getting closer. I was running out of time. My eyes fell on a large industrial cabinet against the wall. Without thinking, I yanked open the doors and crammed myself inside, pulling them shut just as the first of my pursuers burst into the room. "Where'd he go?" one of them growled. I could hear them moving around the room, overturning furniture in their search. "He's got to be here somewhere," another voice said. "Check everything." I held my breath, pressing myself as far back into the cabinet as I could. My heart was pounding so loudly I was sure they must be able to hear it. Sweat trickled down my back, and every muscle in my body was tense, ready to spring into action if they found me. Footsteps approached my hiding spot. I saw a shadow pass in front of the small gap between the cabinet doors. This was it. They were going to find me. But then, a shout from somewhere else in the building. "Hey! I think I saw him heading towards the loading docks." The footsteps receded, and I heard them run out of the room. I waited, barely breathing, for what felt like hours but was probably only a few minutes. When I was sure they were gone, I slowly, carefully, eased the cabinet door open. The room was empty. I could hear distant shouts from the other side of the building. This might be my only chance. I slipped out of the cabinet and made for the door, moving as quietly as I could. The next few minutes were a blur of terror and adrenaline. I crept through hallways, dodged past open doorways, always listening for any sign of pursuit. Twice I had to duck into hiding spots as search parties passed nearby. Finally, miraculously, I found myself back at the side entrance I'd come in through. Freedom was just steps away, but as I reached for the door, a voice behind me made my blood run cold. "Don't move." I turned slowly, my hands raised. A man stood there, his gun pointed squarely at my chest. He was younger than I expected, probably no older than me, but his eyes were hard and cold. "Please," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I didn't see anything. I won't tell anyone. Just let me go." He tilted his head, considering. For a moment, I dared to hope. Then he smiled, a cruel twist of his lips. "Can't take that chance, man. Nothing personal." I saw his finger tighten on the trigger. In that moment, time seemed to slow down. I thought of my family, my friends, all the things I'd never get to do. I thought of the photos on my camera, the evidence that would die with me. The gun went off with a deafening crack, but the pain I expected didn't come. Instead, the young man's eyes went wide with surprise. He looked down at his chest, where a red stain was rapidly spreading, then collapsed. Behind him stood an older man, his own gun still raised. He looked at me with a mixture of pity and resignation. "You picked the wrong place to explore, kid," he said. Before I could respond, sirens pierced the night air, growing rapidly closer. The man cursed. "Cops!" he spat. Someone must have heard the shots. "Look, I'm going to give you a choice. You can stay here, talk to the cops, tell them everything you saw, but I promise you, if you do that, you'll never be safe. We have people everywhere, or..." He gestured towards the door. "You can run, right now. Never speak of this to anyone. Forget this place, forget tonight ever happened. Live your life and stay out of abandoned buildings from now on. What's it gonna be?" I looked at the door, then back at him. In the distance, I could see flashing lights approaching. I made my decision. I ran. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, my lungs burning and my legs feeling like jelly. I drove home in a daze, constantly checking my rearview mirror for any sign of pursuit. That was 3 months ago. I haven't picked up my camera since that night. My urban exploration blog sits abandoned, much like the buildings I used to love. Sometimes I think about going to the police, telling them what I saw. But then I remember the old man's warning, and I stay silent. I don't explore abandoned places anymore. The thrill is gone, replaced by a constant, gnawing fear. Because now I know that sometimes the monsters hiding in the shadows are all too real, and once you've seen them, you can never unsee them. You can only hope they don't see you back.